Good morning and welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us here at 7 a.m. here on the East Coast, 4 a.m. over on the West Coast. It's Wednesday, July the 19th. Again, we appreciate you all for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Want to get out to Okeechobee, Florida. Here's a beautiful shot as the sun is rising there on the East Coast. It's going to be a hot day across much of the U.S. 80 million Americans facing extreme heat advisories. That as a prolonged heat wave continues across much of the lower 48 today. Additional record-breaking heat is also likely to come across the Four Corners states and from Texas to Mississippi, also into down into South Florida. The desert Southwest will stay in triple digits, and by Thursday, some areas are expected to swelter at temperatures as high as 120 degrees. Madison Allworth is following the very latest on that extreme heat for us this morning.
Heat alerts are affecting more than 70 million Americans Tuesday. But with summer being a peak travel time, tourists in Las Vegas are braving the famous Strip. Others in Nevada aren't missing a beat.
The heat, I'm fine. My wife just went and got me some water, so I'm good.
Tourists all across the world having to deal with soaring temps. In Italy, officials are handing out reusable plastic water bottles to keep struggling visitors hydrated.
We were prepared, but it is one thing to hear it or read it. It is another thing to feel it. It is truly a lot. It is very hot. Here it is really dreadful.
Travel is getting interrupted by extreme weather as heat, wildfire smoke, and severe rain are grounding planes. Delays and cancellation causing headaches for passengers at Newark Liberty International Airport.
I got here at 3 p.m. yesterday. I was supposed to leave at 6 o'clock p.m. Our flight got delayed till midnight. They put us on a plane at 1 o'clock, kept us there for 1 hour. After an hour, they told us our plane was canceled.
I suppose they have to stand in this long line to ask what to do. I'm not sure, so we're just kind of stuck. We don't know what to do.
Making matters worse, airline experts say a shortage of air traffic controllers plus extreme weather could equal excessive flight delays and cancellations. At Newark Liberty International Airport, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
All right, thanks so much there to Madison Allworth following the very latest on that extreme heat expected across much of the U.S., also across much of the world today. Here's a shot this morning taking a look over Texas. It's a beautiful morning there as the sun is rising there, but of course we know it is going to be hot, hot, hot across much of the U.S. And in a social media tirade, former President Donald Trump said he received notice that he's target of a federal grand jury probing his actions leading up to the Capitol 6 riot on January 6th. It's a sign as the investigation winds down that more charges against him could be imminent. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively reports from Washington.
Former President Donald Trump is entangled with the law yet again after just last month pleading not guilty to federal charges related to his handling of classified documents. Now another indictment could be coming down the pike. Special counsel Jack Smith sent a letter to Trump Sunday informing him he is the target of a criminal investigation looking at efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
These letters often tell the target that they need to preserve evidence, that they need to look at counsel, and that they have a set period of time where they can appear before the grand jury.
And charges could be next. Investigators have been eyeing obstruction, looking at Trump's actions leading up to the Capitol riot. It would be his third criminal indictment in months, but Republicans say the timing is not accidental.
If you notice recently, President Trump went up in the polls and was actually surpassing President Biden for re-election. So what do they do now? Weaponize government to go after their #1 opponent.
Mr. Trump's legal woes are sucking all the oxygen out of the GOP primary. But politically, it might be what the frontrunner needs.
Each of these indictments seems to give him a boost in the polls.
The White House is declining to comment on the case. Other Democrats say they weren't surprised.
And I expect
Donald Trump to be indicted in the near future.
We also expect state charges to come very soon related to Trump's actions to overturn election results in Georgia. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Meanwhile, Israel's president got a major vote of confidence Tuesday night ahead of his address to Congress today. Some House members, however, say his government has gone too far with its hard-right agenda. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively reports on this from Washington.
Scenes like these on the streets of Tel Aviv Tuesday have American officials worried. Israeli police used water cannons on citizens protesting the government's sweeping overhaul of the court system there, part of countrywide demonstrations that have lasted for 7 months. While protests at home rage, Israel's President Isaac Herzog was at the White House.
We got a lot to talk about.
A day after President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where he stressed a need for consensus on judicial reform and expressed concern over Israel's continued settlement in the West Bank, an area Palestinians consider theirs.
We should definitely see the current debate in Israel with all its facets as a tribute to the strength of Israeli democracy.
Herzog is set to speak before a joint meeting of Congress Wednesday to mark Israel's 75 years of independence. But not all members will be there, including the head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, who made headlines for saying this over the weekend.
We have been fighting to make it clear that Israel is a racist state.
Jayapal later said she was criticizing Israel's government, not its very existence. But the comments drew condemnation from several House members as they debated a measure supporting Israel.
It is deeply disturbing and concerning to me that some in this body have such a profound misunderstanding of Israel and Israeli society.
The House passed the pro-Israel resolution Tuesday night by a vote of 412 to 9. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Thanks so much there to Caroline Shively, taking a live look this morning right now over the U.S. Capitol. That's where Israel's president is expected to speak in an address to Congress later today. He met with the President Biden at the White House just yesterday. Let's listen into this event as the two leaders met there at the White House.
For further partners for peace with Israel and for cooperating on so many regional issues together. And finally, Mr. President, I know you have mentioned, and we will discuss that as well, the internal Israeli situation. As you know, I'm here and I'm happy to be here because tomorrow I will be speaking in front of a joint session of Congress, especially devoted to celebrating Israel's 75th independence. However, of course, my heart and soul is also in Israel, in the heated debate which we are going through as a society. It's a heated debate, but it's also a virtue and a tribute to the greatness of Israeli democracy. And let me reiterate clear, crystal clear, Israeli democracy is sound, strong, is resilient. We are going through pains, we are going through heated debates, we are going through challenging moments, but I truly believe, and I would say to you, Mr. President, as I've said it as head of state to the people of Israel, we should always seek to find amicable consensus, and I agree with you on that as well. I'm pursuing it even in these very moments through my people as much as we can in order to find solutions and exit out of this crisis properly. Thank you, Mr. President, for your friendship, and God bless you.
Thank you for your friendship, and we've got a lot to talk about. Thank you all very much.
Okay, so that meeting between President Biden and the Israeli President Herzog, the second visit for him to Washington in the past 9 months. This was a high-profile meeting intended to strengthen relations. It comes after several months of tensions between the U.S. and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. The two leaders, who have clashed publicly over policies, spoke on the phone on Monday, a week after President Biden referred to the current Israeli government as the most extreme he's ever seen. President Biden extended an invite to Netanyahu to also visit the White House later this year. In the meantime, as you heard the Israeli president say there, he's scheduled to address Congress tomorrow to commemorate the 75th anniversary of Israel's statehood and reaffirm Israel's relationship with the U.S. Well, just a little bit ago here, we also saw Secretary Antony Blinken meeting with the president as well, also in Washington, D.C. Let's listen into this next on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome, Mr. Secretary.
Very good.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. It was wonderful to see you before at the Oval Office with President Biden. I want to thank you, and I want to thank the entire U.S. administration for hosting me so graciously as we mark 75 years for Israel's independence, a great historic moment, and of course marking the unique relations between Israel and the United States. And I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for pursuing such important goals as containing and limiting and stopping the Iranian nuclear program, as building a regional coalition of nations that pursues peace and wants more and more integration of Israel in the region. Of course, dealing with major challenges of humanity where Israel can contribute dramatically. And we will be discussing, of course, the situation in Lebanon and the issue of our missing in action and our POWs in Gaza. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for your friendship and support.
Well, Mr. President, it is both a pleasure and an honor to be with you. We've had the opportunity to meet here in Washington, in Israel, and I can tell you that for me, for the administration, and most importantly for the President, we're grateful for your leadership and your partnership. We have indeed a unique relationship, grounded in our commitment to Israel's security, but also grounded in democratic values. And the work that you're doing, the leadership that you're showing in affirming those values, bringing people together in affirmation of those values, could not be more important. And as you said, we are deeply committed to working together in dealing with the challenge posed by Iran, and particularly in making sure that it never acquires a nuclear weapon. We're deeply committed to the normalization process and both deepening and expanding Israel's relations with its neighbors far and wide. And we're also committed to finding a way forward toward two states for two peoples, something that we continue to believe is essential to Israel's long-term security and its standing as a democratic Jewish state. In these areas and in so many others, our partnership is deeply meaningful, and the appreciation we have for the role that you're playing in particular could not be greater. I think it's also a very special occasion that you're here on the 75th anniversary, and particularly poignant that you'll be following the footsteps of your father tomorrow in addressing a joint session of our Congress. We're very much looking forward to that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary,
All right, you have been listening in there as Secretary Blinken meets with the Israeli president, also expected to be speaking inside the U.S. Capitol later today. Time now 7:13 on the East Coast, 4:13 over on the West Coast. It's a foggy day over in the nation's capital as folks are waking up over on the East Coast. We're going to head to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. I'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. When we come back, an update on those deadly floods in Pennsylvania. Welcome back here live now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. It's a foggy and a smoky morning over in New York City. You can see off into the distance there, right in the center of your screen, the Statue of Liberty. Lady Liberty there standing tall, as she always does over there in New York City. Want to head over to the West Coast, though. Portland police are detaining a person of interest in the murders of 4 young women. 9 different law enforcement agencies are now working together on those cases. The man in custody, now identified as one of the convicted felons that Governor Kate Brown released early from prison. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer has those details.
After months of probing and multiple investigations, authorities in Northwestern Oregon now believe the deaths of 4 young women are connected. Previously, Portland police called the deaths unrelated, attempting to tamp down speculation of a possible serial killer in the Pacific Northwest. The victims are identified as 22-year-old Kristen Smith, 24-year-old Charity Perry, 31-year-old Bridget Webster, and 22-year-old Ashley Reel. No cause or manner of death has been released, but all of the bodies were found in remote wooded areas in and around the Portland area. Family members of the victims are pleased progress is being made, including Melissa Smith, who has been searching for answers in her daughter's case.
What happened? I know she didn't just suddenly die out there. Somebody did something. She deserves justice. I think of her every moment of every day.
The Oregonian and other local media are reporting that the person of interest now in custody is 38-year-old Jesse Calhoun of Portland. Calhoun was sentenced to 50 months for burglary, assaulting a police officer, and car theft back in 2019. He was released in 2021. 2 years later, on July 3rd of this year, his commutation was revoked by current Governor Tina Kotek at the request of the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office. Former Governor Kate Brown granted clemency to more than 900 so-called nonviolent inmates, and Calhoun was among them. Calhoun has not been charged with anything in connection with the women's 4 deaths, but police say he will remain behind bars on a previous sentence while they continue to investigate. In Seattle, Dan Springer, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much there to Dan Springer. Following the latest on those killings in the Portland area, want to turn out now to an American soldier arrested in North Korea just yesterday after passing over what's called the debarkation line, not allowed to cross that line. We have Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary, made comments on that in a story filed by Greg Pocket for us this morning.
And confirming an American soldier is being detained in North Korea.
There's a lot that we're still trying to learn, but what we do know is that one of our service members who was on a tour willfully and without authorization crossed the military demarcation line.
According to a senior U.S. defense official, the enlisted soldier, identified as Private Second Class Travis King, was likely facing disciplinary action and was due to be sent back to the U.S. The DoD says he further disobeyed orders by going on a tour of the DMZ, and they say that's when he voluntarily crossed into North Korea. The incident comes amid heightened tensions over North Korea's nuclear program and the policies of the country's isolated leader, Kim Jong-un.
What has kept Kim Jong-un in line for the most part was that we put the pressure on him. But we need to make sure that he knows there will be hell to pay if he hurts that soldier. You can't trust Kim Jong-un.
King is the first American detained in North Korea in nearly 5 years. His detention, a diplomatic challenge for U.S. officials, causing concerns about what leverage it will provide North Korea.
The way out of this is going to cost us. It's going to be painstaking, and I can tell you that North Korea is going to be in absolutely no rush to make any move whatsoever.
To try and deter North Korea, the U.S. has just sent a nuclear-armed submarine to South Korea for the first time in decades. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Taking a live look this morning over Fort Lauderdale, Florida. What a beautiful sight. This camera courtesy of Earth Cams. What a beautiful shot there as the sun is rising over the Atlantic there. Quite a beautiful shot, I should say. Okay, it's going to be incredibly hot all across the U.S. today as more than 80 million people baking over as we get hit by a serious heat wave. Madison Allworth following that story for us today.
Heat alerts are affecting more than 70 million Americans Tuesday. But with summer being a peak travel time, tourists in Las Vegas are braving the famous strip. Others in Nevada aren't missing a beat.
The heat, I'm fine. My wife just went and got me some water, so I'm good.
Tourists all across the world having to deal with soaring temps. In Italy, officials are handing out reusable plastic water bottles to keep struggling visitors hydrated.
We were prepared, but it is one thing to hear it or read it. It is another thing to feel it. It is truly a lot. It is very hot. Here it is really dreadful.
Travel is getting interrupted by extreme weather as heat, wildfire smoke, and severe rain are grounding planes. Delays and cancellation causing headaches for passengers at Newark Liberty International Airport.
I got here at 3 p.m. yesterday. I was supposed to leave at 6 o'clock p.m. Our flight got delayed till midnight. They put us on a plane at 1 o'clock, kept us there for 1 hour. After an hour, they told us our plane was canceled.
I suppose they have to stand in this long line to ask what to do. I'm not sure, so we're just kind of stuck. We don't know what to do.
Making matters worse, airline experts say a shortage of air.
All right, I want to turn now over to Pennsylvania, where officials continuing to search for 2 children missing after severe floods broke through the area. 5 people now marked dead. A really terrible situation there. We have Hank Flynn with Fox 29 Philadelphia there on the ground for us this morning in the area. Good morning, Hank. Tell me what we are learning about this search. How serious is it getting as this search continues into multiple days?
Good morning, Giacomo. It's been incredibly serious ever since Saturday when a family and some others were washed away by flash flooding, the likes of which most people in this area have never seen. 2 children remain missing. It's a 2-year-old and a 9-month-old. Now, there has been extensive searching all over the immediate area right down the hill behind me and south of there. The big change today, Giacomo, is that search, as Upper Makefield Police go by, good morning, that search goes mostly to the water. That's where most of the resources will be, in the canal and in the Delaware River itself. The search continues today, Giacomo, for 2-year-old Maddie Shields and her 9-month-old brother Conrad, both of whom were washed away from their parents in flash flooding Saturday. It will be water only. The Lower Makefield Fire Chief explained it all just last night.
We have searched the entire flood zone more than a dozen times. We've tracked an area that's 1.5 miles long. It is still an active search. We still have assets operating in the area and will continue to do so, and until we find what we're looking for, which obviously are our 2 missing angels.
Sure, and 7 inches of water in about 45 minutes, Giacomo. It turned Washington's Crossing Road into the mighty Mississippi on Saturday. The mother of those babies, Katie Shields, she was killed as well. Her mother, her fiance, and her 4-year-old son survive. A couple in their 70s, Linda and Enzo DiPiero, were also killed as their car was overwhelmed. And that's shocking, Giacomo. They were 74 and 78 years old, and they were simply coming back over to this area from a restaurant just across the Delaware River in New Jersey. They were just coming home from a lovely dinner, and at the bottom of the hill when the water overwhelmed them, and that was it for the DiPieros. Now, tomorrow night, if you are in the area, Washington's Crossing United Methodist Church, we'll have a prayer vigil at 7 o'clock. The road behind me, Giacomo, will remain closed for quite some time, as I told you. That is per PennDOT inspection and repair. A lot of the underpinnings of that road were washed away, and there is a GoFundMe on the Fox 29 Philadelphia website for the Shields family if you choose to go ahead and contribute. Giacomo.
What a tragic story, and so many there across Pennsylvania and the Northeast now dealing with the aftermath of those floodings, and potentially more coming that way. Our thoughts certainly with them. Now, Hank, I'm hoping you can tell me about the geography of that area behind you and describe what we understand happened as those floods just kind of raced into that area.
Sure, Giacomo. Sean, my photographer, will shove in a little bit on that sign and down that hill. And Giacomo, I can tell you, I live 10 minutes from here as this gentleman comes across. The whole area is just kind of getting used to the notion of Washington's Crossing Road being shut down, because it is, as it goes, a major thoroughfare in this relatively rural area. But as you look down that road, think 7 inches of rain in 45 minutes going down that hill with not too many other places to go. On the other side, where you can't see, there's a hill coming down to that bottom. That is where the Shields family were caught up. That is where the DiPieros were caught up by just sheets of water coming down, accumulating at the bottom, and washing them away. Again, almost everyone has been recovered except for those 2 children, and that is where the searching is going to be today, because there was so much water down there. Most of the searching, the experts determine, needs to be done in the Delaware River Canal and in the river proper. But Giacomo, it's something the likes of which we hope to never see again, but Mother Nature has been on a mighty warpath the last couple of few years or so. With global warming, we may see more of this kind of weather. We saw this kind of extreme rain on Sunday night here as well. There just weren't any consequences to speak of.
Absolutely, and seeing so much rain coming down in such a fast period of time, absolutely terrifying. I can't imagine being in a situation like that, and I'll tell you what, the power of just a few inches of moving water is so much stronger than so many of us might imagine it to be. Hank Flynn there on the ground with Fox 29 Philadelphia there, following the latest on this multiple day search for those 2 children still missing. Thanks, Hank.
Sure thing.
Okay, folks, I want to head to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll have much more breaking news, live events, and all your top stories in just a little bit. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Time now 7:30 over on the East Coast, 4:30 over on the West Coast. Taking a live look right now over the U.S. Capitol. Beautiful shot there as folks wake up to a bit of a foggy day in the nation's capital. We're learning that a U.S. service member has been detained in North Korea after crossing a line into that country on a visit of the demilitarized zone. Greg Palkett with Fox News following the very latest on that for us this morning.
I'm absolutely foremost concerned about the welfare of our troops.
A major incident overseas. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirming an American soldier is being detained in North Korea.
There's a lot that we're still trying to learn, but what we do know is that one of our service members who was on a tour willfully and without authorization crossed the military demarcation line.
According to a senior U.S. defense official, the enlisted soldier, identified as Private Second Class Travis King, was likely facing disciplinary action and was due to be sent back to the U.S. The DoD says he further disobeyed orders by going on a tour of the DMZ, and they say that's when he voluntarily was likely facing disciplinary action and was due to be sent back to the U.S. The DoD says he further disobeyed orders by going on a tour of the DMZ, and they say that's when he voluntarily crossed into North Korea. The incident comes amid heightened tensions over North Korea's nuclear program and the policies of the country's isolated leader, Kim Jong-un.
What has kept Kim Jong-un in line for the most part was that we put the pressure on him. But we need to make sure that he knows there will be hell to pay if he hurts that soldier. You can't trust Kim Jong-un.
King is the first American detained in North Korea in nearly 5 years. His detention, a diplomatic challenge for U.S. officials, causing concerns about what leverage it will provide North Korea.
The way out of this is going to cost us. It's going to be painstaking, and I can tell you that North Korea is going to be in absolutely no rush to make any move whatsoever.
To try and deter North Korea, the U.S. has just sent a nuclear-armed submarine to South Korea for the first time in decades. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much there to Greg Palcott, following the very latest on that soldier who crossed into North Korea. Of course, Hollywood actors and writers remain on strike. I want to now bring in Dominic Romano over at the Romano Law Firm, following the very latest, with the very latest updates on what's happening over there as we continue to follow that strike over in Hollywood, really paralyzing the creative industries there. Good morning, Dominic. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I appreciate it. Want to jump right into it this morning. Really, what's at stake here for the movie studios now as actors join with the writers on strike?
It's money for the studios. You're looking at the equivalent, if we're using the last strike, the 1980 strike as a guide, the equivalent of $148 million per day in today's dollars could cost, according to one analyst estimate, $4 billion to the studios before the dust settles here, after all is said and done.
And as A-list actor Kevin Bacon said of the strike, he said he can negotiate on his own, but he said that he's striking for the working class actors. What does that make up in terms of Hollywood?
Yeah, the vast majority, actually. 87% of actors in the union make less than $26,000 a year. So basically the stars are aligning and getting together for the rank and file.
And who are the rank and file then in Hollywood? Who can you describe as being kind of one of those rank and file actors? Are they extras? Are they
not necessarily the overwhelming majority? Most actors, the public doesn't really understand it. When you think of actors, you think of these big stars earning exorbitant amounts of money. Most actors do not make enough money to live on. Most actors the overwhelming majority of actors have other jobs. Most actors earn less. The amount I mentioned before, $26,000 a year, that's less than the minimum amount necessary to qualify for health insurance. You know, the average actor in the United States makes just a little over $20 an hour, but the work is irregular. And so what the actors are striking for is greater pay, greater benefits, and setting up guardrails against artificial intelligence. And you know, the actors are not happy that these studio executives are seeing massive pay increases year over year, while their effective earning is shrinking and hasn't been going up.
What do you think boiled up, especially after actors haven't gone on strike in some 60 years? What led us to this point specifically?
Well, the last actor strike was in 1980, but it's been 60 years since you've seen both unions simultaneously striking. I believe the writers and the actors simultaneously. And I think, a lot has happened in that time. Obviously, distribution has been turned over. Cable, the advent of cable, and now streaming services have become the default model for distribution of movies and television. And actors' residuals, under the old network model, haven't kept up. Compensations for replay of episodes, for example, or movies have shrunk dramatically for the average actor. And this dynamic now has existed for decades, as you pointed out. It's been years, 60 years, since we've seen a strike of this magnitude and of this coordination. And since then, streaming and social media has supplanted the more traditional modes of entertainment. And this has resulted in essentially the shift of even more power. Studios and networks always had power, but now they have, enormous power vis-a-vis the act in comparison to the actors. So the residuals that actors once received, a term for repeat play, is now being replaced by, a relatively meager buyout, a one-time payment. And so actors are getting pennies for streaming where they would have got dollars for a traditional network replay. And so, traditionally that residual revenue could help actors pay for rent, pay for other living expenses. Today, that's no longer the case for the overwhelming majority of actors.
So do you think the argument then by both actors and writers in this fight, is it a fair one?
Well, I think it's important to see both sides. The actors are saying, we're not being paid enough. And the studios, the organization representing the studios, is saying, look, we've got competition now from places like TikTok and other social media platforms and gaming. We have a fragmented audience. And, we are taking all the risk. And, they're saying that ad revenue is drying up because of the competition. And on the other hand, though, the actors are saying, look, as I mentioned before, CEO pay, entertainment CEOs are making unprecedented amounts of money. And we're seeing dynamic pay increases year over year for these chief executives. And we shouldn't have to pay for their poor business decisions. For example, that the AT&T Time Warner Discovery merger, arguably that saddled that company with billions of dollars of debt while its stock prices decreased. And actors are looking at this dynamic and they're shrinking residuals and they're saying, hey, what about us? At the end of the day, I think actors are going to end up receiving more money. The organization representing motion pictures and networks has said, look, they've offered $1 billion of additional residuals and AI protection, and the actors have rejected that. It's a PR campaign on both sides, but we're going to very likely see this thing end either by Labor Day or by the end of September. We're going to very likely see a dramatic pay increase for actors, greater protections for actors. We're going to see probably increased benefits. We're going to see some protections against AI to a certain measure. A lot of that, policing that, is still unknown. But who's going to pay for it? Ultimately, the public. It'll cost you and I more to consume content, in all likelihood.
And as we look at the issue now of AI as well as the capital, obviously the money, actors and writers asking for so much, asking for more, what's the issue there with AI, and what are actors asking for specifically?
Well, they are asking that they be compensated for the AI consuming their interpretation, their images, and the writers more than the actors. But both organizations of the creatives, both unions are saying, look, we need some kind of assurance and some kind of compensation that we are going to participate in basically machine creation, because the inputs, right, the inputs that are going into the AI, the actors' voices, for example, the scripts, the actors' interpretations being used by machine learning or artificial intelligence to create something new, they should be compensated for those inputs. And I think a lot of the media organizations like the New York Times and others are reportedly looking at licensing their content for the consumption of AI, so they can monetize, they can have some kind of revenue model in which to participate in this next generation of creativity that's going to be machine assisted.
Certainly opening new avenues, but obviously likeness being kind of at the center of that debate, and certainly people want to make sure that if either their creative work or even their image is being used, not just in that single shoot that they do, that it can be that they also are paid if it's used later. Of course, I know there's been the argument, and I don't know how founded you may believe this is, but the argument that movie studios might come in and film a few extras and then essentially use their images in perpetuity. Is that something that you think is happening, and is that the concern, especially from the actors?
Yeah, the actors, creatives, writers are very concerned about this next generation of technology, that they're essentially going to, like you said, lose control of their image, their voice, their likeness. For example, my brother, Reno Romano, is a voiceover artist, does voice for networks and motion picture promotions and things of that nature. He and other people in the voiceover industry are concerned with the use of inputs of their voices being regenerated for different purposes. And I think that's a very legitimate concern for writers, for voice actors, for regular actors, for extras, as you pointed out. And is there evidence that's happening? To a certain extent, yes. Just visit ChatGPT, type in a famous person's name or a writer's name, and have it spit out something in the voice or the style of that writer, and see what it generates. So it's happening now. AI is consuming original image, likeness, and voice, and creating something different without compensation to the originator of that creativity. And that's a concern for creatives.
Now, with actors also joining the writers on strike, how urgent do you think the need is for some sort of resolution to come, especially as many Hollywood movies, TV shows have already been delayed because of the writers being on strike?
I think it's quite urgent. It has the ability to really put a stranglehold on the city of Los Angeles and other places that are dependent on the industry. I think both sides would like to see a resolution, but I think they're not willing to compromise on what's important to them. They will have to compromise, and that compromise will most likely take place in September. I don't have a crystal ball, obviously, but that's my best guess.
We'll all wait and see, and I'm sure we'll be speaking much later as this continues on. Dominic Romano over there at the Romano Law Firm in New York City, managing partner there. Thanks so much for joining us. Anything I didn't ask you, anything you want to add?
Thanks, Giacomo. I think that, hopefully this will resolve the issue for years to come, but it's easy to see how both sides are concerned with the future here.
Absolutely. Certainly a lot to consider as this new technology comes out, and obviously pay, always a big talker there. Dominic Romano there with the Romano Law Firm. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, folks, time now 7:45 on the East Coast, 4:45 over on the West Coast. I do want to get out to, we have this shot up for you right now here on Live Now from Fox. We're expecting John Kerry to be speaking over in Beijing any time. But first, we're going to a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Taking a live look over New York City this morning. It's 7:47 on the East Coast, 4:47 over on the West Coast. That's the Statue of Liberty through all that fog as you wake up to a bit of a cloudy morning over there in the Northeast. But of course, much of the western United States and the Southwest, all the way into southern Florida, expected to be getting hit with some pretty serious extreme heat. That coming through all this morning. This is some 80 million Americans are expected to face heat advisories over the next several days. Madison Allworth following the very latest on this for us this morning. Let's listen in.
Being a peak travel time, tourists in Las Vegas are braving the famous Strip. Others in Nevada aren't missing a beat.
The heat, I'm fine. My wife just went and got me some water, so I'm good.
Tourists all across the world having to deal with soaring temps. In Italy, officials are handing out reusable plastic water bottles to keep struggling visitors hydrated.
We were prepared, but it is one thing to hear it or read it. It is another thing to feel it. It is truly a lot. It is very hot. Here it is really dreadful.
Travel is getting interrupted by extreme weather as heat, wildfire smoke, and severe rain are grounding planes. Delays and cancellation causing headaches for passengers at Newark Liberty International Airport.
I got here at 3 p.m. yesterday. I was supposed to leave at 6 o'clock p.m. Our flight got delayed till midnight. They put us on a plane at 1 o'clock, kept us there for 1 hour. After an hour, they told us our plane was canceled.
I suppose I have to stand in with a long line to ask what to do. I'm not sure, so we're just kind of stuck. We don't know what to do.
Making matters worse, airline experts say a shortage of air traffic controllers plus extreme weather could equal excessive flight delays and cancellations. At Newark Liberty International Airport, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
All right, thanks so much there to Madison Allworth with Fox Business following that intense heat expected across the U.S. Here's a live look over in Beijing. We're expected to hear from the U.S. climate envoy John Kerry to speak there in Beijing after meeting with counterparts there in China. Time now 7:50 on the East Coast. We're going to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Our final one of the hour. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca, taking a live look over Delray Beach, Florida. Beautiful shot there. Is clear skies this morning as folks are waking up there on the East Coast. It's almost 8 o'clock. It's 7:52 now on the East Coast. In a social media tirade, former President Trump said that he received notice that he's target of a federal grand jury probing his actions leading up to the Capitol 6 riot on January 6th. It's a sign as the investigation winds down that more charges against him could be imminent. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively reports from Washington.
Former President Donald Trump is entangled with the law yet again after just last month pleading not guilty to federal charges related to his handling of classified documents. Now another indictment could be coming down the pike. Special counsel Jack Smith sent a letter to Trump Sunday informing him he is the target of a criminal investigation looking at efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
These letters often tell the target that they need to preserve evidence, that they need to look at counsel, and that they have a set period of time where they can appear before the grand jury.
And charges could be next. Investigators have been eyeing obstruction, looking at Trump's actions leading up to the Capitol riot. It would be his third criminal indictment in months, but Republicans say the timing is not accidental.
If you notice recently, President Trump went up in the polls and was actually surpassing President Biden for re-election. So what do they do now? Weaponize government to go after their #1 opponent.
Mr. Trump's legal woes are sucking all the oxygen out of the GOP primary. But politically, it might be what the frontrunner needs.
Each of these indictments seems to give him a boost in the polls.
The White House is declining to comment on the case. Other Democrats say they weren't surprised.
And I expect Donald Trump to be indicted in the near future.
We also expect state charges to come very soon related to Trump's actions to overturn election results in Georgia. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And my colleague Andrew Kraft spoke with Randy Zellen on the latest potential charges probe into former President Donald Trump. Let's listen in, raw and unfiltered.
Even further, especially the legal implications of this, because it is so unprecedented, and I know we use that word a lot in the news business. We want to do that, though, right now with friend of the program and legal analyst Randy Zellen. He joins me now. Randy, good to see you. You and I have talked about the last two Trump indictments, one in April there in New York, the other in June in Florida, one state, one federal. But my question for you is, if you are the target of an investigation and you get a target letter, is an indictment an inevitability? Does that mean it is on the horizon, pending, gonna happen?
I certainly wouldn't put my money against it happening, because the whole purpose of a target letter, it's exactly what it sounds like. There's no magic to this. That is a letter that says, look, friend, we have a grand jury put together and they're looking into you. And we believe that you have engaged in criminal conduct. So if you would like to present your version of events to the grand jury in an effort to get yourself out of this jam, then we invite you to do so. And then there's typically other language that goes into a target letter having to do with the preservation of evidence. And as Seinfeld would say, yada, yada, yada. But the true takeaway is, with a target letter, which, by the way, the DOJ does not have to give out. And in most cases, they don't give out because they don't want to be concerned about, oh, you send Randy a target letter. Well, what's Randy going to do? He's going to take his computers, throw them off the top of Mount Everest. He's going to burn his house down with all of the incriminating documents in it. And he's going to split to a country that doesn't have extradition. So you typically don't see these things.
Yeah, but there is the plausibility that, you know, there could be multiple targets, right? Or correct me if I'm wrong here. He might not be the only target in the January 6th probe, correct?
Well, listen, we already know that 16 fake electors were just charged in Michigan. So, yes, I think it would be fair to say that this may not be a single defendant caption.
Okay, but one of these individuals, high profile, in Trump's orbit, especially post-2020 election, that's Rudy Giuliani, his lawyer, former New York City mayor. He, it's been reported, sat down with special counsel Jack Smith's team for about 8 hours under what is known as a proffer agreement. What is that, and do you think he's going to be swept up into this?
Well, let me start with the second question first, because I think that's a more complicated question. When you indict someone's lawyer, along with that someone, you are opening not up a Pandora's box. You are opening up like the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Okay.
Of issues concerning going after a lawyer, attorney-client privilege, attorney work product, the arguments of this will shake the very core of the attorney-client privilege, and this is a foundational aspect of our system of justice. So I'm not sure that anyone is in any great hurry to indict Rudy Giuliani next to Donald Trump. I think there are other things that you can do to Mr. Giuliani before the statute of limitations expires. Just strip him down.
Yeah.
Law license being taken away, lawsuits, investigations where ultimately he says, uncle, and he comes in and looks to make a deal. And certainly it is telling that he sat with the special counsel for 8 hours. So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
What is a proffer? A proffer is a fancy way of saying, I enter into a written agreement with the government. And by the way, this is an agreement that is to the advantage of the government. Don't be mistaken. Government doesn't sign anything, doesn't put anything in front of you that isn't to their advantage, because what a proffer session is supposed to do, and we hear the term queen for a day, king for a day, we want to be gender neutral, important person for a day. What it essentially says is, look, the words that come out of your mouth, you can talk freely to us. We will not use against you the words that come out of your mouth during this session. So you have what we call use immunity, or coverage from the words that come out of your mouth. But there are all kinds of exceptions. And well, if you do this, all bets are off. If you went in and met with the government without any agreement, and you were, let's say, the subject of an investigation, meaning the government has a grand jury convened and things that you've done are being brought to the attention of the grand jury. So you're not a witness, but you're not yet a target. You're in between. You would be better off going in and speaking to the government without any proffer agreement, because you get more protection under the federal rules of criminal procedure and more protection under the federal rules of evidence. The proffer agreement actually takes away a lot of those protections. Okay. But technically, you're supposed to get immunity from the words that come out of your mouth. So yes, Rudy Giuliani ostensibly went in and for 8 hours told the tale. And he did it one of two ways. One, he did it in an effort to convince the government that he hasn't done anything wrong, which is called an innocent proffer. Or he went in and tried to convince the government that he can be useful to the government. So please don't indict me. I'm prepared to help you against other people. Whether that includes the former president, stay tuned.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Trump now 3 times has kind of preempted these prosecutors and let his followers, his legion of supporters, know ahead of time, how hard is that for his legal team to fight against? I mean, is that an approach or a suggestion that you would give a client? Hey, let's get this out there before it comes down.
That is a question that it's like art. You look at a piece of art, it's in the eyes of the beholder. You can look at it one moment and feel one way, look at it another moment and feel another way. My knee-jerk reaction would normally be, hey, that's insane. But if you think about it, if you let it marinate, you see the utility to it.
Oh.
What is Mr. Trump doing? He's controlling the narrative.
Sure.
He's getting his story out first. He's stealing the government's thunder. He's letting you know, I'm about to be indicted. I'm a victim. He's playing the victim card. And again, media training 101. Let me get my story out first, because if I'm telling you and I know about it, then how bad could it really be?
Okay.
Even if it's really bad. And he loves to play up the fact that he's getting arrested, playing the sympathy part. He's not getting arrested.
Right. I mean, Randy, though, just lastly, I want to get into Jack Smith's head if we can here, because everyone has said that the classified documents probe was a much easier case to bring. We saw that. We talked to you about that federal indictment a month ago. And everyone who has been watching this has said that Jack Smith and his team of prosecutors is going to be...
All right, thanks so much there to my colleague Andrew Kraft, breaking down all the latest on that grand jury probe into former President Donald Trump over there in Washington, D.C. There's a live look over there for you over at the U.S. Capitol, as the Powerball is expected to reach over $1 billion. This after the Powerball jackpot, well, it didn't strike on Monday. Well, now we have Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji on the ground for us, following the latest on all that lottery stuff. Good morning, Reagan. How are you? And what are we learning about how excited people are about this lottery drawing?
Well, if you ask me how I am, I'd say hopeful. I have already gotten many requests to purchase tickets under the understanding that I get a cut of whatever ticket I'm going to be purchasing. However, all that said, yes, it is a very big Powerball drawing tonight. Mega Millions is on Friday. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up too is because a combined, if somebody wins both, which is very unlikely, you could walk away with nearly $2 billion. So, yeah, it is a very big deal here in New York and throughout the country with these lottery winnings. And just to give you a bit more information, take a listen to this story. The Mega Millions or Powerball drawings so far this week, which means the purse for the two combined is close to $2 billion. Starting with Mega Millions, after no one won during Tuesday's drawing, the jackpot has reached $720 million, the fifth largest in game history. So far this year, tickets sold in New York have been on a hot streak. 3 of the 6 jackpot wins in 2023 are from the Empire State. Could Fridays make it lucky number 7? And then there's Powerball, the pot of money for tonight's drawing reaching $1 billion, expected to be the third highest in U.S. history. The largest Powerball jackpot was last November at a whopping $2 billion. The odds of winning the top prize, 1 in 292.2 million. Okay, so I have my numbers here, and I don't want to mess them up. But the Powerball drawing, yes, we say it's nearly $1 billion tonight. But if you decided to walk away with the cash prize, that's $516 million. And then Mega Millions is on Friday. Yes, we said it was $720 million. The cash for that, if you're going to decide that option, nearly $370 million. All it takes is a couple bucks and a dream. We're live here in New York City. Back to you, Giacomo.
Not too shabby. More than $500 million for that big drawing. If you take the cash, man, I tell you what, I could do with just $1 million and I'd be happy there. Reagan, tell me, is that a lucky shot?
I know, like you asked, what would you do, right?
Exactly. Is there a big shot that's super lucky or?
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to tell you that one, because if I tell you that one, that means everyone's going to know, and then my odds of winning are now depleted. But there are many smoke shops around here that offer the lottery tickets, Giacomo. If you want to Zelle me or Venmo me, I can maybe pick up a ticket or two. But again, we're splitting the wins. That's all I'm saying.
Reagan Medji there over at Fox 5 New York, covering all the latest on that lottery buildup. Thanks so much over there, Reagan. We appreciate it. Okay, folks, want to get to a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes.
All right.
So we have
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us here at 8:09 on the East Coast, 5:09 over on the West Coast. We learned just yesterday that an American soldier was detained in North Korea. Andrew Kraft spoke to an expert breaking down what may have happened here and learning all the new details that came out from defense officials just yesterday. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered as my colleague breaks down all the latest information on that.
Demarcation line, which is the actual border between the two countries, is really a series of signs within the DMZ. And then 2 kilometers north, 2 kilometers south is the actual DMZ. It's heavily fortified, a lot of barbed wire, mines, etc. But the joint security area is sort of a circular area that's not fortified. And that's where you may see the baby blue buildings where a lot of negotiations take place. That's where Donald Trump stepped across the military demarcation line in the joint security area during his meeting with Kim Jong-un several years ago. So within that area, the guards don't have weapons. There's no barbed wire along that military demarcation line. And in the video you showed, you may have seen a slightly raised concrete block between two light blue buildings. That is what the gentleman ran across. So it is quite easy to do it at that place.
Yeah. I mean, you know, from your point of view, and from mine, I mean, his whole life is in question now. I mean, we do know his name, Private Second Class Travis King. We don't know the nature of what he is being disciplined for, the allegations against him. We just know he was in U.S. custody in South Korea, where there are thousands of U.S. troops based, for about 1.5 years. So hopefully that will be a little clearer in the hours and days ahead, because I have that question as well. But for someone in the U.S. military to essentially defect to North Korea to get out of punishment on U.S. soil, you know, it just boggles the mind, as if in North Korea it would be any better. Unless he is trying, I'm not trying to get into his frame of mind or anything, unless he is trying to be some diplomatic chip here.
Right. It appears he had been released from South Korean custody for assault and was being sent back to his unit in the United States for additional military punishment and perhaps separation from the military. He was still a private second class after 2 years, which is unusual. Usually there's a promotion to private first class by then. So rather than facing discipline or perhaps prison in the U.S., he decided to, whether it's defection or desertion. So he's now in custody in North Korea. And obviously the question is, well, what will happen? There have been cases in the past where U.S. Citizens were detained for quite some time. They had a coerced confession or coerced apology, and then the U.S. had to send a very senior former official or current official. There have been other times, though, where Americans sort of ran into North Korea, either across the DMZ or more likely from China. And after a few weeks or even months, the North Koreans simply released them. So we don't know which way this will go, but I think it's less likely that it'll be U.S. official or negotiations.
Okay, because obviously the name Otto Warmbier comes to everyone's minds, that very, very young college student from Ohio who was held in North Korean custody for so long, ultimately losing his life because of that. And this individual, Travis King, he's in his early 20s as well. He was set to be returned to Fort Bliss in Texas, but the nature of how he kind of got out of the custody or the eyesight of U.S. officials is almost like out of a spy thriller or movie. Instead of getting on the plane, he left and joined a tour, just a tourist civilian trip of the Korean border village of Panmunjom, where he ran across the border. So the specific nature of how he got out of the custody of U.S. officials, I think, is just fascinating.
Well, we don't know if it's like he broke away from guards. I think it sounds more like he didn't report to the airport as he was supposed to. So it may not have been he was running away from guards. And when Americans are detained, there's a difference between those who have sort of simply entered into the country illegally and those who have committed a crime within North Korea, at least by North Korean law. So those who have tried to proselytize, leave a Bible behind, which in North Korean law is very, causing regime instability and is heavily punished. People have been sentenced to a decade or more of hard labor, though they're often released early. Things that are seen as a crime more than just illegal entering the country are more harshly punished. And those are when they go to trial and have lengthy prison sentences. And then that's when the negotiations and perhaps a senior official goes. But if it's just entering the country, those are more likely to be released in a shorter period of time.
Okay. I mean, Bruce, you and I know, everyone really knows. This is common sense. We do not have very good relations with North Korea. What are the diplomatic avenues, even out there, if any, to bring this individual home? Who's going to be the point person? This is going to be a long while, is it not?
Well, we'll see. It's certainly going to be, I would think, weeks or perhaps months. The U.S. is going to try to contact North Korea through numerous channels. Most notably right there at the joint security area, there's a military phone there, a hotline. North Korea has been refusing to pick up the phone for quite some time. Also, we can engage with North Korean diplomats and at the UN, where we have the North Korean mission and the U.S. mission to the UN. Also, within North Korea, the Swedish embassy acts as our conduit to North Korea. So I'm sure we're trying any number of ways to contact North Korea. And also, we would be calling upon South Korea and perhaps China to engage with North Korea as well.
Hey, Bruce, just lastly, we're showing images of the DMZ here. Have you been there in your studies? Have you traveled there? Give us a sense of what it's like. How tense is the atmosphere there?
I've been there many times. And as you can see right there on the screen, it's that little bit of a raised concrete block. That's the military demarcation line, obviously no barbed wire. So if you're inside that blue building, when you walk north of the table, which is exactly in the middle, you are technically in North Korea. But there's usually a U.S. or a South Korean guard standing at the northern door to prevent not so much North Koreans from snatching you, but keeping tourists from doing something stupid. If you're out there along that negotiating row, yes, you can kind of break away from the group and run across. The guards there are trying to prevent you from doing anything, but they're not detaining you. So it is something that someone could do. Obviously, it's not a very smart thing to do because he obviously is in a great deal of trouble right now in not only North Korea, but if he were to be returned to the U.S., he's also now facing additional charges, I'm sure.
You know, I just still keep having so many questions about this. Bruce, just lastly, though, do you worry North Korea is going to use this as a bargaining chip? Do you worry about the safety in North Korean detention and custody of this individual, Travis King, and the fact that, North Korea might use him, much like they did Otto Warmbier, to possibly extract concessions, to get, the U.S. to engage yet again? Where do we go from here?
Well, each case seems to be a bit different, and it can go sort of from one extreme to the other. So some think that this may be a way of a catalyst for discussions at a higher level between the U.S. and North Korea. However, Pyongyang has repeatedly been saying they have no interest in discussion, let alone negotiations. So I think the discussions will be more at a tactical level, really just dealing with trying to ascertain the well-being of this individual, his intentions, whether he wants to come back, whether he wants to stay in North Korea, and then if he has changed his mind and wants to come back, trying to get him released. So I don't foresee that it'll be a high-level demands for U.S. concessions, but you never know. And obviously, given Otto Warmbier's situation, of course, we're very concerned about any American in North Korea, and that's why the State Department has prevented travel to North Korea by U.S. citizens.
Right. Bruce Klinger with the Heritage Foundation. Always appreciate your insight into these major international events. We'll definitely be bringing you on again if there are any developments. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks there to my colleague Andrew Kraft following the latest on that American detained over there in North Korea. Of course, defense officials provided updates on that yesterday. When we get a chance, we'll work to play those out for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we are standing by waiting on first live event of the morning. John Kerry over in Beijing. He's the U.S. climate envoy, expected to speak any moment now. That podium shot's been up for about half an hour now, still working we're still monitoring that to see when he'll step to the podium, but when he does, we'll make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we are going to go ahead out to a quick commercial break, the first one of the hour here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Want to get out to an update that we have for you on the case of a missing Alabama woman. Police say they have found that 25-year-old woman who vanished from the side of an Alabama interstate after calling 911 to report seeing a toddler. She's now home safe, but police have not yet released the details about what happened to her or where she was during their two-day search. Officials are expected to be holding a news conference to provide those updates around 3:30 this afternoon. But officials in a release just last night provided some very interesting info that we have to share with you. Police saying that the woman apparently went to a Target prior to her disappearance to buy snacks, and those were not found in her abandoned car. There were also no other reports of a wandering toddler. Surveillance in her neighborhood showed that she was walking alone prior to her returning home. Okay, we have this shot over in London today as folks across the pond are waking up over there in the UK. Beautiful shot this morning. Like to show that for you here on Live Now from Fox as things start to get moving on this Wednesday, July the 19th. Here's a shot over in Beijing as we await now for John Kerry, the climate envoy, to speak following a meeting with his counterparts over in Beijing. Temperatures across the U.S. today expected to be incredibly hot, in some areas reaching as much as 110 degrees. Some 27 million Americans could be facing similar temperatures. I want to get over to Madison Allworth following the very latest on the serious weather.
But with summer being a peak travel time, tourists in Las Vegas are braving the famous strip. Others in Nevada aren't missing a beat.
I'm fine. My wife just went and got me some water, so I'm good.
Tourists all across the world having to deal with soaring temps. In Italy, officials are handing out reusable plastic water bottles to keep struggling visitors hydrated.
We were prepared, but it is one thing to hear it or read it. It is another thing to feel it. It is truly a lot. It is very hot. Here it is really dreadful.
Travel is getting interrupted by extreme weather as heat, wildfire smoke, and severe rain are grounding planes. Delays and cancellation causing headaches for passengers at Newark Liberty International Airport.
I got here at 3 p.m. yesterday. I was supposed to leave at 6 o'clock p.m. Our flight got delayed till midnight. They put us on a plane at 1 o'clock, kept us there for 1 hour. After an hour, they told us our plane was canceled.
I suppose they have to stand in this long line to ask what to do. I'm not sure, so we're just kind of stuck. We don't know what to do.
Making matters worse, airline experts say a shortage of air traffic controllers plus extreme weather could equal excessive flight delays and cancellations. At Newark Liberty International Airport, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
I'm just going to... All right, thanks so much to our reporters on the ground following the very latest on that hot weather. Meanwhile, just yesterday, we know Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin provided updates on that American who was arrested in North Korea after crossing into the DMZ. Let's listen raw and unfiltered.
Virtually this time. And I'm especially grateful to Ukraine's Minister of Defense, Oleksiy Reznikov, for joining us again today and highlighting Ukraine's most urgent battlefield needs. I also want to thank General Milley for his leadership and his deep commitment to the self-defense of Ukraine. Now, today's meeting of the contact group comes at a critical time. We're following on the heels of a highly successful NATO summit in Vilnius last week, where many of our closest allies announced significant security packages for Ukraine's defense. And Ukraine is continuing its critical counteroffensive to regain its sovereign territory. Now we're seeing Ukraine make progress, and Russia's losses continue to mount. The Ukrainian people have shown outstanding courage as they fight for their country. As we saw again today, this contact group stands united behind them. Today, we recommitted to supporting Ukraine during its crucial counteroffensive and for the long haul. And this is no time to slow down. The United States and our allies and partners have moved mountains to provide Ukraine with critical air defense systems, munitions, and more. And so coming out of today's meeting, I'm grateful to all of our allies and partners for their commitment and their clarity of purpose. I've asked our friends to continue to dig deep into their military stocks because we're going to do what it takes to support Ukraine's sovereign right to live free today and for the future. Now, during today's meeting, we talked about Ukraine's ongoing requirements, including, as I've said, its urgent need for ammunition. We also discussed plans to ramp up production at both the national level and the multinational level through the European Union's important initiative to produce more ammunition. We heard from the co-leads of the F-16 training coalition, Denmark and the Netherlands. They continue to make progress on a cohesive training plan and to help some very eager Ukrainian pilots learn to fly fourth-generation aircraft. I'd like to thank Minister Poulsen and Minister Alongren for their leadership. And such initiatives clearly show that members of this contact group continue to meet Ukraine's near-term needs while also working to get Ukraine what it needs for the long term. In other words, we're going to continue to walk and chew gum at the same time. For example, Sweden and France have both signed bilateral agreements with Ukraine for defense procurements and more. And that's going to help Ukraine get even more advanced systems, and it will foster deeper cooperation going forward. And both of these agreements demonstrate our long-term focus on building up Ukraine's enduring strength. And these commitments underscore how badly Putin miscalculated when he invaded Ukraine last year. 3 of his blunders are especially clear today. First, Putin thought that he could take Kyiv in days and force a new government of Russian puppets on the Ukrainian people. But Ukraine chose to fight back. The Ukrainian armed forces have defended their country with courage and skill. Second, the Kremlin bet that the world would just live with its cruel assault on Ukraine. But Russia's aggression and atrocities have shocked the world, including even Moscow's long-term partners. And that brings me to Putin's final miscalculation. He thought that Ukraine's friends would waver or flee. Instead, nations of goodwill from around the world have stood up for Ukraine's sovereign right to defend itself. And by joining together, we have achieved something extraordinary. And today, this contact group stands as united and firm as ever. So make no mistake, we are determined to support Ukraine's fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And with that, let me turn it over to General Milley.
Thanks, Secretary. I appreciate that. And good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for being here. I want to start by thanking Secretary Austin for his unwavering commitment and leadership to the Ukrainian Defense Contact Group in support of Ukraine in their time of need. This is our 14th meeting, and month after month, Secretary Austin keeps the direction of this 50-nation-plus strong coalition focused on the strategic objectives. And I also want to express my deep appreciation to the various ministers and chiefs of defense who participated today, whose unfaltering support to Ukraine has been a beacon of solidarity since Russia began its vicious war of choice. For more than 500 days, Russia has continued their illegal war, while Ukrainians have stood strong in the face of Russia's unprovoked attacks and are an inspiration to all free nations. Russia's war of choice, Russia's war of aggression, is a frontal assault on the rules-based international order that has prevented great power war for the last 8 consecutive decades. It is not only an illegal war of aggression, it's also an unnecessary war against a country that presented no military threat to Russia. An unnecessary, unjust, illegal war of aggression for more than 500 days. And yet, the Ukrainian people have demonstrated their extraordinary determination to remain free, a freedom they have known for the last 30 years. They fight with grit and tenacity, exhibiting a profound spirit of resistance and resilience. As Ukraine continues its counteroffensive, we are reminded that real war is not war on paper. Real war is unpredictable. It's filled with fear and fog and friction. Real war is brutal. The crucible of combat has enormous costs in terms of killed, wounded, displaced persons, and refugees. And yet, despite the enormous costs, the Ukrainians are advancing steadily and deliberately, braving brutal and bloody battles to reclaim their homeland. As we publicly said weeks ago, this offensive will be slow, it'll be difficult, and it'll come at a high cost. This battle continues as the Ukrainians fight through dense minefields and obstacles, while a robust Ukrainian reserve force lies in wait to be committed at the optimal time and place of Ukrainian choosing. The Ukrainian Contact Group's assistance to Ukraine goes beyond mere words or symbolic gestures. We are committed to helping them where it matters most. Collectively, the coalition has trained 17 brigade combat teams for this offensive and more than 63,000 troops. And the United States alone has trained 15,000 of those, with more training ongoing. Training has included individual, non-commissioned officers and staff training, along with artillery, air defense artillery, engineers, logistics, medical, and of course, putting it all together in combined arms maneuver at night.
That's General Mark Milley there providing updates on the war in Ukraine, ongoing now for more than a year. The time now, 8:34 over on the East Coast, 5:34 over on the West Coast. We're going to our third commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 8:36 on the East Coast, 5:36 over on the West Coast. Taking a live look right now over the U.S. Capitol, where later today the Israeli president is expected to address Congress, marking 75 years since Israel became a nation. Meanwhile, officials with the Defense Department providing updates just yesterday on that American soldier detained in North Korea. My colleague Andrew Kraft spoke with national security expert Hal Kempfer on the very latest on that. Let's listen in, raw and unfiltered, as they break it down.
Hal Kempfer, and Hal has been to Korea many, many times here, but this is such an interesting story, and I was really taken by surprise. So this is what we know. And you heard there in Greg Palcott's report, Travis King is his name. He's a private second class, and he was facing some type of military disciplinary action of which we don't really know. And he was really, I believe, in U.S. custody for about a year and a half at one of these South Korean prisons or jails that is somewhat administered by U.S. officials. We have thousands of troops there in South Korea. And then everything went awry. From my standpoint, Hal, watching this story, how do you cross the DMZ? You get taken into detention by North Koreans. Your life has changed dramatically. If you think being over in North Korea is somewhat better than facing, any penalty here stateside in the United States, what do you think was going through his mind?
Andrew, I think you really kind of summed it up. Everything went awry. He was over there on a rotation with a unit. He's out of actually a battalion that has Bradleys. He's a scout. Scout infantry, rides in the back of an armored vehicle. He was on rotation in Korea, and he was due to get on a rotator flight. He'd actually checked in for a flight to rotate back to the United States, and then he just left. He left the terminal. And he got on one of these tours at Panmunjom, which is, that is the DMZ. That's a little village or compound that was set up for negotiations with North Korea. That's where North Korea, South Korea, the U.S., we would all meet, kind of a neutral area. But on the ground there's bricks put on the ground that mark the DMZ. They mark the actual border. And so there's no fence, there's no barbed wire, there's no minefields, anything there. It's this unique compound where the actual line is right there on the ground. And if you go in the building, some of the buildings, the line is actually on the ground in the buildings.
And we can see it right there.
So North and South Korea. He went there and literally, from all reports, he ran across that line deliberately. It wasn't that they took him. It looks like he actually defected, that he went up there. Now, one thing I want to mention, the report is that he was pending some sort of judicial punishment, whether it was a court-martial or non-judicial punishment, wasn't clear. Also, that he had been held in something like a brig or some sort of judicial status prior. From that, I can discern that he was in a lot of trouble, and he was going to get into more trouble with his judicial situation. So in his state of mind, it's very possible, and certainly I've, having deployed over to the Far East many times, having done many exercises in Korea, it's possible that he just saw his life, he's a young man, he saw his life collapsing, and in that state of mind, what was going through his mind? Desperation. Very typical of if we were to profile the very few, and it's been very few military service members who have crossed the DMZ into North Korea. Not unique, but it's very, very small. All of them seem to have some sort of trouble, usually judicial trouble in their lives, and that part of the psychological makeup of why they decide to do that. Of course, in every case, they realized whatever they were facing was fairly inconsequential once they realized what they had just done, which is to cross to North Korea. Immediately they realized whatever they were facing, it was nothing compared to what they're facing now. And North Korea has no reason to return him anytime soon. I mean, he crossed of his volition in there. So they didn't kidnap him. I should mention, though, North Korea does have a history of kidnapping Westerners. Yeah. In fact, there was a long time in the 70s and 80s, they were actually kidnapping young Japanese girls. They would go in and kidnap them and take them to North Korea. And this was something that went on for decades. There was a special operations, like their version of, I don't know, their version of Green Berets or something. They would go and kidnap these young Japanese girls. They'd take them over there and they would have them teach them, they would use them to teach Japanese and Japanese cultural skills, and all of it was for intelligence purposes to help them with infiltration operations. It was a bizarre practice. It went on for a very long time.
Yeah.
Some have been repatriated, but the North Koreans are fairly devious.
Yeah. I mean, Hal, obviously the story of Otto Warmbier comes to mind. I mean, that young college student who lost his life. He was coming back into the United States, and he just didn't make it from the time he spent in that North Korean prison over just really bogus, phony charges there. And everyone is kind of thinking about this today because we don't have the best relationship with North Korea. We barely have one. It is so tense. It is so volatile. I mean, who's going to be the diplomatic lead on this? It almost seems like Travis King has now put his entire fate in the hands of North Koreans and is going to be relying, or on their lack thereof, of the North Koreans' goodwill. So diplomatically speaking, where do we stand here, do you think? Are the wheels turning as we speak right now on that front?
Well, there are, and there is a way we can talk about DMZ issues. That's what Panmunjom is for, that we can actually go there and meet with our North Korean counterparts and have these discussions about various things. And there's a lot of administrative things that happen along the DMZ across the board. You know, there's problems. If you want to go back long enough, there was one situation I recall quite vividly where some of our troops went in there to actually prune a tree that was obstructing our view of the DMZ. And then the North Koreans went in there and literally hacked them to pieces and killed them. And that was a major flashpoint. And there have been various different types of combat actions, for lack of a better term, that have happened over the many years since the Korean War along the DMZ, where there's been shooting and other things, other types of incursions and occurrences, some with deadly consequences. So there are things that have to be discussed routinely along. So there is a way to do that. With that said, I think he's kind of stuck for a while because there's no reason. Now, I don't want to equate him with Warmbier. Warmbier did something that was, kind of poorly thought out.
Sure.
But it wasn't along these lines. He wasn't
he
trying to...
He stole a banner in some, outside of some, government building or what have you. Those were the charges.
Yeah. And, I mean... in a Western context, it would have been no big deal.
Sure.
But in North Korea, they used it, and of course, they essentially used it, and it ended up getting Warmbier essentially killed by North Korea.
Right.
In this case, he defected. King defected of his own volition. From everything we've seen, he's now a deserter in the U.S. military, and if he does come back if we get him back anytime, he's going to face a lot more charges than when he left.
Yeah. Hal, so I just want to let the viewers know, and you, I mean, this is a LiveNOW look. We don't really get this vantage point very often. This just came across for us from the Associated Press. So this is a view of the North Korean side of the inter-Korean border. Of course, this is after what we've all been talking about today. I'm being told it's about 10:15 on a very early Tuesday morning there on the Korean Peninsula. Very cloudy, very hazy, very gray. But just want to let the viewers know this vantage point on the other side of the world. And so, Hal, I was struck as well. We heard from Milley and Austin today at this joint briefing, and they were asked about this, and they said, you used the word deserter, but they said they're going to do everything they can to get him home.
That's just basically our creed.
Totally.
We try to bring everybody home, even when they do things which are fairly ill-considered. We're still going to try and get him. He is a U.S. soldier, but he is going to face military justice when he gets back because look at the totality of what he did, and if he deserted, which is what it looks like he did, he deserted. he's going to face some very, very serious charges because of that. By the way, I'd like to mention that what you're looking at along the DMZ,
Sure, let's put that up. Yeah.
Sort of, we call them Potemkin villages, so to speak. They actually, the North Koreans build these kind of facade villages, and in many cases, they actually have a whole regimen to make it look like it's an actual village. It's to make it look like the standard of living in North Korea is much better, much higher than what it actually is. They're sort of fake villages that they've sprung out there, and that might be one of them right there that we're looking at.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is going to be, I think, a story that is going to be going on for quite some time. But what will you be looking for, I guess, in the hours, days, weeks ahead as we continue to cover this?
I'm going to be looking for whatever the diplomatic initiative is. It'll be curious to see if we end up using a third party. I'm thinking of former Governor Richardson. Might go in. He's got a long history of stepping in with situations like this, dealing with North Korea to try and get people back. So we might use somebody who's not currently, a Biden administration official, but special envoy of some sort to go in there and try to negotiate to get Travis King back.
All right. Hal Kempfer, as always, we can't thank you enough for your valuable insight into these major international headlines, and we'll be definitely speaking again. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks so much there to Andrew Kraft, following the latest on that arrest made over in North Korea. Taking a look right now over at Fox Weather, this from our partners there with Fox Weather, showing us some severe weather in the Cape Girardeau, Missouri area, there in southern Illinois, my old stomping grounds, an area well known for threats of intense flooding, thunderstorms, hail, and even potentially high and damaging winds. We'll get back to this in just a moment, but first, a quick commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We're taking a look now at our partners over at Fox Weather as a severe band of weather heads down into America's heartland there near the Cape Girardeau area, extending all the way east into parts of Tennessee. Let's go ahead and dip into this coverage here on Live Now from Fox over into our partners there again. Over at Fox Weather, we'll turn up the audio and listen in as they provide those important updates.
Unfortunately, some of the cars there that had stalled out there. I'm hoping that the homeowner who was there, unfortunately got out there, because that water, it looks to be at least several inches. That car there did the right thing by stopping there. But unfortunately, we've continued to see images just like this one there because of the intensity of the rain. It's been turning a lot of these side streets and even some of these main streets here into rivers here. And we've had a number of first responders, trying to do water rescues there. But, I think, unfortunately, Britta, we're going to be approaching here within about the next hour or two here where it's just going to be too dangerous for some people to stay home. They're going to have to evacuate.
Well, in this video out of Wingo, this was actually taken kind of in a lull that happened right before sunrise. It probably looks worse at this point, and if it isn't, it's going to get worse. Let's go back to radar. And Stephen McLeod, if you can just pause radar and go really tight between Wingo and Mayfield. There's this section of the severe storm that's just now getting into this area where we have some really, really strong winds. And look at the red popping up between New Cypress off towards Highway 45. That is very heavy rain that's moving through Fancy Farm. It's just now getting into Wingo and Mayfield. So there's only 9 miles between Wingo and Mayfield, and they're about to get slammed with strong winds and a lot of rain. So it's hit after hit after hit, now under flash flood emergency until noon.
Well, Britta, while we're monitoring this, we also have to give an update on what's happening with Tropical Storm Calvin here, because right now it has max winds at 50 miles per hour. And as of the latest advisory, it's been moving westward at about 20 miles per hour. We're already seeing rain showers impacting those of you along the Big Island here. And what's interesting to note is even if you are in Honolulu or if you're on another island, maybe Maui, you are still going to see some of the impacts here. Now, we do have tropical storm warnings in effect for the Big Island there. All of the other islands don't have any warnings just yet here. But one thing that I think it's important to note is look at the rain and look at how pretty much it is right now moving across not only the southern tip of the island, but over in the volcano area and also just to the north of there. What's going to be significant of this is the terrain here. So what essentially ends up happening along the Big Island, if you've never been there, it is mountainous terrain here. So we will start to see a lot more rain at the top of these mountains, and eventually it's got to move downward here. So I'm really concerned about this area and this area, just seeing some significant flooding here as a result of Calvin continuing to push westward here. We could pick up on anywhere between 5 to upwards of 7 inches of rain by the time this is all said and done here. So if you have any family members or friends, let them know that, we could potentially end up seeing some of those higher totals here. We're already starting to see the winds continue to gust up here. Where you see that marigold in that red color, that's an indication there that we're seeing wind gusts anywhere between 40 to about 60 miles per hour. And Britta, I think it's very important to even note here. Look at how we're even seeing those winds gusting up as far north and westward as Honolulu, up to about 28 miles per hour.
Yeah, when you have a tropical system that's starting to weaken, it's moving into an area with cooler water, everything kind of expands out. So the winds expand out, the thunderstorms expand out, the rain field expands outward, and so you have more areas that are impacted. There's a look at the wind impact with wind warnings across all of the islands. Let's go back to the lower 48, where we continue to track the flash flood emergencies in western Kentucky. We have more thunderstorms that are filtering into an area that is actively overwhelmed.
And the Fox Weather Alert System now telling us that Carlisle County, Graves County, and Hickman County, your flash flood emergency has just been extended to 1 o'clock there. So originally it was supposed to end at 12 o'clock here. But Britta, looking at the sky here, looking at what we're seeing on radar. Yeah, there's really no surprise why this was extended here.
Yes, so we're going to continue to weather through this with you.
All right, thanks so much there to our partners over at Fox Weather. Following that intense weather now coming down over in America's heartland and parts of Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and throughout much of the southeast there. All right, we want to turn over to the other big weather story of the day here on Live Now from Fox, and that, of course, is the heat. I want to bring you to a story that my colleague Lexi Petrovich brought us just last night. She spoke with a Fox News field producer who was on an aircraft that was stuck on a taxiway in the blistering heat, causing health impacts even for passengers aboard. Let's listen into this, a conversation raw and unfiltered.
Triple digits, as you can see here with our XRAD radar. Well, earlier today, we brought you this update of a flight nightmare. Passengers stuck on a plane in 111-degree heat in Las Vegas. It's a story that's now capturing national attention. And one of those passengers happened just to be a Fox News field producer. Krista Garvin is joining us now on the phone to tell us about her experience, what happened on board that Delta flight. Krista, can you hear me? How long were you stuck on the tarmac?
Yes, I can hear you. We were on the tarmac for a total of 2.5 hours, ended up on the plane for a total of 4 hours.
Wow. So tell us a little bit more about what that experience was like, how uncomfortable it was, and what you were just noticing with the passengers around you.
Yeah, I would say when we first started taxiing out, we realized that there was a long wait. A lot of planes in front of us. We had to make the stop to wait in line. Once the plane stops moving, the air turns off. So that's when you started noticing the closer you got to stopping, the air was slowing down. All we really had was the overhead air, and it was very light. They told us all to open our air vents, to close our windows, and to just stay seated, and it wouldn't be too long. After the first, hour, you really started to feel it. It was hot. It was really bad. There was a lot of people on the plane. It was a fully booked flight, and it just basically just kept getting hotter and hotter. At one point, the pilot came over the loudspeaker. We were 5th in line at that point. At one point, we were 13 in line, so we had made progress, and we were getting closer. The pilot came over the speaker and basically said, "We're going back. We have a number of emergencies in the back of the plane, and we need to get back to the gate ASAP."
Now, multiple passengers on board suffered from medical issues during this. Tell us a little bit more about what you saw and how you felt health-wise during this.
Yeah, luckily I had a water on me. They weren't passing out water, so a lot of people didn't have water on board. A lot of people were diabetic. They didn't have food. You could start to see that the flight attendants were panicking as we were heading back to the gate. So I was more towards the front, but you could tell that something bad was happening in the back. There was also a person in first class that had fainted at that point. By the time we got back to the gate, paramedics were waiting. There was an ambulance on the ground. They came on board, probably about, at first it was only a fire department, and then 3 to 4 other men came on board to help out as well with bigger backpacks. As they head towards the back, you knew that people were getting sick. They were throwing up. The sanitary people came on board to clean everything up. A woman came up to the front. She was very faint, basically going down. They ended up running up and down the aisles with oxygen tanks. They had oxygen masks on people. At one point, they said over the loudspeaker, "If you're having a medical emergency, please just press your call button so we can send someone to your seat." It was just chaotic. It was bad, and it was really, for me, it was traumatizing, so I can't even imagine what it was like if you were a child on the flight. There was babies on the flight. It was a lot to deal with.
Oh my gosh, it sounds like it. And I want to go back to what you said, though, about there being no water or food that was being passed out. Was it because they didn't have it on board already, or what was the explanation for that?
I think the reasoning was while we were taxiing or moving or sitting still out on the tarmac, nobody was supposed to be getting out of their seats, including the flight attendants. Once we got back, even when we started heading back and they could tell that things were happening, they got water right away, got sandwiches out to, they had the diabetics raise their hand, pass out some sandwiches. They really did. I don't want to put down on the flight attendants because they did such an amazing job, and they were in the same position we were in. One of the flight attendants, by the time we all got off, came out on a stretcher with an oxygen mask on. So they ended up canceling the flight because the flight attendants got ill. We were going to get back on at one point, and they just said, "Forget it, we'll do it in the morning," which they ended up canceling it the next morning as well. So it's just been quite the nightmare.
Wow, yeah, Krista, I'm sorry that you went through that other passengers, everyone, the flight crew had to deal with all of this. You didn't make it out of Las Vegas on that flight, as you said. So when did you finally leave?
I actually just landed in Salt Lake City, which is my layover to try to get back to Washington, D.C. about 5 minutes ago. So I left about an hour ago, Las Vegas.
Oh my goodness. So how is Delta going to fix this? How are they remedying the situation? Have you heard from them yet?
So they sent us all, first of all, they gave us meal vouchers once we got off the plane. After 4 hours, they said, we need to get everybody off this plane to cool it down, and hopefully we'll be able to take off. About 2 hours later, after they were taking people out on stretchers, they called it, canceled the flight until 7 a.m. the next day. They gave us all hotels, as many as they could give out, because from what I understand, there was other flights that were canceled for similar situations. Ours just seemed to be one of the worst. They gave us hotels, they gave us meal vouchers, and this morning I woke up to an apology email. They gave us 20,000 miles to our account, but it's actually kind of comical because in the first place, the flight we were on was overbooked, and they were giving out vouchers for $1,000 to not take the flight. And about 8 people took the $1,000, and they're the luckiest people on that flight because we ended up stuck in the heat with paramedics on board.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's an understatement. Krista, I cannot believe what you and other passengers had to go through on this flight. Any other final thoughts on what happened? Anything else that you would like to add? This is, like you said, a traumatizing experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think that these situations need to be thought about more before you're leaving the gate. If you know that there's backup like that, which I'm assuming these airlines do, if there's 13 planes and they're stuck and you know that the air isn't going to be working while you're sitting there, it's probably not the best idea to go out there. I mean, I'm no flight expert, but that would just be my mindset. And again, I do, my heart goes out to the people that were on that flight working because I know it was traumatizing for them as well.
Oh, me too. Krista, thank you so much for joining us and sharing a little bit about your experience. And again, so sorry that you and everyone else had to go through that, and glad that you're at least on your way to your destination.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, Krista. You as well.
All right. Thanks so much to my colleague there, Lexi Petrovich, for that interview, that conversation there with that Fox News producer stuck in a plane on a runway that had to taxi back after extreme heat made passengers as well as flight crew ill. Taking a live look right now over at Bakersfield, California. It's going to be a hot day over in Southern California as folks are waking up. Some 27 million Americans could face temperatures over 110 degrees. Some 80 million Americans today, according to the National Weather Service, facing extreme heat advisories all across the U.S. in a majority of the lower 48. The National Weather Service now warning today that additional record-breaking heat is also likely to come across the Four Corners states and from Texas to Mississippi and into South Florida. The desert Southwest will stay in triple digits, and by Thursday, some areas are expected to swelter at temperatures as high as 120 degrees. That is an incredibly hot day. Certainly want folks to stay safe and take all those proper precautions as they head outside. Here's another shot that we have over in Beijing, China. Climate envoy John Kerry is expected to speak following a meeting in Beijing with his counterparts there. This podium shot's been up for about an hour or so. He was expected to speak much earlier, but we have not seen those officials arrive just yet. We are certainly waiting and taking a look at that shot, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we can here on Live Now from Fox. Live look over at the U.S. Capitol this morning. There's a beautiful shot as folks are waking up there. A bit of a cloudy day, also a little bit of coverage from that smoke still coming in from those Canadian wildfires burning just to the north of the U.S. Capitol. Also today at the U.S. Capitol, we are expecting the Israeli President Herzog to speak before Congress today. This as Israel recognizes and celebrates its 75th anniversary. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken Also expected to be meeting with members of the Arab League sometime today. That's around 9 o'clock. A little late on our feeds there, not seeing him pop up yet. But when he does, here on Live Now from Fox, we'll work to get you all of those events live, raw, and unfiltered. It's 9:06 on the East Coast. We're going to head to a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 9:08 on the East Coast, 6:08 over on the West Coast. In a social media tirade, former President Trump said he received notice that he's a target of a federal grand jury probing his actions leading up to the Capitol riot on January 6th. It's a sign as the investigation winds down, more charges against him could be imminent. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively reports from Washington.
Do now weaponize government to go after their number one opponent.
Former President Donald Trump is entangled with the law yet again after just last month pleading not guilty to federal charges related to his handling of classified documents. Now another indictment could be coming down the pike. Special counsel Jack Smith sent a letter to Trump Sunday informing him he is the target of a criminal investigation looking at efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
These letters often tell the target that they need to preserve evidence, that they need to look at counsel, and that they have a set period of time where they can appear before the grand jury.
And charges could be next. Investigators have been eyeing obstruction, looking at Trump's actions leading up to the Capitol riot. It would be his third criminal indictment in months, but Republicans say the timing is not accidental.
If you notice recently, President Trump went up in the polls and was actually surpassing President Biden for re-election. So what do they do now? Weaponize government to go after their number one opponent.
Mr. Trump's legal woes are sucking all the oxygen out of the GOP primary. But politically, it might be what the frontrunner needs.
Each of these indictments seems to give him a boost in the polls.
The White House is declining to comment on the case. Other Democrats say they weren't surprised.
And I expect Donald Trump to be indicted in the near future.
We also expect state charges to come very soon related to Trump's actions to overturn election results in Georgia. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Thanks so much, Carolyn. My colleague Andrew Kraft spoke to Andrew Lieb, a legal expert, on what all of this could mean for the former president. Let's listen into this conversation, raw and unfiltered, as they break it down.
To talk about the Trump case today regarding January 6th, but this news broke in the interim, and I want to get your analysis on it because 16 of these Michigan residents, and I'm looking at their names and ages, Andrew, some of them are in their 70s and 80s, and they are facing many, many years in prison over a lot of these counts: forgery, conspiracy to commit forgery, conspiracy to commit uttering and publishing, which is a 14-year felony. So these are very, very serious charges, but I think the American people, when we're looking back on the 2020 election, the Electoral College and electors in each state for the winner, it can be quite confusing, can it not?
It's confusing to say that, and it's also catching me out of left field. Did anyone have Michigan in their game card today? Like, I didn't think when I was playing I wasn't going to say bingo on Michigan. This is out of left field. The DA, Dana Nessel, she really came at this. 85 years, Andrew, they're going after these guys and gals for. 85 years on 8 counts. And as you mentioned, many of them are in their 70s and 80s. There's a few in their 50s, but this is some serious charges. And we hear terms I never heard of, uttering and publishing. It's not something we talk about. Imagine being with your friends and being like, they got charged with uttering and publishing. And really that just means that you committed a fraud. You transacted a fraud with a third party. And this goes to your question. Andrew, what it means is that they faked that they were the people. They certified themselves. They perjured, they conspired, they forged that they had a right to elect the president when they didn't have the right to do that. You see, we are able in our states to pick who those people are. Right. They can't pick themselves. And in this situation, they said, we're powerful, we can do it. And they filed documents to say that, which is definitely not allowed. And now they're facing 85 years in jail, Andrew. This is serious.
You know, and Andrew, to your point, Michigan, of all places, the Biden margin of victory there was more than 150,000 votes, much closer in Georgia, much closer in Arizona as well. So I found that particularly interesting, that the Michigan Attorney General taking this action. But are there First Amendment issues at play here, that these are 16 Michigan residents, individuals, some are quite powerful in the state GOP apparatus, and they're just making their voices heard? If they think Donald Trump won the 2020 election, how can they be charged with that?
I think if it was just a statement, if they said Donald Trump won, that would be a great First Amendment case. You could say, we're allowed to have freedom of speech. I do First Amendment cases. That's a part of my practice. And we have to believe that everyone has a right to say what they have to say. That's guaranteed in the Constitution. But you do not have a right to go file papers and say you're someone that you're not. That's transacting business. That's where the uttering and publishing thing comes in. You can't fraudulently hold yourself out to be someone else. That would be like me tomorrow saying, hi, everyone, I'm Dr. Andrew. I don't have an MD. I don't have a DO. I can't just decide I'm a doctor. These people decided. They crowned themselves kings. And the problem isn't that they went on social media and said, we think Donald Trump won. Sure. The problem isn't that they said at the town square, we think Donald Trump won. The problem is they acted upon it and tried to change the results of the election through it. And I have to tell you, and this caught me very my interest. Dana Nessel, said at the very end, Dana Nessel said there might be other people that are going to be charged as well. And I think that ties into what we're seeing Fani Willis do down in Atlanta and what we're seeing Jack Smith do in this January 6th and what's going on in D.C. There might be others, and these are the first dominoes to fall. More are about to fall. This is going to get interesting fast, Andrew.
Yeah, and we know that the fake elector scheme is, really at the center, possibly a focal point even, of Jack Smith's investigation. He's the special counsel looking into who to hold to account for the January 6th Capitol riot. And that's why primarily we brought you on today, Andrew, to discuss all of that, because yet again, you and I have talked about the previous 2 indictments, one in state court there in New York, the other in federal court in Miami, against former President Donald Trump. Well, now, and we've been reporting all this all day, he came out on Truth Social today saying he is a target of Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigation. So we're going to hear right now, Andrew, from Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively, summarizing and getting our viewers up to speed about this story today. And then on the back end, we'll get your analysis. Let's listen.
Former President Donald Trump is entangled with the law yet again after just last month pleading not guilty to federal charges related to his handling of classified documents. Now another indictment could be coming down the pike. Special counsel Jack Smith sent a letter to Trump Sunday informing him he is the target of a criminal investigation looking at efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
These letters often tell the target that they need to preserve evidence, that they need to look at counsel, and that they have a set period of time where they can appear before the grand jury.
And charges could be next. Investigators have been eyeing obstruction, looking at Trump's actions leading up to the Capitol riot. It would be his third criminal indictment in months, but Republicans say the timing is not accidental.
If you notice recently, President Trump went up in the polls and was actually surpassing President Biden for re-election. So what do they do now? Weaponize government to go after their #1 opponent.
Mr. Trump's legal woes are sucking all the oxygen out of the GOP primary. But politically, it might be what the frontrunner needs.
Each of these indictments seems to give him a boost in the polls.
The White House is declining to comment on the case. Other Democrats say they weren't surprised.
And I expect Donald Trump to be indicted in the near future.
We also expect state charges to come very soon related to Trump's actions to overturn election results in Georgia. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much. Back here with Andrew Lieb now. I just want to put up the very lengthy Truth Social post that the former president posted today. It was tweeted out by our own Andy Mack. I want to read one of the paragraphs in it. He said, deranged Jack Smith, the prosecutor with Joe Biden's DOJ, sent a letter, and this is in parentheses, again, it was Sunday night, stating that I am a target, all caps, of the January 6th grand jury investigation and giving me a very short 4 days to report to the grand jury, which almost always means an arrest and an indictment. So, first question for you, Andrew. The nature, the manner of how Trump preempts all of this by telling his followers and his supporters and the wider public on social media that this is coming down the pike. What do you make of that strategy? It was the same strategy in the 2 other indictments. He's doing it again.
Legally, it's befuddling. That's the only word you can use. Like, his attorneys must be going like this right now. Like, why he's mocking the prosecutor and calling him deranged and doing this is crazy from a legal perspective. But I have to tell you, from a political perspective, I don't think that Speaker McCarthy is so wrong that he's up in the polls. And why is he up in the polls? Because it galvanizes his base. If you speak to anyone that's in Trump's corner, and not an objective independent or a Democrat or even just a run-of-the-mill Republican, but all they hear is that the government is targeting Trump, the government is out to get them, and he is the only thing in the middle of them and the government. And I have to say to you, though, it's working great, Andrew, if you're raising money. It's working great if you're running for election. But the big problem for Trump is it doesn't work great, and doesn't work great in a courtroom when you're dealing with a jury of your peers. And I have to say to Donald Trump again and again, as we've said on this show, while it's great for elections, please stop being on social media and giving us the play-by-play. I feel like he's the narrator in his own truth and crime show that we're going to go to jail on. At the end of the day, it's not helpful for what he's doing in a legal process. But my takeaway, he's going to be indicted. That's what he's 2 for 2 so far. Let's see if he's 3 for 3 on calling his indictments.
Yeah, and Andrew, we're kind of talking about some of the political considerations at play here. Another candidate today, Asa Hutchinson, the former governor of Arkansas, outright saying he should drop out. Trump should drop out of the primary race because of all of these indictments and pending indictments and cases against him. Now, Asa Hutchinson's not polling very well, and we don't know if he will make the debate stage in August in Milwaukee. Though, let's just talk about the semantics itself. The word target is that an inevitability that an indictment will come because you are a target of said investigation?
The word inevitability says that there's no possibility that it's not going to happen, and there is a possibility that it doesn't happen. But it's statistically probable that it's going to happen. It's not probable I'm going to get struck by lightning, but I may get struck by lightning. What happens when you get a target letter is one of two things. You can go to the grand jury, as he referenced, and potentially sway the jurors, albeit you don't get a free-for-all and your attorneys don't get to do whatever they want there. This is the prosecutor's show. The second thing is you can go meet with the prosecutor and show them that they're going to get egg on their face in court and you have some evidence they're missing. Neither of those things seem likely when it comes to Trump, and it seems likely he's going to be indicted here. So in the Trump scenario, I think it's a very solid bet that Trump gets indicted. He did say what happens next is an arrest and indictment, and like I said, he's 2 for 2 when it comes to New York and Florida with Jack Smith previously of calling his own indictment. I think he's going to be 3 for 3.
Yeah, because you and I have talked about if you are the target of an investigation, you either have the option, and maybe it's not so much of an option, but you can appear before the grand jury where this case is being presented to state your case and act as a witness in your own defense, if you will. Now, Trump has declined that, but if you were advising Trump and if you were his attorney, would you say go in front of the grand jury? And if so, would that mean that an indictment would not come down if he cooperated with the grand jury?
Well, first of all, cooperating with the grand jury doesn't change whether there's an indictment.
Okay.
It's about what the evidence goes
Showing up,
before the grand jury. So cooperating, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. It's a hard answer to give you, Andrew. I'll tell you, when it came to the New York indictment, definitely I would not have cooperated. I would have never went before the grand jury. When it came to the Florida indictment, I definitely wouldn't have. I wouldn't have been so public about it. I would have been pulling my client with a muzzle on his face and telling him to be quiet. But at this point, I don't know what Trump has to lose. He's going on Truth Social and saying everything. At this point, he might as well go. He's throwing both feet in, you know, they don't say put 1 foot out and 1 foot in the boat. At this point, he's going with the whole thing. This is a political witch hunt and that he doesn't care what the facts are underlying the case. And he's just making it that the deranged Jack Smith is after him. So what does he have to lose to go in? He could spin that even better for himself on Truth Social moving forward. So I don't know, maybe he should do it. For any other defendant, don't go before the grand jury.
Okay, yeah, because I was just kind of wondering whether or not they are, you know, intricately linked, if one happens with the other or vice versa. Showing up in front of the grand jury, then the indictment comes. If you don't show up in front of the grand jury, then the indictment comes. So, no, thank you for clarifying that, though. But when you're talking about other people in Trump's orbit, I want to bring up former New York City mayor and Trump's lawyer during all of this, Rudy Giuliani. You know, there are reports out there by other outlets that he sat with Jack Smith's team for about 8 hours under what is known as a proffer agreement. And you can explain what that is. From my understanding, that means anything they say, Rudy Giuliani says in that 8 hours, you know, cannot be used against him going forward in Jack Smith's case. Why was that not offered to Donald Trump, do you think? And maybe it was, I don't know. But what is a proffer agreement?
You said it perfectly. They call it queen for a day. It means that you can go there, you can say what you want, and what you say for that day isn't going to be used against you. It's not an immunity, though. It's not that there's other ways they won't do it. It's like a hedge on cooperation. It wasn't offered to Trump because he's the kingpin. He's the big fish. You do it for the underlings of what's going on in the organization. The underlings, if you liken it to a mob family, I'm not saying it is, but if you liken it, you want the pinnacle. Donald Trump's the big fish, the big prize. You wouldn't offer it to Trump because it doesn't help you. Who are you going to get if you go that's bigger than Trump? He's the biggest of them all. But I have to say, you mentioned Rudy Giuliani. And I want you to know, Rudy Giuliani, we're hearing what's going on with Michigan. We hear about Fani Willis in Georgia. Think about Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, these people that were involved in these fake electors and what's going on. I would not be sleeping well tonight if I was any of them. And I wonder if anyone else has received target letters. I'm not saying they have, but I'd be curious to see other people in the orbit of this January 6th, this fake electors, this effort to overturn the election. All those people, are any of them also getting problems today or in the near future?
Yeah, and of course, we'll wait for the reporting on that. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. But I do want to ask, though, and we can maybe look into the future, predict whatever, but if former President Donald Trump is indicted in this particular prong of Jack Smith's probes here into January 6th, what would the charges be? I mean, we don't really have any insight into that yet, do we?
The only insight is we could look to the head of the Oath Keepers. We could look to the head of the Proud Boys because they were charged by not being there. See, that's the key similarity. For not being there, and they were not at January 6th. They were not the people, but they did a seditious conspiracy charge against them, which is pretty extreme. I don't know what the charges are going to be, but Trump's best defense when it comes to both the Florida charges and these DC charges is he better win the presidency. So while you referenced before people calling for him to drop out, he needs to either win himself or hope someone else that would give him a way out. A way out. They have to say, we're going to let you out, Trump. But on the same note, that doesn't stop what's going on now in our lead state of Michigan. It doesn't stop what's going on potentially in Georgia, and it doesn't stop what's going on in New York, because you see, you can't, as a president, you can't get someone out of a state crime, and that's a big distinction. So I think that overall, right now, we don't know what the charge is going to be. We don't even know if he's going to be indicted. We're just reading tea leaves, but the tea leaves seem pretty clear that an indictment's on the way when it comes to D.C. and Jack Smith.
Yeah, Andrew, from the reporting that I've seen and read, I've been kind of looking into, how is Jack Smith going to mount this case if an indictment comes down? And he's really looking into Trump's state of mind after the 2020 election and, after the January 6th Capitol riot, about the information he was getting and whether or not he knew he lost the election and asked others in his orbit, to commit fraud, do other things
All right, taking a look right there as the opening bell for the New York Stock Exchange expected to ring any time now, about 9:27 now over on the East Coast, 6:27 over on the West Coast. We're going to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we come back, heading out to Long Island to discuss the very latest in that decades-long homicide case. We'll have more in just a moment. Welcome back. Time now 9:30 over on the East Coast, 6:30 over on the West Coast. Detectives on Long Island continuing to sift through new facts and details, I should say. Sorry about that. As they continue to follow that string of 11 slayings known as the Gilgo Beach killings. Want to turn now to this story we're continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Authorities searched the home of Rex Heuermann, the suspect there. They're now combing through storage units linked to him while using DNA evidence to see if he's connected to other cold cases. Investigators say it's unlikely a single person killed all the victims, as they insist the probe is far from over despite that watershed moment with Heuermann's arrest. He's accused in the killings of 3 of the 11 women whose remains were found buried along a remote beach highway in 2010 and 2011. Investigators say he's now the prime suspect in a 4th. However, Heuermann has pleaded not guilty. His attorney said Heuermann denied committing those crimes. I now want to bring in Anne-Marie Schubert. She's the former Sacramento County District Attorney. She's also the woman who pioneered that investigative technique known as forensic investigative genetic genealogy that led to the conviction and arrest of the Golden State killer 45 years after he claimed the life of his first victim. Joseph DeAngelo admitted to dozens of rapes and in 2020 later sentenced to life in prison without parole for the murders of 13 people. Well, good morning, Anne-Marie. Thanks so much for joining the show here on Live Now from Fox. I want to jump really right into it. Tell me about just the initial details, the facts that we're getting out of this Rex Heuermann case over in Long Island. What can we tell and what do we know about this?
Well, clearly it's a very complex and extensive investigation that dates back, apparently by all the facts that are out there, perhaps to the mid-1990s. But what it appears is that in 2010, a number of remains were found along Gilgo Beach, which led to what they often call as the Gilgo 4. And ultimately, over the course of an extensive investigation, and more recently when it was a task force was created by the commissioner, the police commissioner, there was a number of things that ultimately led to the identification of Mr. Heuermann. It appears from the affidavit that the initial calling of all that investigation led them to a truck, which seems to be a fairly unique truck from some witness statements, and many, many other things that made them hone in on him, including cell phone records, cell towers, burner phones, fake accounts, fake email accounts. Ultimately, they did hundreds of search warrants and various court order types of documents. But that then led to focusing much more on Mr. Heuermann. They had some small amounts of DNA. It appears that they had some hair evidence from some of the bodies. That hair evidence ultimately came back to at least two hairs that belong to a female, and that is believed to be the wife of Mr. Heuermann. And then there is some hair evidence that they did DNA testing on that appears to be consistent with Mr. Heuermann. So there's significant amounts. The other thing that I think is very powerful evidence is that the person that killed at least one of these victims took her cell phone and then proceeded to taunt that victim's family, which is obviously very sadistic and very disturbing behavior. So there's significant amounts. They did a lot of work. It's very extensive. It's obviously ongoing, especially with these recent searches of his house and various storage lockers. So I would anticipate this will be a long-term investigation. It may well be that more cases are charged, and it may well be that some of the cases are not charged because they cannot prove whether he did these crimes or if it's some other perpetrator.
Now, having prosecuted Joseph DeAngelo, you have extensive knowledge about the investigation into that. 13 murders, dozens of rapes, and many other burglaries across a decade, some 45 years. Knowing much about that West Coast case, what similarities do you see then in this East Coast case?
It's interesting when you really delve into the details that have been released on the Gilgo case. There are some significant, I would say, similarities. There's some very significant dissimilarities. The main dissimilarity is that these cases in New York were what are often called body dumps, meaning that the killer, killed them and left their remains on an open field. And the Golden State Killer, he went into people's homes. He targeted specific people. So that's probably the most significant difference. But setting that aside, what I find interesting is you have two individuals, and remember, Mr. Heuermann is presumed innocent, but two individuals, older white men, professionals, living, as I often say, living and hiding in plain sight, married with children. leads what is believed to be this fairly, quote, normal life. And then you realize after uncovering all of this evidence that really there's two different people. He really led a double life. So what the thing that I think is very, very similar is this taunting of the victims. And that was very prevalent in the Golden State Killer. He often targeted, his rape victims after he committed these crimes, and then he would call them and taunt them. And, very, very sadistic type of power and control kind of behavior that, he can still control this case and the fear that these people felt. So I find that very interesting. Obviously, the DNA is a common factor in both cases, but clearly, older white men, professionals leading this apparent normal, quote, normal life. And then all along the way, they're accused of committing these heinous and atrocious crimes.
Now, the suspect in this Long Island case, Herman, been charged now by prosecutors, investigators in this case, with 3 of those 11 killings. Officials also saying that he's the primary suspect or person of interest, I should say, in a 4th case. How important do you think DNA will be in proving any or all of this? And what type of DNA evidence do you think they have in this case?
Well, it appears that they did what's called mitochondrial DNA on the hair evidence. So as I mentioned, that there were hairs found by the affidavit release, that there were hairs found on 2 of the victims' bodies or on the burlap that they were wrapped in. They subjected that to a specialized kind of testing called mitochondrial DNA. That is a type of DNA that really comes from the mother's line of DNA. So that was done. That's very significant because that will be used as direct evidence to establish that this it's associated with Mr. Harriman. At least a few of those hairs were identified as potentially being his wife's. So it could be transfer DNA, or it could be something that was on him that then got onto the burlap, or it was already on the burlap and then ended up with the victims' bodies. And then there's also hair evidence linking specifically Mr. Harriman to that evidence. So that's a type of DNA that was done. That's called mitochondrial. The other type of DNA, which you mentioned at the beginning, is called forensic investigative genetic genealogy. That is what was used in the Golden State Killer. That is by far the most seismic shift we've seen in DNA analysis. It's where you're looking at very, very specific types of DNA that looks at a much larger, it's really basically sequencing. And that was used in this case to identify some of the remains. I read in some of the reports that Valerie Mark was identified through this technology. There are still a couple unidentified remains that appears that has been used in those cases. So there's kind of a combination, and it's really a testament to the work that's being done, is that they're using every available forensic tool that they have to not only identify the victims, but and then potentially to investigate whether Mr. Harriman is responsible for the other cases that he is not yet charged with.
So saying that potentially DNA could obviously be used to identify the other victims involved. Specifically that genetic genealogy, obviously that traces back other potential family members, referencing a number of databases. Obviously I know investigators using some of those open source sites like GEDmatch, something like that, similar
Correct.
to what was used in GSK. Do you think it will be easier or easy to narrow down who the victims' family members might be to try to get in contact?
I definitely think it's the most powerful tool that we have out there for identifying whether it's unidentified remains, whether it's potentially identifying more suspects or anything of that nature. But it's a significant tool. I've said this before. It has the power because of these, GEDmatch and genealogy sites to identify potentially 90% of cases that have some kind of DNA, whether it's human remains or whether it's, criminal cases that you have DNA in a violent crime. So when we move into this, this new world, when we moved into it in 2018 with the Golden State Killer, we moved into a world where we could solve potentially 30 to 40 cases through our traditional, what we call CODIS, our DNA databanks of convicted offenders. And now we're in this world where, because of those family relationships, when we get those genealogy sites such as GEDmatch up to potentially 3 million people that are willing to share their DNA with law enforcement, that's where this astronomical ability, such as 90% of crime with DNA, violent crime with DNA, can be solved. That is something I've never seen in my lifetime. I'm not sure, it's quite honestly stunning, but it's a tremendously powerful tool. And I have every expectation, not only has it been done in this case, as I mentioned, with at least one of the unidentifieds, but law enforcement and the lab folks in this case are doing everything they can to use those tools, to whether it's to identify remains or whether it's to look at more forensic evidence that perhaps back in 2010 or 2011 didn't have sufficient DNA, because we're now at a stage that with DNA testing that I used to think you needed hardly anything, and you don't need hardly anything to get a DNA profile. Now we're so advanced that even smaller and smaller amounts can lead investigators to really critical clues in a case.
Yeah, the video that we have up here in the boxes on our screen shows those moments right before investigators made that arrest of Heuermann over in the New York area. Of course, they've said, officials saying that a pizza crust from a discarded pizza box was actually what was used to get the sample of DNA that they used to tie him to the case and make give them enough evidence to make those charges. Tell me about what was used in the Golden State Killer case. I understand you also followed, or police investigators followed, D'Angelo, and something similar was used. How much can you get from a simple pizza crust?
Well, you can get a DNA profile. I mean, in the Golden State Killer case, once his name kind of came into what I call the family tree and as a potential suspect, then the sheriff's office in Sacramento followed him around. They got a sample that initially they got from a door handle when he parked at a Hobby Lobby. And then they did what's called a trash run, which is exactly what happened in the Heuermann case. And they recovered some evidence, and then they were able to get a full DNA profile. So the same thing occurred here. It's just, probably used to be a big secret for how law enforcement did this. It's not so much of a secret anymore, but basically they got a pizza crust and they had the ability to get his DNA profile. From that, they got his mitochondrial DNA profile, and that's when they compared that to the hair evidence that was found on one of the victims. So it's not uncommon. There's a kind of a famous case out of Los Angeles called the Grim Sleeper, who killed many, many women in Los Angeles. Same thing. They got a pizza crust when he was at a pizza parlor, and they went in and got that abandoned DNA, and they ultimately identified him as the Grim Sleeper. So it's a common practice because it's an investigative tool that they want to see if they're on the right track. And obviously in this particular case, that proved very critical.
Now, I do want to talk a bit about the suspect in this case, Rex Heuermann. He's 59 years old. He was married, father of 2. He's also a rather large man, 6'4". I wonder what some of those factors might play into this case, specifically just his size. Just, I imagine any type of witness descriptions, if they were ever provided, would have mentioned that. Just from an investigative perspective, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, from the affidavit, it appears that there is at least some witnesses that described an individual of his size. I think the word was used was ogre, bushy hair, 6'4" to 6'6", large white male. So that's pretty significant because he stands out in terms of his height and his physical structure. So all of these things, as a prosecutor, you oftentimes are building your case and putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. So when you start looking at this case, his physical size, his physical description, where he lived, everything else that I've mentioned before, it starts painting a very, very vivid picture of an individual that not just, led this double life, but, when he was arrested, he had burner phones on him, and those were associated with these various emails and websites that he was then doing searches about the investigation, about, how could they, could you find cell phone tracking data? It's clear that from the evidence that he was continuing on with his behavior with seeking out escort or sex workers. So this is not an individual that, woke up one day and decided to kill one person by all accusations. This is an individual that, even though the last known remains were somewhere around 2011 or so, something of that nature, it appears that there's continuous behavior consistent with his past.
How do you think that suspects elude officials for so long, and especially given the fact that, from what we understand, the suspect in this case was living in that same area where these killings had been happening?
It's interesting, since the Golden State Killer, there's probably been over 500 cases solved. And when you look at that, I think there'll be a paper written someday about the profiling or the face of these individuals, because many of them, the ones that were alive at the time that they identified them, lived right there. As somebody has often said, is they're hiding right there in plain sight. How do they elude capture? They're smart. They're careful. They live this, quote unquote, double life. D'Angelo did the same thing. I mean, but for genetic genealogy, he would never have been apprehended. He would have gone on and perhaps died before anybody ever knew who it was. But, that's the thing about these is he's not in it. Harriman was not in any criminal database by all accounts. He wasn't in some kind of, convicted offender data bank. He worked, he had a family, he just woke up in the morning and he looked like just this quote normal guy. And that's the same thing that we would see with D'Angelo and many of these other people that have been apprehended, years later. And now you look back and then all the pieces start to come together.
Yeah, especially when you tie back to that Golden State Killer case. I mean, who would ever think that a former police officer would have, been connected to so many of these crimes? Anne-Marie Schubert there, the former prosecutor over in Sacramento County. Anything we haven't asked you about this case? Anything you'd like to add?
The only thing I'd say is, this is obviously an ongoing investigation. It's very, very extensive. It'll continue to play out over the weeks and months and perhaps, days to come. So, it's a very impressive investigation. It's very extensive, but I'm sure that there'll be continuing to be more information that will come out and potentially more charges that he will be facing.
Absolutely. We're all going to be stayed very close in tune on this story. Certainly a lot of eyes on it as so much more information comes out. We'll keep an eye on it. Thanks so much, Anne-Marie.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, time now 9:48 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and head to a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. I'll see you back here in just a couple minutes.
Good morning to everyone joining us here at Live Now from Fox. The West Coast is taking over, and of course, let's just start with a shot out of the LA area. Beautiful beach day over there. Some hazy skies, but otherwise pretty clear of clouds, very blue. Another topic today, hot. It's going to be hot again. What a surprise. But this live shot, just gorgeous to start our takeover over here on the West Coast on Live Now. Let's get some love to the East Coast, however. We have this live look of the Empire State Building over in New York. Much different picture there. You can see also hazy skies. That is due, of course, to the wildfires burning in Canada, continuing to impact the air quality over on the northeast side of the country. Thank you again for being with us. My name is Kara Lahara. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you to different live events as they are happening live, raw, and unfiltered. And we're also going to cover, of course, the top headlines of the day. And as I mentioned, one of those are these rising temperatures, extreme heat, and what people are dealing with across the country. Let's take a look at the heat index. We have here no state reaching the triple digits yet, but of course that is expected as we continue on through the day. Right now it's looking the hottest here in Phoenix. Oh my, 99 degrees. So we're definitely going to hit those triple digits very quickly over here down in the south of Florida, 84 degrees up. In the northern eastern side of the country, we've got it in the 70s, and in the northern western side of the country, still in the 60s. So they're definitely having the coolest day. Speaking of these hot temperatures, earlier today, we had the U.S. climate envoy, John Kerry. He is at an engagement over in Beijing, China, and his topic of discussion, climate. So let's listen in to what the former senator had to say over there. This was in Beijing, China. Not live, but it did just happen a few moments ago. Let's get to those remarks on Live Now from Fox.
After all this time. But there are also some issues that are going to have to be resolved that are going to take a little more time. We used as a baseline for this meeting the meeting that took place between President Biden and President Xi in Bali, Indonesia, where the two leaders agreed to work jointly and together with other countries to address the climate crisis. We both agreed to continue bilateral engagement to address this climate crisis, and we both agreed as a matter of urgency and in recognition of the global and existential nature of this threat. We both agreed to continue this bilateral effort, particularly agreeing on the language that we are deeply disturbed by the current urgency that grows by the day and because of the global and existential nature of this challenge. We are both deeply alarmed by the best available science and the findings. We also agreed that we agree with the scientific findings, including the IPCC 6th assessment report, recognizing that the climate crisis has increasingly affected people and countries around the world. We both remain committed to fully implementing the U.S.-China joint statement addressing the climate crisis and the U.S.-China joint Glasgow declaration on enhancing climate action in the 2020s. And we both agreed that we want to work together to guarantee a positive outcome from COP28, where obviously the cooperation of China and the United States is critical to any outcome. So we also agreed to work intensively in the weeks ahead. This is not a one-off meeting. We are already pinpointing the time for our next meeting, and then even the next one after that, recognizing that we have only about 4 months before the COP, and we have to make up a certain amount of time for the period that this discussion has not been taking place. We agreed to work intensively on those meetings and to set goals make sure that we have a work product that has jumped through the hoops in both of our countries so that it can be approved and we can move forward. We agreed in the next weeks that our next meeting will take place, and among the topics to discuss will be the scaling and integrating of renewable energy into a power sector in order to be able to reduce coal emissions, and also to address non-CO2 greenhouse gas emissions, including to inform the development of 2035 NDCs that are supposed to be submitted in 2025. And we view this as a very important discussion, which took a fair amount of time in the course of these days. So that's the basic outline of where we are, and I'm happy to take a few questions.
First question comes from Keith Retcher of New York Times.
According to People's Daily this morning, Xi Jinping said in a speech this week that China's path and tempo to its carbon targets, quote, should be and must be determined by ourselves and never under the sway of others, unquote. Do you interpret that as pushback to your message this week? Faster pace, particularly on coal. Thank you.
Well, I think we all agree that nobody should be, quote, dictated to. And we're not doing that. That's why we had 3 days of intensive discussions. And I think if you ask Xi Jinping, he'll tell you there was zero dictation. Nor, I think if you asked Director Wang Yi and Vice President Han, as well as any of the interlocutors we were talking to, they would tell you that there was no dictation here. There was a clear exchange of ideas. If anything is dictating, it is the science. All of us should be informed by and compelled by the level of the science that is coming back at a more rapid rate by the day. I think it was 52 degrees. I mentioned that to Premier Lee. And we're seeing all around the world records being broken at a record pace. So all of us need to be engaged and really motivated as a consequence of that.
The next question comes from Ms. Wang Lu from the paper.
Thank you. I'm from the paper. Given the worldwide high temperature days, how the two sides can manage differences with China on COP28. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
What consensus has been 28?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that I partly answered the first part of your question, but the key here, folks, is really cooperating and working together. There's no way any one country is going to win this battle by itself. It just can't happen. No government has enough money to be able to effect this transition by itself. In the end, we have to get the private sector, philanthropies, governments, everybody has to come together. And we have to accelerate almost everything we're all doing. We have to accelerate the research and development. We have to accelerate the deployment of new technologies. We have to be able to speed up what we know works, which is particularly renewables. And you're seeing in many countries, in the United States as well as in other countries, that 95%, 75, 80% of all the new electricity coming online is now coming from renewable energy. So we're in the beginning of a revolution, and the challenge for all of us is, can we effect this transition at a rapid enough pace that we are living up to the challenge of the science? The people, the scientists who have told us today that they are terrified by the evidence they see coming back faster than they predicted, and declaring that we are in uncharted water. Well, if we are indeed in uncharted water, we all need to check our compasses and check our charts and make sure we are making the decisions that are necessary to winning this battle. And you can't just push it off to the side. It's not something you can put on hold because it's unfolding at its own pace, like a living organism, which in effect, we put up into the atmosphere, and no matter what we do or think, take a day off, take a week off, it's still going to be moving at the same pace, if not faster, because we're continuing to feed the engine of that problem, which is emissions from fossil fuels that are not being trapped and captured and utilized. The second part of your question was
how about Trump's issues on the culture date
yeah.
of the two sides?
I think we're in great agreement that China and the United States played a role. President Obama came here to China and in 2014 to meet with President Xi. They stood up and declared what the mutual efforts would be between China and the United States, and then went on to Paris. And Paris was successful, not exclusively because of that, but it contributed to that effort. And the same thing needs to happen now. We need to guarantee that COP is successful. And we are both supportive of the efforts of the COP presidency. We're both looking for what happens that will further this faster. But we're working in conjunction with the UAE, which has been working, and believe me, exceedingly hard around the world now, listening and working with interested parties around the world. We'll continue to do that.
Next from Jen DeLuy from Bloomberg.
Thank you. There are Americans who will say that you came to China for 3 days of talks and are only leaving with a plan for more of them. What is the framework to actually resolve some of these most contentious issues around finance, around the pace and phasing out fossil fuels in the weeks ahead?
Well, you've got to be mindful of the fact that we have not been talking because we were suspended for a long period of time. And we've practically which is make sure that what we're holding out to folks as a step forward is indeed a step forward. That we're not just putting words on paper, and you'll notice we're not issuing a declaration together because we're not finished finding the pathway with clarity on both sides that will allow us to achieve what we need to achieve. But this is how you get business done. You begin somewhere. You begin those talks. You move the process forward. And I assure you that both Xi Jinping, my counterpart, and I, and my whole team are convinced that we move things in that discussion forward. But there are bureaus and agencies of our governments that need to feed in to that process. We don't just operate in a vacuum here, and we need to be sure that whether it's the EPA or the Energy Department, or whether here it's the Ministry of Environment, the MEE, or one other department, that people are moving in the same direction. And that takes...
Listening in there to U.S. climate envoy John Kerry making remarks in Beijing, China over the climate crisis and how the two nations are planning to partner to combat this. But right now we do want to get to another live event, a big one out of Illinois, as a lawsuit has been brought forth to Northwestern University regarding a hazing incident. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Some of what we've learned over the last 24 to 48 hours. We also just recently petitioned the court to file another case with a fictitious name, so we're awaiting the court's allowance of filing John Doe 2, and we will be adding another defendant, former athletic director of Northwestern, James Phillips. So that complaint will be filed today. I think what is extremely important for people to understand about the current situation and what we're learning is that the abuse and the hazing and the racial discrimination that took place within the Northwestern Athletic Department is so widespread that it goes well beyond the football program. For a lot of reasons, the football program gets the most attention. But we also know of the toxic culture under the baseball coach Jim Foster's reign over the course of the last year. We've also had discussions with folks that are aware of abuse that took place within the softball program, serious hazing incidents within the volleyball program, and really abhorrent conduct that took place as it related to cheerleaders, including a lawsuit that was filed in 2021. And so we are going to continue to take calls from folks that are coming forward for a number of reasons. One of the main ones being, despite what happened to these people, a lot of them, outside of their experiences in the athletics, love Northwestern and want to see this stop. And they're obviously joined by the faculty in that endeavor, who are similarly outraged, as we've heard through the press and now through what is going to be a second investigation, apparently beyond the initial investigation, which we can talk a little bit more about this morning as well. And so facts are coming out really at a very fast pace, and we're learning about the widespread institutional problems that existed within Northwestern.
As Pat shared, we know a number of individuals have tremendous love for the university, arguably one of the top academic institutions in the world. And we know a number of these players, especially football players, have profound love for Coach Pat Fitzgerald, and we appreciate that. And as Pat shared, this is an institution that permitted this behavior. Sexual harassment, sexual assault, racial discrimination. This is an athletic program that permitted it. And this is a school that allowed it. The complaint that was shared this morning, that was filed by a cheerleader, identifies how cheerleaders were required to attend social functions with prominent alumni, where they were required to be flirtatious, they were required to socialize with these prominent alumni, and essentially they felt that they were sexually abused and or sexually assaulted. This is an institution that failed their students and failed their student athletes. This isn't just a matter of football players against their coach or against their program. These are students, these are young individuals, these are athletes that were subjected to abuse by an athletic program in a university. And we intend to hold everyone involved accountable.
And I think one other thing that I alluded to a moment ago is this story came about when there was a suspension announced. And the suspension was announced as a result of an investigation purportedly by an outside law firm, although one that we understand to have a close relationship with the general counsel's office at Northwestern. And so there's this initial investigation that led to the suspension. We know now that a 2-week suspension during the NCAA dead period was a completely inadequate punishment for Coach Fitzgerald. It ultimately led to his termination. So one can only wonder, A, what was contained within the initial investigation report from the outside law firm to the general counsel's office, B, what did the general counsel's office do with it in terms of any edits, and then C, why haven't we seen it? Where is it? We have an executive summary that talks about some bullet points as to what they're going to do going forward. And then, of course, we get the most recent announcement from the university president that they're going to conduct 2 additional external reviews, clearly indicating that the initial one was inadequate in some way, something that we absolutely have to get to the bottom of as we represent our clients.
Having represented survivors of Larry Nassar, Dr. Robert Anderson at the University of Michigan, and looking at other cases like USC, Ohio State, Sandusky, it is unbelievably traumatic to these survivors, these victims, for universities to do delayed tactics or to withhold information and fail to be transparent. So we demand that the university, the president, the trustees are transparent with the alumni, these survivors, these victims, and the community, and share the full, unedited investigation, that they're transparent, that these survivors deserve that. that they don't put these survivors through 2-3 years of waiting for information to be released, that they provide it immediately.
At the end of the day, we're talking about, in many cases, 17, 18, 19-year-olds. You can imagine student athletes who excelled in the classroom and at sports were excited to come to Evanston, Illinois to be a part of Northwestern and to find out early on that there was a toxic culture within the athletic department that would not respond to complaints and allow behavior like this to continue unchecked. It's not acceptable, particularly for people who are vulnerable, showing up on campus for the first time. Those are the folks that we represent and will continue to represent and talk to any additional survivors that wish to come forward. Do you have anything else to say?
Nothing. We're in the process of filing our second lawsuit, and we look forward to leading this litigation, and we're more than willing to answer any questions. Absolutely. So I think the complaint outlines some of the experiences that they've witnessed as well as individually encountered. So, for instance, the running, the Gatorade showers. I don't want to get into the details. I want to protect that with them. But a lot of the reports that have already come out are things that they witnessed and experienced. These are young individuals, and they have very, very close ties still to the university, to their program, to their friends, and they're scared. 21, 22-year-olds are very intimidated by a powerful institution like Northwestern and a football program, and they have a lot of love and respect for their coach as well. So they're nervous about coming forward. We understand that. As far as what they've experienced, I think they're still beginning to process it. I think it's really just a shock and an acceptance at this point. For obviously a number of years while they were on the team, they lived in this fear. But they're battling right now guilt, humiliation, shame, and fear. And I think over the next years of their lives, and once they become adults, into their 30s and 40s, they'll begin to process the traumas of abuse in different ways.
Does knowing that there are other victims help them encourage them forward?
And that's why I applaud John Doe 1 for being willing to file a lawsuit, to letting other survivors of abuse know that they aren't alone, and there's individuals that will protect them and represent them and take care of them.
When you guys anticipate either other coaches or individual teammates who may have been leading some of these incidents to be named? Because so far we know about Pat Fitzgerald, but no one else, even in Northwestern's own investigation, has been identified.
So as Pat shared at the start, this is a department and a school that permitted this behavior, that enabled it. The culture within the athletic department is to blame here for allowing over a decade of sexual harassment, sexual discrimination, racial discrimination, and hazing. So the defendant here is the institution, it's the athletic department. Coaches are following the culture that's established by the athletic department, athletic director, and the university.
Can you describe some of the racial discrimination that took place? And also, is John Doe a racial or ethnic minority?
So the racial discrimination, as we understand it, primarily took place within the football program. It's something that was raised with Coach Fitzgerald over time, as well as the prior athletic department, head of the athletic department, Jim Phillips. So the details of that, I think, are going to be forthcoming rather than unveil them right now. But it was widespread to the point where African American players had to have a talk with the coach, and that this was brought to the highest levels within the athletic department and not addressed to anyone's satisfaction.
Can I ask you about Jim Phillips? Could you elaborate a little bit more? What was it that you learned between now and when the original complaint was filed? Suggests that you'll now add him as a defendant. And obviously you're aware he's currently commissioner of the ACC. Do you want to comment on whether or not you think that you will be able to properly survive in that position of authority based on what you know?
I'm not going to comment on that. That's going to be for others to decide. But certainly his tenure as athletic department head overlaps with the allegations that have been made. And one thing that was certainly compelling as we spoke to additional athletes before our filing and since our filing yesterday, we've come to understand more as it related to the cheerleading incident, which took place at some of the highest levels as it relates to alumni and high net worth donors, and that's detailed in that complaint. We also learned of an incident within the volleyball program that thus far seems to have been swept under the rug. We know from folks, discussions we've had with people that have come forward about problems within the softball program. And then, of course, there's the baseball program. The best we can tell, because we've not spoken with anybody from the baseball program, is that Coach Foster was fired for creating a toxic culture. But yet again, the details are not being released, are not being shared. That also speaks volumes. And so as we were contemplating the best path forward for everyone that we represent, it seemed appropriate to sue Jim Phillips.
And to, reiterate or echo off of what Pat just shared, in the last 36 months at Northwestern University, an elite university, you've now had 3 head coaches terminated for allowing a culture of sexual abuse, harassment, hazing, or racial discrimination. That's just not the football program. That's not just the football coach. That is an athletic department that has permitted, enabled, and tolerated this type of culture affecting young individuals.
So what does that tell you?
That tells us that it's not just one program. It's not just one coach. It's an athletic department, possibly president, that allowed this culture to go on, knowing about it for years and failing to take appropriate action to protect young individuals from very traumatic events in their lives.
What is it that allows it to keep happening at Michigan State?
That's a great question. So let's look at those cases. You have Nasser, who was at Michigan State for decades, a prominent individual that got to know during his tenure trustees, presidents, athletic directors, coaches. He was part of that inner circle. Dr. Robert Anderson at Michigan, there for decades, was friends with Bo, family friends with Bo, friends with the Harbaugh family, friends with Lloyd Carr, friends with presidents, trustees, regents, prominent individuals. So what happens at these mega universities is they protect profits over people, their brand over young individuals. And that's what we're seeing here. Profits over people, protecting their brand. And it takes individuals like John Doe 1 to come forward and lawsuits like this to hold the universities accountable at the highest level.
When do you believe this started in your conversations with the former athletes? How far back is it?
As far as the football program, beginning when Fitzgerald started. But I assume that it's been going on far longer than that.
Talk a little bit about the conflict of interest you said with the law firm that did the initial investigation on Coach Fitzgerald.
Sure. So this is one of those situations where we very much look forward to discovery because we've already seen fires, but there's more smoke in the distance where we expect more fires to be discovered. And so what we'll be looking into certainly is the relationship between the law firm Arndt Fox and the General Counsel's office at Northwestern, the various edits that may have gone into any investigation that was presented to Northwestern's General Counsel, and whether or not we're truly getting the facts there, and what really necessitated the subsequent investigations that are now being undertaken. And so as of right now, we don't know a ton. We're just talking to folks and trying to gather information so that we can ultimately get provable evidence that we can present in court, and that's where the discovery process comes in. But those are some of the things we're going to be looking very, very carefully at, because one way to perpetuate a toxic culture is to have this outward facade of impartiality. There was an investigation done by an outside firm, not by us, but when at the end of the day that outside firm ends up being so closely aligned with the institution, that's when you see behavior like this that's allowed to go on for much longer than it should. This needed to be nipped in the bud if it ever even started to begin with.
So right now you don't know any more about that investigation than what the president shared with the general community?
Well, what we do know is that we have an initial investigation that led to a suspension, at which point the university then reneged, and yet to this day they've not let out the details of that investigation, only the executive summary, which anybody that's read it knows that it's wholly inadequate to provide any sort of details. All we really see, which we already knew was their position, is that Northwestern said that Pat Fitzgerald didn't know about it, but he should have, essentially is what it says. But again, the devil's in the details, and that's what we need to get to.
What did you think of the university releasing the executive summary of an investigation into the football team? But we didn't know there was an investigation into the baseball team until after the Tribune and 678 Score reported that there was an investigation into the baseball coach.
It just shows that we're just scratching the surface. And that led us, as advocates for the folks we represent and for anybody else that might wish to come forward, whether they hire our law firm or another, we're here to root this out. And by scratching the surface, we find out about volleyball, we find out about softball, and then there was the cheerleading incident that got a little bit of press back when it occurred, back in back when the complaint was filed in 2021. It did get a little bit of press, but nothing like this, because it wasn't the football program, if we're all being honest with one another. So here we are now to put a whole kind of the whole mosaic together, where it clearly indicates that there was an entire athletic department and institution that allowed this behavior.
There's been a debate about, especially coaches, should have known versus actually knew. From your interviews and conversations with your clients, do you have concrete evidence that they absolutely knew about these incidents in any of the sports?
We have reports that the football program and coaches were aware of some of the hazing events, yes.
Anything you can add to those, like these, like from your clients directly, or things that they heard from other people?
From clients directly and individuals that we've spoken with.
I have a couple of questions for the webinar. Can you tell us how much of the alleged culture originated from Kenosha? And do you foresee any potential criminal charges against individuals?
I will. As far as the culture or what took place at the camp, I think it all stems from the culture established within the athletic department by athletic directors and probably all the way at the top with the president of the university. I think that's where the culture begins, and then it goes downriver into football program, cheerleading, baseball, volleyball, softball, and probably every single sport, because this was a culture that was tolerated and at times encouraged within the athletic department.
And if I could add to that, one part of the executive summary that stood out, again, very curious as to what the details are, is that the camp in Kenosha is permanently ended. And so it must be pretty bad in terms of their own internal investigation in addition to what we know from it. As it relates to any criminal charges, that's not what we do. We're civil lawyers. That's going to be up to others to decide. I don't really have a comment on that. What I can comment on is not only do we believe that these student athletes would be entitled to compensatory damages as it relates to what they've gone through, what their individual damages are, but also punitive damages. And in Illinois, you get punitive damages in the event a defendant is found to be willful and wanton. In other words, a reckless disregard for the health of others, for the safety of others, a conscious disregard for human safety. And we believe very strongly that that evidence is going to be coming to light in this lawsuit. and that we will have an opportunity to seek punitive damages, because at the end of the day, that's how you effectuate change. If they're not going to do it because it's the right thing to do, then punitive damages, as they're designed to do under the law, serve as a deterrent for Northwestern and others.
Can you speak to the current status of the cheerleader lawsuit?
So the cheerleader lawsuit, even being in existence, is something that I only learned this morning, and so I don't have an update on that.
Can you elaborate on details regarding softball or volleyball incidents, specifically when they occurred or under what coaching leadership?
There's only so much that we can share at this time, and we're learning things every single hour and every single day. And we're getting a number of different calls in from individuals that sustain the abuse, the harassment, the hazing. Amongst the softball and volleyball programs, it's our understanding that hazing was encouraged to the extent that individuals quit teams, transferred, no longer wanted to participate in sports, and unfortunately self-harm.
And as it relates to the volleyball incident, what I can say is there was a serious hazing incident that we've become aware of that appears, and again, we need to follow this investigation, to have led to the cancellation of a game. But there's more details that we need to learn before we could go any further than that at this time.
You may have elaborated on this earlier. In the official complaint, you claim that Pat Fitzgerald took part in the harassment, hazing, bullying, assault, and/or abuse of athletes. Can you elaborate on that?
As a head football coach, anything that happens on his team ultimately is his responsibility. And what we've seen from other situations like this with football coaches, and what we've heard from individuals that we've spoken with, the head football coach knows about everything that happens with his football program. What kids do on summer break, what they do on spring break, what happens in their dorms, but certainly what happens in their locker rooms, on the field, and at camp. There is nothing that a head football coach doesn't know about. And this wasn't just one single event. We're talking about probably hundreds, if not thousands, of events of abuse, harassment, or sexual assault during his tenure.
Have you heard from athletes from any other schools since this has been found?
Other schools?
Other universities where similar behavior may go on in the program?
So having represented hundreds of survivors of sexual assault, like I've referenced with Nasser and with Anderson, I certainly get the welcoming call.
We're listening there to the latest as multiple students file a lawsuit against Northwestern University leaders, including the head football coach. This is in regards to hazing and other abuse allegations. We do want to get to a breaking scene, however, out of California in the LA area. We have a pursuit happening right now. We're going to turn it over to our Fox 11 LA's coverage. They have more information on what this is about.
Maybe in the area. So if this does come to an end, they'll be in position to try to catch that suspect, especially if he walks or runs away from that vehicle. But right now, it's kind of a cat and mouse game. They're just keeping an eye on it, seeing where it's going.
It seems to me that this driver is somewhat driving cautiously. I know that this is you mentioned a heavy piece of equipment that he's hauling there behind him, but it seems like aware of that, right, with the turns and abiding by the stop signs and the signals so far.
Roxy, that's the same thing we're seeing, and I could not agree more. Next time we have the position where we can get Skyfox to look at that driver, a lot of times we'll just kind of look in and we'll see that driver, and I get this feeling that he is really stressed out right now. It's like one of these, he made a bad decision and now he's trying to figure out how to get out of it. That's the way it seems. And it does seem like that this person knows what he's driving and how he's driving. You can see right there, I'll put up some speeds. He is slower than the posted speed limit for sure. And like you said, stopping at every stoplight and and making every cautious move. But right now, tracking mode in the valley, and they're going to keep an eye on this vehicle.
Okay, Stu, why don't you keep an eye on things for us, and we will check in with you as we continue to follow this slow-moving pursuit, I guess you could call it. Thank you. In the meantime, good morning. If you're just joining us, it is 7:30 on this Wednesday.
Thank you to our Fox 11 team over there covering that stolen vehicle pursuit happening in the LA area. They are back to their normal programming, but we will check in on them if they go back to that vehicle pursuit. In the meantime, do want to get to an event out in Texas, an abortion lawsuit. Some victims are testifying. Let's listen into that courtroom feed right now.
Positions about several broad categories of health risks that rise to the level of emergent, and for which offering abortion is the standard of care nationally. But plaintiffs have not and cannot propose an all-encompassing new definition. In the words of the state's own expert, doctors do not use an algorithm or a checklist. That's not how medicine works. Instead, the key is allowing physicians in consultation with their patients to use their medical discretion. Second, in the alternative, or in the event this court believes that some of plaintiffs' conditions are not covered by the medical exception, plaintiffs request a preliminary ruling on our constitutional claims. So in conclusion, Texas is one of the biggest states in the country, with 6 million women of reproductive age living within its borders. This means that tens of thousands of Texans have already been denied abortions. By any measure, Texas is in a healthcare crisis. The only issue in this case, however, is who should be getting abortions under the medical exception to the state's abortion ban. And 2 years later, still, no one knows. Again, in the words of the state's own expert, it's, quote, the blind leading the blind on the ground. In the end, as the evidence will show, the parties agree on most of the material facts at issue. The differences in the parties' positions boil down to this. The state wants to err on the side of preventing more abortions, even if it harms women and their families, while the plaintiffs want to err on the side of protecting the lives, health, and future fertility of all Texans. This is the bare minimum.
Listening in there to a courtroom, a live feed out of Texas where multiple women have filed a lawsuit against the state over abortion restrictions in Texas. We're going to dip out of that, but we'll have more coverage later on today. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Corella Hara. We have plenty more to get to, so don't want you to go away. One of those things, a 4-day school week. We have multiple school districts actually already starting school this week. When we come back, we speak to a policy researcher about the negative impacts that this could have on students going forward. And then later on today, we will also be speaking with an expert over at NOAA about this crazy heat wave that we have been experiencing mostly across the southern states. More on that when Live Now from Fox returns. we are going to go ahead back out to LA. That stolen vehicle pursuit still in effect in that area. Let's listen in to our coverage from Fox 11.
Very slow-moving accident. Basically, they went from 0 to maybe a couple of miles an hour, so hopefully there are no injuries. Now there's another vehicle starting to pursue this one. You can see right there, this Cadillac, at least keeping up with the car, and you can see that window down again, and you know that that guy has air conditioning, and there you go again. Some yelling, some pointing, and you can kind of get a feeling that that gentleman behind the wheel, you know, I just get that construction worker vibe from him, if that is a thing. So maybe this is another person that is part of that company. But right now, though, that big truck not stopping, and you can kind of see what kind of power that thing has, as you saw earlier on, where it just pushed its way through that other car. You had that woman pulling up next to him. There was a discussion going on, and he did slow down, but clearly the driver of this truck this morning has a plan, has some sort of issues, and is continuing to drive in the valley out here. Now we're going to be in the Canoga Park area.
So, Stu, you couldn't see the video we were playing, but you saw it happen live. If we can show that video once again, because now that we saw that woman who tried to pull over next to him and was trying to speak with him and had a conversation. Okay, so if you look on the right side of your screen is what happened earlier. So pay attention here. You will see him push that vehicle, that blue vehicle, out of the way. But notice the car, you'll see in a moment, right there. That is the woman.
That's the woman.
Who in a few moments came up, pulled up next to him, and they began to talk. And now we're just speculating here, but it seems like she might have pulled up next to him saying, hey, what did you just do? Right. You can't just hit the vehicle and go, keep driving. What is your problem? I'm just assuming that's what happened
And
there.
now we're seeing some black and whites behind this car after the damage that he did to the one vehicle, and then it looks like people in this neighborhood, whether they know him or not, are trying to get involved. So you don't want to have civilians involved in cases like this. So it is a good thing that police are now on his tail.
That's right. And, the helicopter above it, hopefully they were watching us on Fox and they kind of saw what was going on. But, the lieutenants, the bosses, as it would be, that at the LAPD Devonshire Division basically said, hey, we have to reinstate this pursuit. Now, the only thing that these guys and gals are in those vehicles behind him can really do is lights and sirens and basically keep the public away from that vehicle, so we won't be seeing any more of what we just saw. As far as stopping that vehicle, well, they definitely have spike strips, but are they going to do a pit maneuver? Probably not. You saw how that big truck just pushed that other little car out of the way. Yes, those LAPD cruisers, they probably weigh a little bit more, but you got that trailer involved, so it's not, they won't be able to use their vehicles to bring this thing to a stop. They might be able to use spike strips. You can see him making a U-turn right there. We're on Topanga Canyon. We're going to be in the Canoga Park area. I'm going to get a little bit of a wider shot just to get an idea where we are, but you can see it right there. LAPD back in pursuit, the helicopter above it. They are making those calls, and how they're going to stop it, that's the big question, because it really is just up to that driver. That driver's going to have to bring this thing to a stop peacefully and safely, because if he doesn't, if he makes poor choices, somebody could definitely get hurt. And you saw the power of that big truck this morning. And again, there's somebody right there. Those are going to be some camera people, some other folks just in the roadway. So clearly a lot of people knowing what's going on. Very slow-moving pursuit this morning. LAPD, they're tasked with how to keep the public safe and how to stop that vehicle from just continuing to move along these roads.
Crossing traffic, crossing lanes.
There's a spike strip.
Now. So, what's that?
Oh, that was the spike strip.
That was the spike strip.
It didn't look like.
They gave
did they get it?
Yeah, no, they didn't get it. The guy gave him, I'm hoping he's going to get a pat on the back at least when he gets back to the station, but that definitely didn't get that underneath the vehicle. And you can see that what they have to deal with. Now they're starting to deal with traffic out here this morning. This is Topanga Canyon Boulevard, so it is going to get busier. And it looks like, I'm looking out the window just kind of grabbing where we are, looks like we're heading towards, Warner Center and Ventura Boulevard. So the traffic might get thicker, or there might be more vehicles out there on the road. That's going to make that maneuver a little bit more difficult. But LAPD definitely trying to be proactive, trying to find a way to bring this thing to an end peacefully. But again, how do you stop a monster truck like that with all that weight and power and all you really have right now is hoping that that driver makes a good decision, brings it to an end, or they use the spike strips and just try to get at least some flat tires. But is that going to stop it? Well, we're going to have to wait and see.
I mean, who knows? Yeah, but this much is clear. He's kind of limited in where he can go in that thing, right? Just by the sheer size of the vehicle.
Definitely, and hopefully we're not going to see any high speeds. Hopefully we're not going to see any dangerous maneuvers. That truck definitely the type of truck to pull a heavy piece of equipment like that, which is basically just a giant diesel engine and a pump. That thing pumps concrete, and they use these in a lot of construction sites. So that is a heavy piece of machinery right there, and that truck looking pretty new. I would venture to say, like I said earlier, some sort of V8 diesel in there. So that thing has got a lot of power, and you can see there's that suspension. That is a big truck. I would probably a full ton at least, if not more. So that is a big pickup truck. And right now, LAPD, what can they do? Well, lights and sirens, warn the public, and then try to keep people away from that suspect. And hopefully, it'll just come to a peaceful end with that truck just pulling over.
Yeah, I was noticing the road kind of seems a bit empty, but that's because now there is a heavier police presence visibly where you can see it. So that's prohibiting drivers from maybe getting near this vehicle, keeping the public out of harm's way as much as possible. As you were talking just a moment ago, it seemed like he was looking for something or going through the glove compartment.
That's kind of what he's doing
right now.
It seems like he's
fiddling around with something. Do you see that?
Yeah, it looks like he's doing something there on the dash. See if we can get it a little bit closer and see what we can see. Up, he's making a turn. I know we're over by the mall out here. This is going to be by the Westchester Mall off of Topanga Canyon, and you can see him making that, just making a U-turn again. Don't know if that's a phone or maybe I hope it's not I don't hope it's not the radio, but it'd be really weird if he was just trying to get some kind of music on. So I'm not sure what he's doing. Maybe he's just trying to get some directions. Maybe he has a plan. Again, we just don't know what the players were involved in all this. You can see that one LAPD unit getting ahead of him, and that might be to try to block traffic or throw that spike strip out again. Let's see what happens right there.
Yeah.
Whoa, this guy is, he's just not having a good day. Not having a good day. But
I think
you
it's
can
too
see
late.
that
He kind of made that move a little bit too late. It's easy for us to judge what's going on from where we are, but it's tough. I get it.
Very tough, but you got to give him all the credit for that effort out there. And you also got to think too, Samada was talking about all that heat. It is a hot day today, and now these officers, they're basically running back and forth out here trying to get ahead of that truck. The big plus is he's driving freeway speeds, and it doesn't seem like this might be some sort of vengeance type of thing, like he took that from his boss. But at least it doesn't seem like he's, trying to hurt anybody. And as long as that stays the case.
It seems like he's slowing down, Stu. We also have to remember, we don't know, the vehicle could be out of gas at some point.
That is true. Atomic concrete.
He's checking out it seems like there might be something wrong because he keeps looking at the tires.
Yeah, he's just looking. Maybe he's just double checking everything right there.
But yeah,
that's an F550, so that is probably more than a full ton of truck right there, and that thing can move quite a bit. And we saw it earlier on as it just pushed that other car out of the way, driving very, very slowly. I hope he's not trying to taunt officers, because we definitely don't want to see that at all. I would venture to say that that's going to be Canoga High School right there in the shot, and yes, it is. And he's just kind of just moving super slow along Topanga Canyon this morning. LAPD, they're in force right behind him. And what can they do? Well, we saw them. They're going to try to get those spike strips out there. But again, you saw that effort. You saw that officer try to get ahead, throw that spike strip out there.
Now he's at a full stop.
Kind of full stop. And you just got to, I just got this weird tension that he knows he made some bad decisions, and now he's like, how do I get out of this?
Yeah, he's probably trying to figure out what his next move might be, because it doesn't really seem like he has a direction, right? He's been making circles.
Is he on the phone? It looks like he's talking, like maybe he's on speakerphone.
Yeah, I hope he's talking to somebody on the phone. Either that or he's talking to the demons that are following him around. You can see right there, he's like looking in the mirror, and he's like looking, I don't know. Let's see, there is nobody out on the roadway right there, because it does seem like he was talking to somebody maybe on the sidewalk, and now he's looking behind him. So, yeah, this is unusual and getting more and more strange as the time goes on.
So we see that on the side of the road where he is driving, not many cars. Obviously, the public is thankfully out of harm's way in that sense, unless he turns around and does a U-turn, which he did a moment ago, goes the other way. But it does seems like he's communicating with someone, whether he's on the phone or just his gestures, right? We're judging him by his gestures.
Yeah, that's all we can do up here in Skyfox. We can't really hear what he's saying clearly, but we can kind of watch his attitude, and it does definitely seem like he's getting a little frustrated, a little irritated. And again, you know, the answer is, if he is possibly listening or watching us right now, just pull over. That's going to solve all the problems. And whatever got you there, they're going to be able to work it out, and then hopefully you can make some right decisions and just, you know, continue on your life without hurting anybody or creating more of a problem than it is right now. LAPD, their problem right now is how to stop that massive truck without any injury to any people, and you can see they've got 4 units right there. But those are the ones that we see. I have a feeling that there are other ones in the area ready to help out when this thing comes to an end, and if this person gets out and tries to run, then they'll be in the area and they can set up a containment or take that suspect into custody. Helicopter above, not just us, LAPD's here as well. That's the officer making the calls down there, letting everybody know where they're at, the direction, the speed, and exactly what's going on every moment. So all the officers on the ground are tuned in. There's one of the ones that I was talking about. There are going to be a lot of other LAPD in the area just kind of hanging out, as it would be, to see if they can help and not getting involved in that pursuit unless they are needed to, meaning if something happens, this dynamic changes and they need an extra officer, they'll be there to help their brethren. Right now, though, it's still back to that watch and wait, and hopefully this person just does not make another bad decision.
Stu, can you set the scene for us and remind us how this whole thing began for our friends who are just joining us?
Jen, it was so fluid in the beginning. We were kind of figuring out, is it a pursuit? Is it not a pursuit? They used the terminology unreported stolen vehicle, and you think about it and you're like, how can it be unreported and stolen? Well, it turns out that it wasn't in the system, meaning that when somebody calls in and says, hey, my car got stolen, well, it doesn't instantly get into the PD system, so they didn't really have the official information that the vehicle was stolen, but they knew that the owner had communicated with an officer, and they were following the truck. They knew where it was. Officers got behind it, lights and sirens, and the pursuit was on. There was a minor collision earlier on, and I believe that's going to be in the Northridge area. Winnetka and DeSoto. Our assignment desk probably has better information on that. Minor accident there. But then we saw it earlier on. This vehicle gets confronted with somebody in a small blue car. And we don't know how this whole thing comes together, but he basically was backing into this big truck, and then the big truck just kind of pushed him out of the way, and as you mentioned, pushed him into another vehicle that then pursued him. And there was a loud discussion between the two drivers that the suspect stopping at one point, a little yelling going on, but then the driver of the stolen vehicle decides, well, I've had enough of that, and continued on. All that interaction with the public, well, that changed the LAPD's attitude of tracking mode, and they put it back into a full-blown pursuit. Let's take a look and see what's going on now. I believe that they're back into the tracking mode as LAPD has really, really backed off, but they are very close by, maybe a block or two away. And they're going to keep an eye on it. And if the shenanigans start up again, the officers will be back trying to protect the public.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that moment where this stolen truck crashed into the blue car, as you were saying, you can see it right there on the right hand of your screen. It was a slow bump. I mean, but you can see.
It looked like the driver was almost like backing, reversing or something like that, you know?
And then almost crashes into the car that's next to it. And that's the woman who then sped up alongside the truck and tried to intervene, tried to talk him down.
Well, she probably doesn't know what's going on, so she just sees, you know, she looks over and sees this guy hit that car and driver and just drive off, and unaware of the fact that this is a full-on stolen vehicle pursuit, drives up to him to basically, it seemed like, say, what are you doing, what's going on, which, by the way, can be very dangerous, so probably not the best thing to do, but she was unaware of what was happening. So
he's pulling into a parking lot?
It looks like, where are we? Yeah, he's pulled into a parking lot there.
We pulled into a parking lot right here. This is going to be by Roscoe and Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There's a McDonald's right there. That used to be a Zodi's. If anybody is that old as me, they're going to remember that at one time was actually a Zodi's, right? I don't know what it is right now, but that's what was at that parking lot for a long time ago. Making his way back onto Topanga Canyon Boulevard, coming up on Roscoe. Again, just don't know what this driver, what his ultimate plan is. We never do, but this one moving very, very slowly. I had mentioned that they were back into a tracking mode type of situation. Officers, according to Dylan, my pilot this morning, he's the guy at the tiller of Skyfox, keeping us safe and getting us in the spot where we can get these great pictures. But he's telling me that he actually sees black and whites paralleling on the other streets, and they are very nearby. So they are just kind of staying out of this guy's way so that he doesn't see him in the mirrors, and hopefully he's going to slow the roll, as it would be, even slower than it is now, and just come to a complete stop, try to walk away from that truck, and that wouldn't be the time when these officers might just swoop in and take him into custody. But right now, stolen vehicle, it's a heavy work truck right there, very slow moving, but we did see the damage that this thing can do, even at very, very slow speeds. Now we're on Roscoe, and again, just kind of even slower than the freeway speeds, posted speed limits. What am I talking about? Freeways. We haven't even seen one yet, but and hopefully we won't. And just continuing on. Right now, it's a wait and see type of game. Hopefully that this driver just pulls over.
Well, it is one of those bizarre instances, and it's not like this vehicle can blend in with traffic by any means. It certainly stands out. This is the stuff that makes me nervous when you see pedestrians or just average drivers doing their daily thing without any knowledge of what's going on down below or how dangerous this can be. Roscoe, by the way, obviously a major thoroughfare there in the valley, and it is almost 8 in the morning. It's 7:53 on a Wednesday. It seems quite quiet down there, thankfully, relatively speaking. But again, it could be because police are making the public aware of what's going on. I know they're a bit far behind at this point, but they are keeping a track of things. And we did see, Stu, I think we saw 2, to my count, of the attempted spike strips, which were not successful.
Yeah, 2 spike strips not successful. Hope that officer doesn't get too much of a razzing when he gets back to the station. Right now, though, you can see that driver just now drinking something, just kind of biding his time. I kind of wonder, maybe you're right. Maybe that truck has some sort of phone built into it, and he was using the phone and maybe talking to somebody, maybe the owner of the vehicle. But you can see, you know, still just kind of driving along right there. Very slow speeds, and that might be one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of traffic, because he's just kind of moving along at that slower speed, so any of the cars that may be around him will just pass him. As long as that's going on, that's going to be a good thing. Hopefully we don't see any of the public trying to intervene again or try to get involved, but right now maybe he's going to make a right turn there on the Canoga. It's kind of tough to see where, you know, to really kind of guess, but there it goes, making that turn on the Canoga. The only thing I can really point out that might be new for any of the viewers is that he seems to be staying in in this area out here in Canoga Park. He made his way over here. We were on Topanga Canyon for a little bit. We were on Sherman Way, Roscoe, now Canoga. So he's basically making giant blocks in this area. Is this where, you know, does he know this spot? Who knows? Is it just coincidence? Could be as well.
It's
but
almost
right
like
now,
he's killing time.
Yeah, Stu, I'm wondering what it would take for police to actually intervene, being that he is going so slow.
But how? See, that's the thing. What could they do to bring this to an end?
Yeah, with a truck that size.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and they don't want to box him in because that's going to create issues of, you know, force and possibly, you know, creating a situation where an officer might get hurt or put that suspect into a position where he might use force.
You see, he's picking up speed now.
Picking up a little bit of speed.
Yeah.
Yep. Picking up a little bit of speed. But still staying well below the posted speed limit and just continuing on out here. We're going to keep an eye on it for sure. And, of course, LAPD definitely keeping an eye on it and making those calls, keeping the officers on the ground aware of where this vehicle is.
The way, you know, by watching the way this is going, it's almost like, yes, he's buying time, trying to figure out what he's doing, or almost like he's looking for something. You know, the behavior of someone who's in a neighborhood and you're not quite familiar with where it is exactly you're going and you're just driving in circles trying to figure it out. That's kind of what it seems that he's doing. And oftentimes we see these stolen vehicle pursuit suspects go to areas that they're somewhat familiar with.
Well, you know, we're just getting new information. Miami's at the desk this morning, and she's got some great news. She actually spoke to the owner of the company, as we understand it, and we're finding out that how this thing got stolen was they were putting gas in it. One of the actual owner of that vehicle, or the person supposed to be driving it, putting gas in it, and then this person came in, jumped in, and took off. So that means that that driver, not familiar, that isn't a player. This is nothing along the lines of a disgruntled employee. This is just somebody, crime of opportunity as it would be. There was probably the keys were in it, and he just decided to take that vehicle for a little bit of a drive this morning. So now this kind of changes up that whole dynamic. Why, how, what? Well, now it seems to be that this is just a crime of opportunity. That person behind the wheel clearly not connected at all with that company or anything, and this is just pretty much a straight stolen. It also kind of puts me in an mind frame of, you know, how well does he know that vehicle? And maybe one of the reasons why he's driving it so slowly is because he realizes he's not familiar with this large truck and that trailer. Where's he going? Well, now that's another kind of a question. Is he just looking for a spot to pull over? Is he looking for a place where he can just get out and jump out and run? This is also another vehicle that we saw just a moment ago. Just a coincidence that it was next to him and now pulled over. We'll keep an eye on that as well. And LAPD definitely keeping an eye on all of the other vehicles that seem to be appearing next to the car and then driving away. So right now, that new information changes up a lot of this, changes that dynamic, makes me a little bit more worried about anybody that's around that vehicle, because that driver clearly not familiar with that vehicle.
Also, not for nothing, if he did steal this vehicle while it was being fueled up, how much fuel was in there? You know, because you never know, he could run out of gas.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, it is a bigger truck. And was it fueled? Did they just finish fueling it? Like all these other questions. But right now, I can tell you that the owner of that company definitely watching and keeping an eye on it. Hopefully, he's going to get that vehicle back without any kind of damage. I know that these things are very expensive. Some people might be looking at that going, oh, it's just a pickup truck with some thing on the back. That is a couple of $100,000 worth of equipment just driving around right now. And again, also very heavy, very dangerous. I don't want to see anybody get hurt, and I just want to see that suspect in cuffs and with officers and hopefully get the help that they need.
Rolling down his window.
Constantly up and down of the window.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't know if he's talking to himself, if he's talking to other people, you know, other drivers, if he's on the phone. But it does seem like, you know, at times he's communicating with someone.
I would venture to say, now that we have some new information, that there's a possibility he's on the phone. But I would venture to say that what we saw earlier on might have been him just trying to dial in some music. She's singing along. That that truck is right there behind him once again, and it's been following that vehicle pretty much for quite a clip, and actually pulled over at one point. And so we're going to definitely keep an eye on that. But right now, you can see it. He's making another turn. It's the first time we've seen him, but back onto Sherman Way. So we are making basically big giant blocks. I think that's the bus lane, buddy. I think that's the bus lane. You probably don't want to get onto that. And yeah, he's not getting onto that. But again, still very slow moving, trying to make some decisions here. I hope one of his decisions is put it in park, jump out, and go.
All right, Stu, we are watching this. We've been covering this for, I don't know, it's been like 40, 45 minutes. At this point, 8 o'clock right now. If you're just joining us, welcome to Good Day LA on this Wednesday morning. This is a strange pursuit. I feel like we say that often with these pursuits in Los Angeles, but basically this one is, as we just found out, that new information which was relayed to us because we spoke to the owner of this company, this truck which was stolen. It was getting gas. It was a crime of opportunity. This individual jumped in and took off, and so we've been following along, watching this driver, trying to figure out where he's going. It seems like he himself doesn't know where he's going. Majority of this pursuit has been in Canoga Park, where he's been doing giant circles. Some of the time following the signals, stopping at the lights, slowing down, speeding up at times. There was one incident where he did try to get a car out of the way, basically hit that car, bumped it. This is a big vehicle. It is quite heavy, so it doesn't take much action for it to do some damage, so it is concerning. Stu, fill in the blanks here. Where exactly are we? It looks like we are in a neighborhood, I want to say.
This is one of those industrial neighborhoods right off the major, and you can the streets are going to be eaten and gulped. It almost made me think that maybe he was looking to bring it back to where it belongs, because I did see a large cement truck there nearby. But definitely driving very, very slowly, and like you said earlier, I would venture to say biding his time. I don't know if he's yelling at some of these folks right there or what's going on, but you can see right there, like. Those guys
they have no idea.
To him.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Yeah, they
what's
have
going
no
on.
idea what's going on. But stopped once again right there, and you just kind of wonder, what is this guy thinking? We never really know. But right now, at least he's driving very slowly, and I would almost venture to say cautiously, even though earlier on we saw him just smash up that little car earlier on as that one vehicle got in front of him and tried to bring this thing to a stop. Now we're just kind of sitting here in this neighborhood, and then as soon as I say it, he's inching up and then he stops. But it's one of these spots where he's blocking a lot of other folks. You can see like there's another one. That's probably the third vehicle that has had to go around him this morning. But what's going on? Well, this is a stolen vehicle, and right now they just want to bring this thing to an end. You got somebody making a U-turn. All these people seem to know what is going on.
Either that or he's asking them for directions.
Interesting. It is so interesting how all these folks are like pulling up and walking over to that truck and basically giving them the advice of just park it and get the heck out. I don't read lips, but I can pretty much say that that's what the conversation was. And now moving along again out here, the only plus is industrial area. The not plus is these are a lot of folks probably getting to work. But this is an area where you can see that this is concrete. These are cement mixers right here, clearly, and that vehicle works with concrete. So is it a coincidence? I'm not so sure. And again, more people standing out in the road and, communicating to this guy. So what is going on? This is a tough one, even for me.
I'm wondering if that atomic cement, I'm not sure what the name of the company is from where I'm sitting right now, but atomic something. I wonder if that company is actually in this area and he's trying to get back to where it actually is.
Definitely, that was one of
atomic concrete.
You and I thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I was looking at the cement mixers to see if maybe one of them was atomic as well, but not. And this is that van that was driving around earlier on. That gentleman clearly talking to him. And again, nobody said the right words. I don't know if it's abracadabra or pretty please or what he needs to hear to pull this thing over. But it's got to be something, and he's got to bring this thing to an end, and hopefully nobody gets hurt. The slow moving, that's the only big plus that I can say right now. LAPD, again, they're just not here right now, and hopefully when this thing comes to an end, we'll start seeing some law enforcement. But again, they chose to back off.
Okay, so Stu, right now, if you're just joining us, you're watching this and thinking, okay, the guy seems to be driving cautiously. This is a video from earlier, which is not the case, which is kind of when things took a turn. You will see him in a moment push this car. It seems the car is kind of reversing as well, trying to get out of the way, but he just basically smashes into it, makes a turnaround because it is a very powerful, strong vehicle, and then just takes off. Look at the damage, though. I mean, you didn't think he did that much damage because it didn't seem very aggressive, but it was, because that car in the back was completely smashed in. So when that happened, then we thought, okay, well, things are changing quickly. The mood kind of changed. His behavior changed. We're back out live now, and he has slowed down again. He is stopping at the stop sign, maybe doing a California roll. No, he stopped. Trying to follow the directions. It just seems as though he's looking.
Yeah, it seems like he's lost for sure. Maybe he's looking to find that atomic cement, atomic concrete company. And maybe return the car. Who knows? But, yeah, it doesn't seem like he has much of a direction at the moment.
Definitely not much of a direction, but it seems like he's got a lot of friends. There's a lot of folks that know what's going on down there. That cannot be random,
well,
especially
that's
when
the
we were
thing,
in that
Stu. It's like,
area.
when you don't see officers nearby, there's no sense of emergency, or maybe even people don't know that this vehicle's being pursued. So they're trying to help him out. He could be asking for directions. We don't know what he's trying to say to people.
Yeah, we don't, but it was just kind of maybe more than a coincidence that he was in an area that involves concrete, and a lot of those folks were out walking around even before that truck made its way all the way over there. So if people are watching us right now on the app and might be thinking, oh, you know what, I'm going to bring this to, don't. Just don't.
No.
Stay away from this area. Do not try to approach this vehicle. That's the best piece of advice, because believe me, law enforcement, you might be wearing some silver bracelets just for a moment or two as well. They don't want to see any kind of interaction like that, and more than that, I don't want to see anybody get hurt. Again, that driver apparently not familiar with that vehicle, and we did see that the damage that it can do to another vehicle. So right now, just kind of blending into traffic. We're still in the valley. We're still in the Canoga Park area, but again, very slow moving this morning. LAPD, they got their helicopter above it. They've got guys on the ground, but is it a pursuit? Technically, no. They're tracking this vehicle.
So we saw the 2 attempted spike strips, which were unsuccessful. I'm wondering why they pulled back on that. It seems like there are some opportunities where he is going relatively slow, and you could possibly try and attempt a third spike strip there, and so far they haven't done that. It's been quite a while.
That's a tough one. My guess would be that it's officer safety, because there's no way that they can hide. Usually they toss those things out there. They do one of those, they don't. If the driver sees it coming, he's gonna swerve to avoid it. And also, the officers also have to be thinking to themselves, well, he might swerve to avoid it, but he also might swerve into an officer. And they don't want to have that issue as well. So that's the reason why right now they're kind of like holding back on the spike strips. If they had that opportunity where they could do, like, quote, it really truly is a sneak attack, where they can just kind of toss it out where the driver doesn't know it's going to happen, then they might. But how do you set something like that up when it's so random and this vehicle's just moving along? So right now it's basically wait and watch. If the attitude changes, if that driver starts becoming more aggressive, if we see some more damage, or other folks trying to aggressively get involved, I'm sure LAPD will will bring that pursuit back, excuse me, and then we'll see some changes. But right now, very much watch and wait as that driver meanders through the valley, and now we're in the Woodland Hills area.
Yeah, we've seen driving behavior like this before where people are, you know, for lack of a better word, obeying the rules of the road, even if it is a stolen vehicle. And it kind of seems like they back off until something more dangerous happens, like what we saw before where he crashed into a bystander, another vehicle.
He's trying to go around traffic again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making his way around traffic. There you go. We were wondering where all that traffic was this morning. Found it. It's actually going to be out here, and it's going to be on DeSoto, and that's that bus lane again. If he gets in that bus lane, you know, that's a good and a bad. I mean, the good would be there's no other vehicles there. The bad would be that it is a bus lane, and you just don't want to see any. You know, again, you just don't want to see this driver collide with a bus now. So basically, just kind of sitting there in traffic. He is kind of blending in. But we saw earlier on when somebody tried to stop him that he was not having any of that. So LAPD, the helicopter, definitely still there. They're definitely making those calls. How to bring this thing to a stop without the driver making that decision, very difficult this morning for sure. The decision right now, keep an eye on it and see where it goes.
I mean, thankfully, it does seem like he's sticking to the main roads at the very least.
He hasn't jumped on a freeway either.
No, he hasn't. But he's been sticking to, like, the wide lanes, you know?
Definitely the wide lanes. He does drift. You know, I saw earlier on him looking out the window, and it looked like he almost hit the curb. Right now, he's straddling those lanes. So, you know, is he being cautious or what's going on? Don't really know. But you know what we do know is we just want this thing to come to an end. I can't say that enough. Right now, though, the street's wide open. Looks like we are catching a green light right there, which is a huge plus. Victory Boulevard. I'd venture to say we're over by Valley College. No, it's not Valley College. It's Pierce College. There we go. Grew up in the Valley, but I've got a little brain fart there. But definitely right by Pierce College and making our way on Victory Boulevard. So we're going to be leaving the Woodland Hills area. We're getting into Winnetka. This is kind of the area where it started. It started over by the Northridge Mall, up off of Devonshire. So maybe he's making his way back that way. Gosh only knows. We'll keep an eye on it best we can.
Yeah, so per the Atomic Concrete Pumping Company, we spoke to the owner, and we were told that this morning when one of the members who works for this company was pumping gas at the gas station, apparently the door was open, the keys were there, and this individual jumped in and since then has taken this vehicle in circles. So, yes, it was definitely a crime of opportunity. It doesn't seem like this individual has anything to do with this company, which is what we were a bit confused about this morning. So that was cleared up. So at this point, we're just watching and waiting. We're waiting to see when police will take a more aggressive approach. So far, they've been in this tracking mode for a majority of this pursuit. Couple spike strip attempts were attempted and they failed and they were not successful. But for the most part, they've just been tracking this individual from up in the air. A few times they got close behind him in a few police cruisers, but then they pulled back. So we're just watching and waiting. And so far, for the most part, he's stopping. He's going when he's supposed to. We saw one incident where he was aggressive with a car that was in front of him and basically hit it, smashed the entire back of that car. Not with great force, but this is such a big, heavy vehicle that it doesn't take much to do damage. So here we go, still in the same area, staying in the same vicinity where this vehicle was stolen a couple hours ago.
In the meantime, we've seen a number of civilians who've been trying to intervene, talk to him, whether it's he's asking for directions, whether it's, you know, talking him down. We saw one woman after that initial crash, she almost got involved, was speeding up beside him, waving her hands around. It seemed like she was, you know, asking him what the heck he was doing there. But since then, it kind of seems like everyone's backed off in a way.
Yeah, everybody's backed off, and they've given this gentleman room, and that's what they want to do. Hopefully that'll calm his mood. Maybe he'll make some good decisions, pull this thing over, bring this thing to a stop. Just giving the viewers heads up as well that we might be having to go in for fuel shortly if this doesn't come to an end. And then, but we are close to Van Nuys, and hopefully when we're getting fuel, nobody jumps into Skyfox and takes it for a spin. I don't think that's going to happen, just being a little facetious there. But as we keep an eye on it, and you can see he's kind of not popping out from behind the trees right there. But we've been seeing him drive really slow, but the LAPD helicopter here as well. And I wonder if he just came to another kind of slow meandering stop right there. We might have to move Skyfox around, because the last time we saw him was as he made his way over there, and I'm watching cars popping back around, so kind of wonder if he just came to another weird stop behind the trees. We've seen that happen a couple of times. Hopefully he didn't get out and run, because we would have missed that. But LAPD would have been calling that out as well. But it looks like there he is. There he is. And again, just kind of making that, maybe he's trying to make a turn. Maybe he's just a lot of indecision this morning. A lot of indecision. You know, he made some bad decisions earlier. Maybe he's just double checking all his thoughts right now.
Yeah, we mentioned this, the fact that, you know, this vehicle was in the process of getting refilled with fuel when it was stolen. And, you know, Jen, you made the point that we don't know where the process was when this happened.
How much gas was in the tank?
Did they just start filling up the tank, or were they at the end of filling up the tank? How much gas is in there? Maybe he'll come to a stop without his choosing to, because he'll run out of gas. We really don't know at this point.
Oh, it looks like he's going to try to make a U-turn or pull into a parking lot. Let's take a look there. Oh, he's at the Winnetka Bowl. So we'll see what happens here. I don't know if he's trying to make his way into that parking lot. I got a lot of folks just walking around. I'm sure they... Yeah, I have a feeling they don't have anything to do with this. I just was worried that, you know, somebody might be crossing the road. But he's been moving so very slowly that I hope he definitely would not hit anybody. Making his way into the Winnetka Bowl, or not. There we go. And continuing in, another large parking lot. We've seen him in a couple of these already. Just basically drives in, drives out. But maybe this time something will be different. Maybe this is where he's going to just park it and maybe bowl a couple of games before the law enforcement come and put those cuffs on him. We'll find out here in just a moment.
See, this is what I'm wondering. The fact that he pulled into this giant parking lot, why at this point seems like an ideal time for law enforcement to swarm into this lot, right? Because it seems safest. He's no longer on the road.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the same. It's that same deal. You know, if they put vehicles in front of him, then they block him in. That sets up a situation where the suspect might become aggressive or feels like he's boxed in, makes another bad decision, and then you know, somebody's going to get hurt, be it a law enforcement, be it that suspect. And in our LAPD, very, very proactive, very concerned, and been listening to the community for so long. And all their policies have been set up for safety. Safety for the officer, safety for the public, and safety for the suspects as well. So they're not going to make a situation where they're going to block this person in and and force his hand, as it would be, out of one parking lot into another, and still very slow moving out here. What's he looking for? I just don't know. I'm hoping it's not a friend of his or somebody where he's going to get out of this truck and get into another vehicle, and then it's just going to change that whole dynamic.
That's why. I mean, it's, again, you know, it's easy to judge from where we're sitting, but when you're in an empty parking lot with nobody walking around, to minimize that threat of him jumping into a different car or then getting back on the road and doing damage to innocent bystanders, I would think that officers would seize that opportunity, so to speak, and try to apprehend them if they could when he's in parking lots like this.
He keeps looking around, you know. I don't know if it's just, it's just his demeanor or a habit or what, but it just seems like he's looking for someone or something.
Well, I think what it is it's our angle, but it looks like he's just looking in that rearview mirror. He just keeps looking in that rearview mirror. He probably knows that LAPD is around, and you know, the reality is right now there is nobody on the ground anywhere near him. And if he's just going to park it and jump out and try to run and hide, this would be a great place. Right here would be a great place. Let's just bring this to an end. But again, the helicopter is above. They do want to put cuffs on this guy. They definitely want to get him the help that he might need. Clearly, there's something going on in that person's mind this morning, and just kind of sitting here. And at least it's a red light, but you can see it's not a red light.
It's not a red light. Yeah,
he's just stopped.
It's, right. So he's now blocking however many cars behind him. They have no idea what to do.
It's interesting that the lane next to him, they've stopped as well. Like they're not even trying to go around it.
Yeah, because he was kind of like half in, half out of the lane right there. But yeah, see, that's again too. It's one of those things. It's hot. People might already be agitated this morning. You just don't want to start laying on the horn or getting into some sort of conflict with somebody on the road. And it turns out to be this guy, and he has no regard for anything. You just smashing into your car. It's just another reason why. Just stay calm and just try to do the right thing, get out of other people's way, and if something weird is happening, proceed with caution and try to keep your opinions to yourself until you're very clear of that situation. Right now, though, back on Winnetka. We were on Winnetka very earlier on when we were still, Skyfox was making its way over here when this pursuit started, probably over 30 minutes ago. Is that even possible? And again, another street, and you can see the LAPD helicopter. I would say that's a green light.
Is it? Yeah, because...
Yeah.
Well, then you also have a van next to him that's stopped.
Yeah, I think he wants to make a left turn. The van wants to make a left turn. But, yeah, and he just kind of is stopping at the green lights. I don't think that's going to get you any points. But right now, just kind of slow moving on Winnetka Boulevard. And traffic definitely starting to build. The valley definitely waking up. People are getting on the roads. Hopefully nobody gets in this person's way.
Yeah, we were talking about, what he is driving right now. It's a very expensive truck with the equipment. This isn't a game. This is an expensive piece of machinery and equipment, and it could do a lot of damage. It's secured tightly, of course. It's not going to come apart unless he was driving recklessly. But this is something you don't want to mess with because it will do a lot of damage.
Definitely, and we saw that damage that this thing can do, and that was very slow speeds, just smashing that little blue car as it tried to block that truck in earlier on this morning, and I believe that was on Sherman Way, and he just pushed it out of the way and just continued to push it out of the way. Very little damage to that truck itself, but that blue car sustained a lot of damage, and that's kind of the warning that I have for anybody that's down there or might get anywhere near this truck is if you see this morning or you're out just getting out the door and you're in the valley and you come across this, just avoid it the best you can. And even though he's moving very, very slowly, that truck can do a lot of damage. Again, just kind of stopping in the middle of the road, and you just kind of wonder, is he looking around? What's he looking for? And if it is for a place to park and just get out and run, you've got plenty of spots. Anywhere is good. Just leave the truck and just go.
He's got to update his Waze app. I mean, if he's relying on that, he just tossed something out the window. Do we know what that is?
That was a drink that he's been drinking for pretty much the whole time.
Oh, now tack on littering to the offenses.
Yep. Tack on littering. Nobody likes a litter bug, buddy. So, anyways, but again, stopping at another major intersection, Sherman Way and Oso, and just very slow moving this morning. A lot of folks out here unaware of what's going on, but thank goodness, not an aggressive driver, but again, stolen vehicle, and you just want this to stop.
And it's getting busier, as we see now. It's 8:23 here, and you see more pedestrians crossing the street. You see much more volume on the road. So it's getting busier, and it's going to become much more challenging versus just an hour ago when the road seemed a bit more wide open.
Definitely, and I would venture to say that they probably just finished fueling it as this truck just continues to drive along out there, a little slow on the go, and that's not a problem. Just don't rush. That's the only thing I can say right now. Back onto Sherman Way, we were here earlier on, and Oso was a street that we passed earlier. I think we're coming back up to that actual intersection where he crashed into that little blue car. I hope, or I just kind of wonder if he's has moved that vehicle out of the way, or they're still over there with officers, because he might be driving right back by where all this, where we saw this almost come to the beginning of it. But right now, blending in with traffic, staying safe speeds. LAPD, they're tasked with the how to bring this to an end safely. Right now, their decision is keep an eye on it. That driver, a stolen vehicle, moving kind of slow out there this morning, and unusual driving habits. But right now, it looks like we haven't seen any conflicts, and hopefully it stays that way.
I know you mentioned earlier that police were kind of parallel pursuing him. Do you know if that's still the case, or how far away are officers at the moment?
Well, I haven't seen or heard anything about this, and their plan was really just to give this guy room. That's really what it seemed that they were doing. They're going to keep that helicopter over it. That helicopter definitely still making calls, telling officers where he's at. But as far as actively pursuing, they're going to stay away from that. And I just got a text from a good law enforcement friend that says that he would believe that that person is definitely under the influence of something. So it's something to keep an eye on. He definitely seemed agitated, but again, you just don't know that, the mentality is just, what is this guy thinking, and why is he doing these things? Those answers, only he really knows that answer, meaning he, the suspect, not my law enforcement buddy. But, but right now, it's, honestly, I just don't want to see that truck damaged, or that small business, and we don't even know if it's small business, but we just don't want to see that business suffer because of somebody's callous. And I just don't want to see anybody get hurt. And right now, if that person is under the influence, it just makes it even more dangerous, because been driving slowly, but what if his mood changes and then this becomes something entirely different?
Sure, and we don't even know where this person's from, if they were just walking around. This is a crime of opportunity, if they live in the area. Clearly, though, being that he stole this vehicle at a gas station while the person was pumping gas, has no connection to this company.
Copy.
All right, Stu, our coverage will continue, but in the meantime, we're going to go to break. We'll be right back.
Our Lazy Boy furniture is a part of the family.
Oh, a hard break from our Fox 11 team over there covering a stolen vehicle pursuit. It was slow moving at some times, but quite a nail biter at others. We even saw that stolen work truck smash into another car to get it out of its way as it was trying to evade police. And we're going to go ahead and take a break ourselves here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Cara Lahada. Many more live events as well as other coverage from top stories from across the world when we come back. We have been taking you through different live events as well as covering the top stories. For the last couple of hours before the break, we were in LA covering a stolen vehicle pursuit. That is still underway. However, our Fox 11 team has switched from that coverage. We will get back to it as soon as they continue with it. But for right now, do want to get to some school day news. Summer is ending for a lot of kids across the country. And in fact, today, a few districts in Phoenix in Arizona started school. Hard to believe because it's only July still. But one of the things that a lot of districts are also implementing is this 4-day school week. And we have a breakdown on what this exactly entails from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera.
Ringing in a new academic year signals a fresh beginning, and for some, a 4-day week. When classes resume at the San Elizario Independent School District in Texas later this month, students and staff will have Mondays off.
It's a mental health component for us.
They've dubbed the campaign as Mindful Eagle Mondays to promote self-care and quality of life for both students and teachers. In rural and smaller districts like San Elizario, where teacher recruitment can be more challenging, a 4-day school week is a huge draw.
I have never begun a school year as superintendent with as minimal as vacancies as we have now.
Data from Oregon State University shows about 2,100 schools across 26 states have switched to 4-day weeks, a number that is expected to grow. Advocates point to several other pros like saving money and improving student attendance.
They are the ones that are going to benefit from turning around and having quality educators teaching them every day.
But at a time when test scores are down and learning is lagging, research shows shorter weeks could hamper a student's academic progress in the long run.
Decrease in student achievement wasn't large and immediate, but rather students fell behind a little bit more every year.
Parents we talked to said they see benefits to fewer school days.
More family time, more 3-day week trips.
Even if some kids weren't so sure.
She actually liked the idea of 5 days because she likes to go to school and learn.
Almost 900 districts nationally have 4-day school weeks. That's up some 40% from 2019. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you, Madeline, for that report. I'd like to welcome on Dr. Christopher Dawes, a policy researcher for the RAND Corporation. Chris, you were actually in that package that we just played from Madeline Rivera. So obviously, you have a lot of knowledge in this area. You did a research study with one of your colleagues about the negative impacts that this could have, a 4-day school week. Let's talk a little bit about that and what you found.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Yeah, we looked at the effects of the 4-day school week across 5 different states. And we found that compared to similar 5-day school weeks, those that adopted the 4-day school week policy saw decreases in student achievement. So the kids in the 4-day school week were falling behind a little bit every year. And those small changes grew to something substantial after about 8 years of that policy.
So a lot of these negative impacts, they happen over time. Tell me, if you compared a student that was going to school 5 days a week, a student that was going to school 4 days a week, how do they compare, let's say, in that length of time of 8 years? What kind of grade level would each of them be in, for example?
It's really hard to change the estimates that we have into like grade levels of years of learning, but I could say that our estimates were about the same size as the decrease in student achievement from the pandemic, let's say. So these are substantial changes in student achievement. Now, the pandemic happened obviously in 1 or 2 years, so that was kind of catastrophic, and this takes a longer time, over 8 years. But the point is that the learning losses could be substantial over time.
In your study, I was reading a bit on it, you did compare students from grades 3rd through 5th, or 3rd through 8th, I believe. Yes, 3rd through 8th. And you also compared them when it comes to subjects like English and math. So I want to ask, did any particular grade level suffer more from this 4-day school week? For example, were younger students that were indoctrinated into this at a younger age, did they experience worse side effects? Or is this something that maybe older students can partake in because they can handle more material with less time frame?
That's a great question. So we weren't able to parse it out by the grade of the student. We can say that the effects were about the same both in ELA or English and math. And so it hurt both subjects. And the best we could say is that over time, these effects accumulate. So to the extent that younger kids, for example, are being exposed to the policy now for longer periods of times as they age from grades 3 through 8, they're going to experience more likely to experience a lot of that decrease in student achievement. As you adopt a policy, older kids who are not exposed to it, except for a couple of years, might see less of it. But future research needs to go to understand whether, for example, there is a difference between middle school students or high school students adopting the effect on those as opposed to, let's say, elementary school students.
And then let's talk a little bit about the subjects that you studied. For example, it was a bit harder for me when I was younger to achieve high scores in math subjects as opposed to English. But in regards to a 4-day school week, is there any subject that suffered more, or students, their test scores just relayed negative impacts more than, like, in comparison between math and English?
It was about the same for math and English. So it seems like despite the individual challenges with each subject, the effects were negative in the same way, approximately, between math and English. So it seems like both subjects were hurt.
And then I do want to ask, because this 4-day school week, obviously very appealing to students and parents and teachers. So a lot of people are behind this idea, even though right now these current studies do project a negative impact for students. Is there any way that possibly a 4-day school week could work? For example, instead of having schools, you would extend the school day.
So that's a great point. So in our study, and typically what students do, or typically what districts do when they adopt the 4-day school week, is that they try to make up some of that time by making the other 4 days a little bit longer. In our study, the amount of time that they added to the extra 4 days was not enough to completely make up for the time that they lost by taking out that one extra day. However, we've seen in other research that districts who are able to make up the full amount of time, that is to extend the school day long enough to fully make up the extra time, they actually saw less or no effects on student achievement. So our best guess right now is that it's the instructional time that really matters. And so if districts are trying to adopt the policy and trying to do that in the best way possible, it's most likely that protecting that instructional time, making sure that the kids are in the seats for the same amount of time after you adopt the policy, is probably the most important thing you can do. The other thing I would say is that, like you said in your introduction, phenomenon so far has been in rural districts, and we don't know how this is going to play out in, let's say, suburban or urban districts, just because we haven't really seen it there yet. And so as superintendents potentially try to expand the policy, they should think about how it could affect families, for example, for kids who depend on meals or depend on school for their meals. Where are they going to get their meals in that extra day? How are parents going to potentially need to change their jobs in order to care for those students in the other days? These are other considerations that superintendents should take into account when trying to decide whether or not to adopt it.
And Chris, I'm glad you mentioned that this is really implemented in rural areas, and if anything, it could have an even more negative impact, because we already know that people in rural areas, they suffer major disparities in a number of fields when it comes to people that live in suburban areas. So I'm interested to see where this goes. And I guess the conclusion is that this is just one of those cliches where it's too good to be true, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it learns is that the time in the classroom really matters, right? And so if you start to decrease that, it could really affect students. And it kind of makes sense. If you think about it the other way, people are trying to make up for learning losses in the pandemic by extending the school year. So this is just, I think, another example of how your time in school really matters, and we should try to protect that to the extent possible.
Dr. Christopher Doss, policy researcher at the RAND Corporation, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We hope to welcome you back soon, and we'll definitely keep an eye out on how this 4-day school week plays out in the future.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
For everyone else here at Live Now, stay tuned because we have much more live events and top stories from across the country coming up. Right now, the president of Israel speaking to Congress there. Looks like those remarks may be wrapping up, but we have that full address here on Live Now. We're going to get to it when we come back from the break. That is just 2 minutes from now. So we're heading back to Washington, D.C., where we left to right before the break. Israeli President Herzog in a joint address with the U.S. Congress still going on. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Comprised of Jews, Muslims, Christians, Druze, representing every opinion under the Israeli sun, working and debating side by side. Our democracy is also late Friday afternoon, when the sound of the muezzin calling to prayer blends with a siren announcing the Sabbath in Jerusalem, while on one of the largest and most impressive LGBTQ pride parades in the world is going on in Tel Aviv. Our democracy is also reflected in protesters taking to the streets all across the country to emphatically raise their voices and fervently demonstrate their points of view. Our democracy is the blue and white Israeli flag, waved and loved by all Israelis taking part in the debate. I am well aware of the imperfections of Israeli democracy, and I'm conscious of the questions posed by our greatest of friends. The momentous debate in Israel is painful and deeply unnerving because it highlights the cracks in the whole, within the entire whole. And as President of Israel, I am here to tell the American people and each of you that I have great confidence in Israeli democracy. Although we are working through sour issues, just like you, I know our democracy is strong and resilient. Israel has democracy in its DNA. I am deeply mindful of the challenge which this moment presents to Israeli society, and I've made it the priority of my presidency to play a leading role in this critical and emotional public discussion. I will say to you, dear friends, in English, what I've said to my people, my sisters and brothers in Hebrew back home. As a nation, we must find a way to talk to each other, no matter how long it takes. As head of state, I will continue doing everything to reach broad public consensus and to preserve, protect, and defend the state of Israel's democracy. Dear friends, for so many Israelis, this very public debate is also very personal. It is now a little after 6 p.m. in Israel. They will sit down to dinner together besides family or friends with whom they may severely disagree. But they are and they will always remain family. Israel and the United States will inevitably disagree on many matters. But we will always remain family. Our evolutionary societies have so much to give to the world and so much to learn from each other. Our bond may be challenged at times, but it is absolutely unbreakable. The Israeli national anthem, Hatikva, is a song of hope. The late Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks wrote that in Judaism, hope is an active virtue which requires a great deal of courage. Hope is the belief that together we can make the world better, that we can overcome any setback and heal the fractures in our world. Israel's first 75 years were rooted in an ancient dream. Let us base our next 75 years on hope, our shared hope that we can heal our fractured world as the closest of allies and friends. Thank you, members of both houses, for celebrating Israel's independence. Am Yisrael Chai. God bless the state of Israel, and God bless the United States of America.
You just heard remarks from Israeli President Herzog in a joint Congress address over there in the U.S. Capitol. Very significant visit from the president today as the protesters are taking to the street in his country overseas. We saw Vice President Kamala Harris and also Speaker McCarthy right behind the Israeli president. He is there greeting other members of Congress. And we are keeping an eye out on this unrest that's happening over in Israel regarding some political concerns and possible steps to take away some power from the Supreme Court over in Israel, things that some opponents are saying is going to severely hurt the democratic state. So we will have more coverage on that coming up. In the meantime, though, we do have to step away for another break, but don't go anywhere. Live Now from Fox will take you to more live events from across the world, the country, and also some top national headlines that we will be covering when we come back in just 2 minutes. Washington, D.C., the Capitol building there. Before the break, we were inside as Israeli President Herzog did a joint address with U.S. Congress amid a lot of civil unrest over in Israel, a lot of protests erupting throughout the last couple of days. Political concerns are the reason for that. We're going to keep an eye on that story. Right now, we want to get to a live event with civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Let's listen in to what he is saying live, raw, and unfiltered right now.
To sort this out. Northwestern is the one who knows what the coaches knew or didn't know. In a 6-month investigation done by a law firm, there's got to be a lot of information. It will all come out in a lawsuit, but they have firsthand information.
Are you aware of this Title IX investigation? Not aware of a Title IX investigation. I'm sorry? Do you anticipate naming Coach Fitzgerald or the athletic director, Grant?
I think you're getting into a legal technicality. The gist of our lawsuit is just what we said it is. That this was a long-standing, widespread, institutional culture. And that's what the lawsuit is directing at, and we'll figure out the laws that apply to that. But that's what happened here. And the individuals involved suffered serious emotional and other harm.
Is it safe to say the phase we're in right now is you are building the class? Is that where you're at right now?
Well, what we're doing is gathering all the players who want to be heard and have not been heard to come forward, and we will make sure that their voice is acknowledged. And obviously, it's easier when others, like Lloyd, have come forward for the next person to come forward. We have 15 now. I think it makes it that much easier for the next 15 players to come forward. And so we will look at every aspect of everything that you all are asking us about. who the appropriate defendants will be, who the members of the litigation will be, and also if their ages. That's very important here. If they are minors, they're going to be looked at differently in the eyes of the law. So we're trying to make sure we dot every I and cross every T so we can get it right. And we hopefully can have a landmark matter here that will set a precedent where this won't happen at the other Big Ten universities or the ACC or the SEC universities. Everybody can get their house in order and say, you know, we're not just going to say verbally that we don't tolerate hazing. No, we're going to show with action that we don't tolerate hazing.
Do you have a ballpark idea of when a lawsuit will be filed? Shortly, in the reasonable near future. But again, I can't emphasize this point enough. Everyone heard the expression, there's two sides to every story. There is not two sides to this story. There's only one side. The behavior occurred, it was deplorable and demeaning, it was widespread, and there's no way people at the very least should have known. We're at the stage, in my opinion, that what action is Northwestern now going to take towards its former student athletes, and how are they going to make it right for them and for sports as a whole? That's the stage we're at in this case.
For clarification, have you retained players on the softball and baseball team?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
For the former student athletes that are standing here today, if you could say something to current student athletes across the U.S. who are going through extreme hazing right now, what would you tell them?
Sure. I'd say that I think the hardest part for me, and I think I'm not alone when I say this, is, you know, accepting that you're a victim, right? That's not a part of the culture to really think that way, but it's true. And what we went through is wrong. So I say that we support you. You know, we're here, we're in this together, and we want to make change, right? We don't want this to. We don't want other student athletes to go through this. And I think for me specifically, just talking about my story briefly, right? I've been fortunate enough, I have 100 years of legacy at Northwestern. So Northwestern for me was a big deal, and is a big deal. And I think now, if I had kids in the current climate, the current crisis, I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting and extending that legacy. So I think there's a lot of work to do, but I think to other players in similar positions that we support you, we hear you, and we're here for you.
Lloyd, did you know, Lloyd?
Warren, you want to say something? Tom?
Yeah. So I think back when we used to play, we didn't have the option to transfer and play right away. So a lot of us didn't want to speak up, knowing we had to sit out a year and possibly pay for a year of school. Where now you have the ability to either speak up or get out and find a new program. And I think a lot of us didn't want to speak up because we knew we had to sit out a year if we transferred. We'd have film to go transfer, that type of stuff. But I think now we have the ability to speak up now, this platform, as well as, or you can just transfer out. But you shouldn't just sit there and take it. I sat there and took it, and now I'm dealing with it 4 years after I graduated, and I don't want someone else to do that. So either speak up or move on to a better program that values you better.
How are you dealing with it? What are some of the effects that you still feel?
I was injured a lot. I had 3 blown out shoulders, knee, ankle, 5 concussions. You know, the coaches maybe believed it was my fault I was hurt, and I brought my self-value down. I did 4 years of therapy while at school, as well as a few after. I'm still dealing with it. It's not going to fix it, but I think this is a little bit of closure. When I heard this platform to speak up, I took it. You know, I spent the last 4 years hating myself and what I went through here, and this is the opportunity to possibly make a difference. So I'm going to take it.
Thank you, Tom. Simba, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I think Lloyd and Tommy definitely covered it. We're here for you. People are here for you. You're not alone. We've all gone through similar situations just in order to play ball. All we wanted to do was play ball, and we were subjected to sort of this culture. And we lived in fear. Don't live in fear. Like Tommy said, I'm dealing with things just the same. Still repercussions from my 1 year in the program. Years and years later. So don't be silent. There's a support system here for you. We hear you, and we love you. So.
Thank you, sir. Warren, you good? Okay. Yes, sir.
Up until this morning, I hadn't heard much about the softball program. Can you enumerate a little bit more about what you have learned and what those allegations sound like?
Yeah, and I believe you'll learn more in the days and weeks to come about that, but it seems to have been as toxic as the football program. What these young women articulated to Attorney Jackson and I really was deplorable. I mean, these were young girls who were not even of age yet. And
listening to civil rights attorney Ben Crump make some statements over that lawsuit brought on by multiple students at Northwestern University in Illinois regarding abuse allegations at that school. More coverage on that later on today. Right now, we want to head back out to LA. However, that stolen vehicle pursuit happening once again. Let's go out to our Fox 11 coverage and see if we know more about the situation.
That driver behind the wheel, that's going to be a person that does not own that vehicle. And it was taken while that truck was getting fuel earlier this morning. What's behind it? Well, that's a big, heavy piece of equipment. It's a concrete pumper, and this vehicle weighs a lot. That seems to be the biggest concern right now as far as reckless driving. We haven't really seen much of that, but LAPD, they're really upping their game. They can't use that pit maneuver because of that size, but they definitely are starting to throw out those spike strips more often. They're being very proactive. We've been listening to them, trying to get their units ahead of it, even though we don't really know he's not making blocks or anything like that. So they are trying to get ahead of it. They are throwing down those spike strips. And hopefully, I know that they may have gotten one of the tires, but on that back there, those are dualies. So even if they got one, you still got a good tire in the back. They need to get one of those front tires and or maybe those trailer tires. That way that they would make that truck much more difficult to move and pull all that heavy weight.
Hey, Stu, we've been watching this since, I don't know, it was like after 7:15 this morning. Did he change his outfit? It looks like he's wearing a different shirt.
He may have. You know what? I'm not that guy. I don't really pay attention to much what they're wearing, but he definitely had a jacket on earlier on. He must have heard you. See, I told you, he's listening to Fox. He's moving his, either he's trying to put it on or take it off, but it definitely looks like he has a hoodie or a sweatshirt that he's digging around in right there. We do know that he was drinking some sort of drink earlier on, and he did toss that out during the chase. Right now, though, a little bit more agitated, but the real deal is here that suspect is going to go into custody one way or another. And, you know, we're not going to get into the whole charges and etc., but it is going to come to an end. He is going to go into cuffs. It is just a matter of when. And if that driver is listening, the real deal is just pull over, bring this thing to a stop. Don't injure anybody. Don't injure yourself. LAPD actually becoming a little bit more aggressive, and they are not just watching anymore. They're actually being proactive, getting out in front of it, throwing down those spike strips, trying to bring this thing to an end the best they can. Right now, though, still moving along in the valley. The traffic out here getting to be a little bit more thick, and that problem is going to be, that's going to basically be more of a problem for LAPD. They don't want to throw those spike strips out in a dangerous situation, and they just want to take the tires out on that suspect vehicle.
Yeah, speaking of when, this has been going on for nearly 2 hours now, as Roxia mentioned. Oh,
there you go, there you go, there you go.
They hit him with the spike strip there.
Definitely. Okay. And that was a good one. That was a good one. I would venture to say that at least he got that front tire taken out, and now I don't know where that truck went. There it is. And, you know, so that's going to create. See, that's the thing. Now it becomes a little bit of a gamble again. He lost that front tire, and it's going to make that truck a little harder to maneuver. If he starts speeding up, it's going to make everything more dangerous. And, of course, this is a very expensive piece of equipment. I actually had somebody talk to me a little bit earlier on while we were getting fuel saying, you know, you can replace it. It doesn't make any difference how expensive that is. You can replace equipment. You can't replace people. I get that. I very much understand that. But this is a business, and you just don't want to see anybody's wallet get hurt or a business suffer. But right now, though, you can see that tire gone. That tire is gone.
Wow.
And they might have actually taken out another one, so it's going to create more problems for that driver and other drivers near him. There you go, right there. But it seems like that driver being a little bit cautious. A lot of people down there on the road looking at what's going on. Do they know this is a pursuit? I can't tell you. But right now, that suspect still driving this heavy piece of equipment. And again, one tire completely gone. I would venture to say another one's going to be coming off here shortly. And the LAPD definitely doing what they can safely to bring this thing to an end.
Speaking of the LAPD, if you widen out a little bit, can you show us, are there black and whites in pursuit? Where are they in respect to this driver as well? And also, we were seeing erratic driving. He was just driving on the other side of traffic, so opposite traffic coming through, and of course creating a very dangerous situation for a lot of people out there who don't even know that this is happening.
That, you know, the not knowing is probably one of the most dangerous things for anybody that's on the roads today. If you know somebody that's in the valley, driving around, give them a call or text, and I understand they might be driving, but you need to give friends and family heads up that this is going on in the valley this morning. That's a very heavy piece of equipment. We saw what it did to a car at almost a standstill. Now imagine that thing going 40 miles an hour and plowing into somebody that may not know what's going on. Very dangerous situation. No, we don't want to see anybody get hurt. LAPD, they're in that same position, and their job is to keep everybody safe. So what are they doing? Well, they're doing what they can to try to disable that vehicle. Their best weapon right now are those spike strips. We did see at least one good spike strip attempt, and then we know that the passenger front tire is completely gone. So what's that mean? Well, that means that that truck is a little bit less agile. So if those speeds get a little bit higher, it's going to become a hair-raising type of situation. Right now, though, that vehicle continues just to drive along out here in the valley area. You can see it on the map, Reseda Boulevard. And where's the LAPD? Well, they are nearby. That's the best we can say right now. The helicopter definitely giving out calls, telling the ground crews where they are. And, of course, also how to get ahead of him safely and try to get another one of those spike strips. Maybe we can get another tire taken out. Maybe we'll disable that vehicle altogether.
You know, as we are watching this, it's been a couple hours now, over a couple of hours, and there was a time where you had to go fuel, and we weren't on top of this, seeing what happened. His attitude was on and off. There were moments where he was not aggressive, moments where he was. How has it changed in the course of the 2.5 hours we've been covering this?
Well, you know, you'd think that he would get tired. You know, I mean, just driving for so long, adrenaline rush, etc. You just figured that eventually he would start getting tired, seeing a little less agitation. Now he's got his sunglasses on. It's just he keeps looking in that rearview mirror, and I don't know what he thinks he's going to see. The officers that may be nearby, there you got one of them, and they are close by, and they are just waiting for that opportunity where they can get that person out of that truck, or he gets out, and then they can take him down, or it's going to be a perimeter. But at any rate, we just don't want to see that truck smash into anything, and we don't want to see anybody get hurt. Slower moving for sure. He's got a flat tire in the front, and now it's going to start damaging that vehicle. Somebody was asking me just a moment ago if this is a four-wheel drive or front-wheel drive. I would venture to say it might be a four-wheel drive, but it probably definitely is just the rear-wheel drive vehicle. And it seems like he's almost looking for officers, and there they are. There they are. There's a number of them right there. But it doesn't really make any difference. It's like, why are you looking? What difference is it going to make? Just pull over, bring this thing to an end. Now we're going to go underneath a bridge. We've seen some problems in the past underneath the 101 here on Reseda Boulevard, excuse me. But with all those officers on the ground, believe me, we're not going to lose them, and they're not going to lose them in the air as either.
Well, what's really interesting is how the additional weight of the thing that he's towing, that engine, will impact the fact that he has a front tire that's flat and basically stripped down to the rim right now because of that spike strip. And also it looks like, you know, he was agitated, honking on the horn, stopping, waiting for police. You don't know his state of mind right there, but it looks like the vehicle is running okay, despite the fact that he is really driving without the front right tire at this point.
You know, he's just driving along. He's got to know. He's probably feeling that effect of that no front tire there. And the driver's side may be going down as, no, it's not. I thought it was there for a moment. But
it looks like a little bit.
It could be. You know what? Let's stay hopeful. That's what I'm going to say. Let's stay hopeful. Maybe that is starting to lose a little bit of air. And we've talked about that in the past. Those spike strips, it isn't like in the movies where they drive over and there's a loud explosion in all the air and the tire shreds. They are basically the best way to describe them is hollow nails. And they break off. And then they just let the air out of the tire slowly so that the driver doesn't lose control instantly. And again, it's safety. It's all about that safety. That front tire on the passenger side, though, you can see it's completely shredded. Making his way here, we got onto Clark. I know that is a smaller street. And again, it keeps saying that we're in the Tarzana area. I trust it. But where we are exactly, it looks like we're over by another shopping center. We've seen him drive through many of these. I'm always hopeful that he just parks. We've seen it so often that they just park and they get out and then they just kind of run. But in this case, he just keeps on driving a little bit slower. Here we go. And you know what? I was venturing to say earlier on that he wasn't getting their attention. They were getting his, but that clearly was him getting somebody's attention. I just wonder what he's asking these people or what's he saying to them.
Yeah, definitely he's been engaging with several people, motorists and pedestrians alike, throughout this whole pursuit over the past 2 hours or so. And at one point, one car even really, I guess, really mad at him for what he did to another vehicle, from smashing it, and then that driver approaching him earlier saying, what's going on? So clearly we haven't seen a pursuit like this where the suspect is engaging with other motorists as well as pedestrians alike, and we have no idea what he's saying, what he's asking, why he's engaging these other people, but also residents in that neighborhood in San Fernando Valley taking matters into their own hands, which police obviously discourage, but saying things to the motorist as well, to the suspect. But again, we don't know what they were saying. It looks like they were mad at him for the situation at hand, but it didn't stop him from continuing this pursuit.
No, and it didn't stop him at all. And it looks like he's going through some things inside the cab there. When he tossed something out earlier on, and it seems to be maybe a power drink or something like that. Don't know if those were just in the cab, and he's staying hydrated. Got to stay hydrated. It is very hot today. But definitely still very agitated in there, still moving around quite a bit. A number of the officers that we were talking about that were, you know, let's just say tracking along side streets, now making themselves pretty obvious. Hopefully they have their lights and sirens, or at least their sirens on, at least they're giving the public heads up, hey, this is going on. But it's been going on for so long, I venture to say a lot of the folks at least have some idea that there may be something like this going on, waiting for that opening in traffic, and if he has had a couple of them. But this is the thing, this person, he's got no place to go. Their time is not of the essence to him. So I believe when he just stops, he's just biding his time, and he has no reason really to run, because the officers, well, they can't put their vehicles in front of him, and they can't really block him in, because we saw what that truck can do to other cars. So they're not going to do any of that. Hopefully they'll get another tire out, and then when that happens, maybe this thing's going to come to an end. But that big heavy truck with that powerful engine just continues to chug along out here in the on Ventura Boulevard, which is very, very busy any time of the day or night in the Tarzana area. A lot of traffic out here as well. Hopefully it doesn't get into an area where he gets blocked in by somebody and makes those decisions where he pushes somebody out of the way. But right now, back onto Ventura Boulevard, and you can see waiting for the light, but we've seen it in the past. The lights will change, he'll just sit there. LAPD, well, they're going to try to do another spike strip and try to get another tire taken out.
You know, initially this began because someone who works for this company had pulled over at a gas station. They were filling up, getting more gas, and this person jumped into the vehicle, crime of opportunity, took off. And we were wondering how much gas, you know, had the vehicle, was the vehicle able to get, how much gas is in the car. It seems like it's been a while, so I guess the vehicle was not on empty, because he keeps going, and we were hoping at some point maybe he would just have to stop because he had no choice.
You know, I would venture to say you're correct on that as well. Probably just finished fueling, and then this person took control of that truck and just drove out of that gas station. Continuing to drive along right there, and you can see that it's just doesn't really seem like it's interfering too much with the drive. There you go. That was the other spike strip. I was hopeful. And see, that's kind of the thing. It has to be almost a sneak attack. You know, the officer has got to, maybe park his vehicle around the corner, get out to that intersection. There's a lot in play there, and it is a tough job. It's not that easy just to throw that thing out there and just, and hope he runs it over. And so, again, there was another attempt right there on Ventura Boulevard. Again, though, another miss, but, one tire's out. They'll get another one, hopefully. The only thing we can say is, good for LAPD for getting back into this and trying to bring this to a stop the best way they can. I wish there was something else that they could do, but right now there really isn't. But the positive is that driver does not seem to be very aggressive, does not seem to be trying to hurt anybody. So right now it's kind of like I said, cat and mouse. And the cat being LAPD, the mouse being this truck. But, the owner of that company, I'm sure he is furious right now. I couldn't venture to say what words are coming out of his mouth as he's watching this on television.
He's getting a lot of advertisement. I mean,
that may be true. The next time I need some concrete pumped into a construction site, I will definitely call Atomic. There's no doubt about that.
You gotta look at that.
But you got to look at the positives. But right now, keeping an eye on him. He seems to be drinking those drinks and getting a snack as well. You got to wonder, though. You think he brought that stuff with him? I'm sure this is somebody's lunch. It's insult to injury. Whoever was driving that truck, now this guy is eating his lunch. But at any rate, its pursuit is continuing on. Back onto Ventura Boulevard and just cruising along. LAPD, they're here too, but they don't want to cruise. They want to bring this thing to an end.
And as Roxia mentioned, this all happened at a gas station. Basically, this vehicle was carjacked. At the moment, the worker from Atomic Concrete Company was pumping gas into this work vehicle, and then this guy, the suspect, evidently jumped in, took this vehicle away. It's unclear any association with the company or whether or not he even knows that he's hauling hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment right there, obviously with that trailer hitch. And if he knows how to maneuver this vehicle, I guess he's doing fine as it is right now, but a lot of unanswered questions. And as we showed you earlier in the newscast, about 2 hours ago, he did bump into and fully spin a vehicle ahead of him. So there was one innocent person who had their car smashed because of this suspect, and then angry motorists as well approaching the suspect, yelling at him for what he did, but he kept on going. He has been interacting with pedestrians. We don't know what he was saying, and one spike strip did work, threw it down, and took out the passenger side front tire, but right now he is still rolling along in the San Fernando Valley area. This is Tarzana still, Stu?
Yep, definitely in the Tarzana area. I kind of know where he's at there. I think there's actually a fire station and a Ross right over here as well. So yeah, he had that opportunity to get on or off of the actually onto the 101, but didn't take it. So that's a good plus. We haven't seen him on any of the freeways out here, and that also is, I would venture to say, a good thing. You don't want to see that truck getting up to 65 miles an hour and now having to stop abruptly with at least one missing tire there. That driver continues to just kind of neander through the streets out here. Again, you just wanted to bring it to an end, but right now maybe he's trying to avoid the heat. You saw that truck's got the air conditioning going, and he jumped in. But I can tell you, probably in the police cars there'll be AC as well, and at any of those police stations they'll have the AC too. So if that's the issue, you're covered. But right now he continues to drive this vehicle. LAPD wants him in custody, and it's the how. how do you bring this thing to a stop? A lot of folks might be just tuning in and saying, well, Stu, that's just a big pickup truck. It is a very big pickup truck. That's the only way I can describe it. And that is a massive machine down there. And we saw what it did to one of those vehicles earlier on. We don't want to see that happen again. And you cannot do a pit maneuver, and you can't block something like this in. So the only option right now is follow, keep an eye on it, try to get those spike strips out there, maybe take out another tire, or maybe take out the tires on the trailer. That would be one of the best things to do, I think. But again, it's not that easy. A lot of folks are probably coming up with, oh, just do this or just do that. Believe me, if it was that easy, LAPD would have been on it a long time ago.
Yeah, we saw many attempts by police officers trying to throw out that spike strip. It didn't work. He just went around it. And the big question and the factor is, as you mentioned, this is a very, very heavy vehicle. It has been custom fitted, as you see, with all the workmanship for being a construction vehicle, with those added drawers right there, the compartments to keep some equipment. You see the heavy piling of equipment in the bed of that pickup, as well as that whole trailer right there with a whole motor or engine or whatever that is in terms of what's being done for concrete, right? It looks like something that you would place.
That's the actual pump.
Yeah, the pump that you would lay down the concrete.
Yeah, that's they pour the concrete into that back piece there. There's probably it might actually be what you're seeing sticking up right there, but those hoses now I'm giving people construction advice. Those hoses is how they move the concrete to locations farther away. There we go, another spike strip. Oh,
yeah, we got him.
Maybe. Maybe. Definitely. And if you were wondering what I was looking at, there's this Durango that keeps kind of shadowing
for a while now.
You know what? And you know, I thought it was the same one, but I think the other one was gray, but it's the same. Well, actually, Dylan says it's the same one. So Dylan being my pilot today. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. Maybe that's one of the construction workers, or maybe that's somebody that actually works for that company, just keeping an eye on the property. But it has been behind this vehicle for quite some time. Don't think it's a friend. Don't think it's somebody that's trying to help them out. Just somebody that's keeping an eye on it. What's happened now? Well, you know, those spike strips, that's the other thing, is they have to be standing up. You know, like if they're laying on their sides and you roll over it, it's not going to put one of those nails in the tire. So it makes it even a little bit more difficult. And again, it's not going to go flat in an instant. So we're keeping an eye on it, see what happened. But those LAPD officers, boy, they're making an effort today. And you just got to give them hats off for that, for sure. And again, just continuing on, Ventura Boulevard. And we're in the Woodland Hills area. And all these folks right here, they know what's going on. They were waiting. You can see it. They actually had their phones out. So clearly a lot of people know what's going on, and they're keeping an eye out on it on the road, and that's a good thing.
It doesn't look like the spike strips worked.
Well, it might take a while, but you make a good point to say that, you know, it's not enough for them just to administer the spike strips. It has to be perfectly lined up for it to be effective. So it's not so simple. It's really a skill, laying that spike strip down, trying to angle it perfectly when that vehicle approaches.
Yeah, it is difficult. And I actually, one time, a long time ago, I actually got to throw the spike strip just to see how they do it. And it's not that easy. Those things are heavy, and to get it to lay just correct, you really have to have skill. And I don't know. I mean, you'd think that those officers have some sort of training besides reading the pamphlet that comes with it. But, you know, I just honestly don't know how all that goes. Do they actually train these officers on how to deploy the spike strips? Because it seems like it's something that needs to be done, and we're seeing it today. You got to throw it out. It's got to lay out in a correct way, and you got to get it in a way where the driver doesn't see you doing it. So there's a lot going on right there. There's a lot going on.
And as to the status of this driver, we have no idea where he's from, his motivation, what he's up to, where he's going. A lot of times, I know we mentioned during pursuits that usually there's some type of motive and the person just drives around in areas where they're familiar. They end up circling back to a neighborhood that they're comfortable in, that they're looking for somebody at. But clearly, this is very random. Staying in the San Fernando Valley, though, not going onto the freeway. And again, varying speeds we're looking at, sometimes coming to a standstill for no reason at all, like we're seeing right here. And yeah, erratic behavior.
I would venture to say that, you know, I don't know if these are people like trying to get their few moments of fame on some sort of social media, but definitely now he went into the wrong side of the road. That Jeep right there has been in front of him and trying to do maneuvers. That tow truck also got up very, very close to him, and it almost seemed like they were trying to box him in. We saw what this driver did earlier on, and you know, this person right there clearly trying to get some sort of a couple moments of fame. And you know, why? I kind of understand. I know the why, but just don't do it. You know, you just don't know what you're up against right there, and that, you know, that's a nice little SUV you got, and it's not going to look good if this thing pushes across it and you get it all damaged. So, and again, how do you think the insurance is going to handle that? I mean, you basically put yourself in that situation. LAPD doesn't want you to do this. Skyfox doesn't want you to do this. So, you know, let's just keep everybody safe out here and not try to bring this to an end on your own. As far as those other two, that Jeep also just kind of hanging out there in front. So you just got to wonder, what is their connection? Are they here for the glory? Are they here because they know this person? Or they might be somebody that works with that company. But whatever it is, LAPD probably not wanted.
If anyone has just tuned in to Live Now, you're taking a look at a stolen vehicle pursuit. This is out in the LA area. The coverage you're listening to courtesy of Fox 11, our station over in California. So we've been on this for the better part of the morning, at least since I've been in the chair here. And we're going to stay on it. Hopefully this comes to a conclusion soon, because police have been chasing this vehicle for a few hours now.
Because there is no explanation.
None whatsoever. And you know, a couple of folks were hitting me up on you know, texting me, just trying to basically say, you know, he does definitely seem to be inebriated, under the influence, something. You know, we don't know for a fact, and that's one of the reasons I kind of stay away from it. Agitated, definitely. That was not very polite. And just, you know, just basically running amok. What is he doing? Really, the deal is he just doesn't want to be arrested. And as long as he's behind the wheel of that vehicle, he's not in cuffs. And that's probably the only motivation that driver has right now. Stopping again, middle of Ventura Boulevard. The reason why I'm a little, you know, moving back and forth is that's what I was looking for. Law enforcement is here. And I think that they are slowing some of the traffic, or keeping that traffic back, and that's one of the reasons why it seems like it has that appearance of not a lot of traffic this afternoon or morning still, because they're blocking that traffic to keep those people away. There you go, that tow truck right there with it again, that gray Jeep right there with it, and then the suspect, and then that Mercedes SUV. So, and he clearly has his phone out. So it's one of these, and you know, that here I go again, being Mama Stu. It's like, give it to the passenger. Give the phone to the passenger. Well, you know, you're driving. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, and it's never a good idea to take matters into your own hands when you see a pursuit happening in your area or wherever you are. Do not try to stop the suspect. You never know if these suspects are armed, and also the state of mind they're in. As Roxy was mentioning, he could be under the influence, and it makes people crazy. So do not do this and try to be a social media star, right, by posting your videos. It is not safe.
Those people might also not be aware that, you know, there's a pursuit that we're covering. They think maybe they're catching something that's happening in front of them, and so they want to record it to then share it, because they might not be listening to the radio, or obviously they're not watching television. So that's just the society that we live in nowadays, right? You see something happening, your gut reaction is to grab your phone and record it, just to get evidence of it, whatever it may be.
Well, It is not a good idea, especially with that heavy truck with that big engine behind it. Believe me, if they get in this guy's way, I would venture to say that he will have no qualms just pushing that gas and damaging their vehicle. I'm seeing it kind of bumping around a little bit. I don't know if Dylan actually has our mic open, but I kind of want to get back onto the other side. I know we always want to see what the driver's doing, but I'm kind of curious about the passenger rear tire right now. That might be going flat as well, because just because the spike strips didn't get them on this side doesn't mean that they might not have gotten a couple on the other side there. And also, as soon as that palm tree gets out of the way, I want to check those rear tires as well. No, they all seem pretty solid on this side. So, but it does seem like the truck's wobbling a little bit more, especially when he was getting those speeds up to about 30 miles and 40 miles an hour. I'm wondering if he hasn't lost all his tires on the passenger side. Again, is this good? Is this bad? Hopefully it's good. I want it to be good. Is it bad? Well, he might actually start losing a little bit of that maneuverability. Not that he has been making any sharp turns or anything, but I just don't want to see this slide into a pedestrian or into a vehicle that just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it would be great to get a perspective. Yep, that car.
That car is right. I'm wondering, do you think it could possibly be? No, it wouldn't be law enforcement, would it?
No. I would say not law enforcement at all. Maybe somebody that, and again, there you go. You've got these folks, I can almost guarantee you, they're not just randomly standing there just kind of wondering what's going on. They hear it, they know it, they're watching our Fox app. I'm sure they are. And so that's one of the reasons why they're out there. You know, just somebody on the side of the road, that's not bad. If they try to engage this person, that's a problem. And that's LAPD definitely taking that all into consideration this morning, and keeping the public safe. That's what the deal is. And believe me, they don't want to see any civilians make their way around this vehicle. And we did see one earlier on, and we saw what happened to that guy's car. Yeah. Basically, like, tried to block him in. For whatever reason, and he just pushed through that like it was nothing. And so that's the type of situation that's going on right now. Still on Ventura Boulevard, though. Wonder how far out we're going to go. We're getting back up to Topanga Canyon. That was one of his favorite streets earlier on, but he's not set up for a right turn. So it looks like we're going to continue on Ventura. And lights, you know, he stops at the lights. Those are great. And people are saying, why is the traffic so light? The traffic's so light because there's a lot of LAPD holding traffic back, and there they are, about a block and a half away.
To keep people safe,
keep people safe. That's it. And is that tow truck? No, it's not.
Well, Dylan, as you, Stu, you were mentioning to Dylan, the pilot there, if he could make it safely at some point to the other side of the suspect's vehicle to see if we could check on those tires, as you were mentioning, Stu, because of the fact that he is carrying a lot of heavy weight with that engine, that generator, and the pump he's towing with all that equipment, and he was wobbling at some point. So we want to check if those spike strips actually worked on that side of the vehicle. So if you can, at some point, oh, there's the driver looking in the back again, looking out the window, always checking his rear mirror, but just waiting at the light.
Yeah, you wonder if this person is just waiting to make that left or was actually at his window down and talking to him. Dylan is going to make an effort to get on to the other side when he can safely. Right now, though, we're just going to stay right here for a moment or two, but we'll definitely move Sky Fox to that other side. It's just curiosity. You can see that truck not really slowing down, and there's a lot of engine under that hood, and because it has to carry a lot of weight. A lot of times it isn't just going to be, look at how that thing is wobbling. I would venture to say he's got one of the rears on the passenger side also flat right now as well, and it is going to create more of a problem for that driver as this pursuit continues.
I mean, it doesn't look very stable. Yeah, you can see it kind of wonky there. I just, wondering how long this is going to go on for before police take a bit of a more aggressive approach. But it seems like at this point we're over 2 hours and we're still just doing circles with this guy just following along.
And, the other question is, what can they do? That's really what it is what can they do to bring this to an end? You know, they can't box them in because that truck is just going to push through those vehicles. It's going to put officers in danger, especially if they're in their vehicles when that happens. And now we're back over here on this side, and it's really kind of hard to tell. It looks like, oh no, it's that definitely that rear tire definitely flat, and those are dualies. So there's another tire on the other side, and I would venture to say that one is flat as well. So those are going to start falling apart. Eventually, the rears are going to look like that front, and you know that might be a good thing. If this is not a four-wheel drive, then he's going to start losing the ability to go.
Yeah.
And that might actually be an door's opening. First time we get over here, and he opens up the door. There we go.
He probably was checking on those tires.
Yeah, he's probably checking those tires, right? And the fact that police know that he's now on the rims of the front tire or the front passenger side, and then knowing that they're flattening or he is impacted in the back as well, that's why they're probably trying to prevent traffic from getting close to this guy, because of the fact he's going to start losing control, and that engine, that pump he's towing is going to really go sideways. It might just fly off eventually.
Well, if it flies off, those heavy equipment people, they know what they're doing, especially when they're towing something like that. And I can almost assure you that however that is attached to that truck, I would venture to say it is not going to come off. But when those tires are flat, it's going to start flopping around back there. It's going to create a lot of other issues, and that is going to help bring this to an end. It does appear one tire of the four of the pumper is flat. We got both the duals in the back on the passenger side flat as well. So LAPD, they have taken out a lot of the tires. Is it enough to bring this to an end? That we're going to wait and see. But it continues to make its way on Ventura Boulevard. We're continuing out to the west. Woodland Hills is the place to be right now. Ventura Boulevard, I'm pretty sure is going to kind of come to an end as we make our way into that Calabasas area. And it's also going to become very tight streets out there. But it hasn't been driving very fast. It's been kind of keeping the slower pace out here. So hopefully that will continue. And again, no injuries to anybody yet. And I hope it stays like that as well.
So do we, Stu. Thank you for staying on top of this. You will continue to monitor things, of course, and we'll check back in with you should anything change. In the meantime, though, we do have some other news to get to.
All right. Thank you to our coverage out Fox LA. And that vehicle pursued, it was stolen while the original driver was actually pumping gas this morning. Police have been chasing it for over 2 hours now and still have not caught that suspect. So I'm pretty sure that Fox 11 will go back to this pursuit. Once they do, we'll also carry it here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, going to take another quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have many more live events to get to as we wait for Fox 11 to go back to that coverage, including out here in D.C., House Republicans holding a press conference happening right now. And also down in Texas, we have plaintiffs of a lawsuit against the state over abortions. They are testifying in court. Both those events happening live, and we will have more when we return. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We actually do want to continue with this live pursuit out in LA. Earlier, we were listening to coverage from Fox 11. They have turned their attention away from this during their newscast, but we do have the live raw feed from the chopper. A little more on this. You can see actually as they continue to zoom into this company vehicle, a couple of those tires losing some air, and then the tire on the other side, the right-hand passenger side in the front, is completely gone. So this driver is just driving on rims right now. You can see him swerving, swaying a little bit as he carries a load in the back of this company vehicle. No motive yet as to why this suspect decided to steal this truck. Apparently earlier today, the original driver was filling up his company vehicle at a gas station, and that's when that suspect just hopped in and took that car away, that truck away from the original driver. Police have been following this vehicle since around 7:30 West Coast time, so a little over 2 hours that we've still been on it. It's been quite an exhausting journey here, as several spike strips have been used by law enforcement to try to get this driver to stop, but to no avail. As you see, this suspect continues on in the roads over there in downtown LA. So this vehicle was stolen from the San Fernando Valley area this morning. As I said, pursued across the region for more than 2 hours. The suspect is in a heavy equipment truck and has driven through Chatsworth, Northridge, Canoga Park, Winnetka, Reseda, and Tarzana since the pursuit began just after 7 a.m. West Coast time. So that's just after 10 a.m. East Coast time. The company's owner actually spoke to our Fox station, Fox 11, earlier today regarding this situation, and it told our news partners there in LA that one of its employees was at the gas station filling up the tank when it was stolen in the area near Sherman Way and Tampa Avenue in Northridge. A small blue car was also seen slowly reversing into the stolen truck, and that happened earlier today. So if you have been watching this live with us, you saw that some significant damage was brought onto that small blue car because that truck just kind of rammed its way through, pushing that car out of the way just to get by on the roads there. It's been a pretty slow pursuit the whole time, though. No high-speed chase to report. But that was definitely one of the most nail-biting scenes, is when it pushed that small blue car out of the way. LAPD, as I had mentioned, attempted several spike strips so far in an effort to stop that suspect. That truck, however, continues to operate. You could see, though, that law enforcement getting closer to that vehicle there, but they have been following at a distance most of the time. Maybe they think that now is the time that they can get that driver to just step out. But the car keeps going, even though the tires, one of the tires at least, completely blown out. And as I mentioned, several spike strips have been used. So it can be assumed that the other tires have also sustained some damage, could be losing air as we speak. We did see the suspect peering out of the vehicle several times to check on those tires, and it did appear at one point that the suspect had changed his clothing. We saw him drinking some energy drinks there. No motive, however, and it's a big question as to why someone would choose to steal this type of vehicle. Clearly not going to be moving very quickly, and it's just so big that a lot of things can obstruct it. But he has been making his way through the streets of LA and not stopped except for some red lights, but law enforcement have not been able to apprehend this suspect. Several passerby vehicles were also seen pulling up to the stolen truck. We saw the driver speaking to some people just hanging out on the side of the road and in several large parking lots. Not sure what the conversations were had there, but we do know that a lot of times these drivers, these stolen vehicle suspects, they tend to head to areas that they know very well. Makes it very easy, or much easier, I should say, for them to evade police. Authorities, though, reminding the public to stay out of the way, do not approach the pursuit suspect at any point. It could be very dangerous. We do not know if this suspect has any type of weapons on them. That has not been reported. We have just been following them from our Skyfox chopper over in LA. Again, over 2 hours now. One of those tires completely blown out. The others, we can assume, losing air very quickly. We see some LAPD vehicles following close by behind that truck. So also assuming that that driver knows that a pursuit is continuing, because for some time we did not see any law enforcement near the stolen truck. And it was moving very leisurely, and right now still moving at slow speeds. Has been taking some cautions to traffic signals that you can see here. They have the miles per hour up on the upper right-hand side of your screen, so moving very slowly. Picking up speed now, but still just trying to get through these areas. It's looking like more residential areas. Staying just under 20 miles an hour for the most part, as you can see here, hitting 20 miles an hour exactly. No injuries have also been reported at this time, which is good news. Anyone that is familiar with the area, they're approaching the West Hills area in this pursuit. I think that the chopper also has is also covering this, so let me listen in to see if they have more information.
I don't have my earbuds, but I can try. Send me the number. Thank you.
No sound coming in from the chopper at this moment, but we are working to get our reporter that is in that chopper to call in, so they possibly might, within the next few minutes, hopefully get some more details. This pursuit gonna be approaching 3 hours, still just a little over 2 hours since police have been following this in the area of LA. Back just after 7 a.m., 10 a.m. Eastern time is when we first got reports and when police first started chasing this vehicle, albeit a slow speed chase most of the time. You could see that truck just hitting 40 miles an hour right now, so not too quick, but in a residential area. So it could be said that this truck driver is abiding by the speed limits, at least. No injuries reported, as I had just mentioned, even though we have seen a few people speak to the driver. The driver has pulled up to some people that have been standing on the sidewalk, as well as others when it has pulled into some larger parking lots. This driver gone through different areas, and it looks like we might be getting the chopper calling in. So let me see what we're working on with that. I will leave this feed up for everyone to continue watching. Okay, on the air right now, we have Stu. Stu, can you hear me? Still trying to work to get Stu. I spoke to him a second ago regarding this pursuit in LA. He is up in the chopper and has been offering a lot of great insight as Fox 11 has been covering it for the majority of the day. So still working to get him. But as I had mentioned, he had been... Oh, Stu, I think I got you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, well, thank you.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yeah,
no, that's what we've been having this issue a little bit earlier on. No, the pursuit continues to go on out here, and if you guys are just starting to watch it, you know, it's not really a very fast-moving pursuit, but it's a very heavy vehicle, and it's been going on for quite some time. The owner of that vehicle was actually getting gas about 2 hours ago, and somewhere at the gas station, that person behind the wheel now just stole the vehicle. It was a crime of opportunity, as we understand it. Now, he's made his way through the valley for much of the area, much of the morning, for about 2 hours or so. And, you know, I understand that a lot of this stuff isn't local viewers. So when I say the valley, I'm talking about San Fernando Valley out here in the California area. Now, they did see some really scary moments where somebody actually tried to block that vehicle in. It was a little blue, I guess like a Honda or something, and that truck just pushed that thing out of the way like it was nothing, creating a lot of damage. And then, of course, a lot of folks that were nearby started to try to run that person down, meaning that, you know, they were making their way over to that truck, just yelling out the windows, you know, telling them to stop or whatever. That driver has no intentions of stopping and hasn't. So how does LAPD handle something like this? That's the big question. And, you know, I feel for them. Because how do you bring that thing to a stop? You can't do a pit maneuver. You can't get in front of it, because we saw what's happened in the past. Well, there goes one of the tires right there. And what their deal was is they wound up using spike strips, and those spike strips have been pretty effective. Now that truck, on just the truck itself, not the trailer, has 6 tires. You've got 4 in the rear and 2 in the front. Now the passenger side, driver front, completely gone. And I can venture to say, from what we just saw, the duals in the rear are gone as well. So they're starting to lose the tires, and the good thing is it might not be able to go. If all those tires start coming off and you're just on the rims, it might have a little bit of trouble actually going, and that will create an opportunity for officers maybe to bring this thing to an end. But very dangerous situation for sure. We try to poke some fun at it sometimes, especially on slower moving vehicles like this, but you know what that truck can do is very scary, meaning if he slides into somebody, a pedestrian, it could be tragic. And of course, and somebody just driving, it could be the same way. But right now, the pursuit just continues on, very slow speeds. LAPD, you've got 1 vehicle behind it. I know there's probably 4 or 5. And what they're doing is just kind of slowing the traffic. You know, this is Los Angeles, or this is actually the valley out here, part of the city of Los Angeles. And there's always a lot of traffic. This morning, I'm actually running the camera with one hand and holding the cell phone with the other. Sorry about that. But it basically is creating a lot of traffic problems. But, you know, LAPD, they got to keep people safe. And the only thing they can do right now is lights and sirens, let people know that this is coming down their way. And hopefully that driver just decides to give up.
Stu, thank you so much for joining us, even though you're manning the camera, trying to give us all the best coverage here. But I want to get back to the fact that this truck is losing tires and still over 2 hours. We have been following it. Like, you know, when you watch it in the movies, you see rims start sparking up and stuff like fire. Is this something that we can expect sooner? Is this tire going to be able to coast on for a bit longer?
You know, if it was nighttime, we might be seeing some sparks coming out of that front rim. But because it's daytime, maybe not so much. If the tires come off completely, and this is where it gets kind of weird, you know, it's one of those ones, if the tires come off completely, depending on which side the drive wheel is on, you know, we might start seeing those shower sparks even in the daytime. That pumper, that is a very heavy piece of equipment. That has 1 tire is flat also on the passenger side. Now, people might be saying, well, geez, Stu, why aren't you on the passenger side? Well, flip-flopping with the helicopter, not that easy. and we always try to stay on the side with the driver, just, you know, in case this thing comes to an end. The driver's the one that we're going to want to keep an eye on. So that's one of the reasons why we're on this side. LAPD, they're trying to bring this thing to an end. That driver, you know, it's been going on for about 2 hours. If that thing has a full tank of gas, which it may have because they stole it from the gas station, you know, this could be going on for hours. But LAPD, their task was trying to bring this thing to an end, and what they're doing right now is trying to keep the public safe. As the speeds pick up like this is where I always get worried, because that thing's not going to be able to stop as easy because it's missing all the tires on the passenger side right now, basically running on the rims.
So, Stu, I know you've seen a lot of pursuits, and like you said, it's getting a bit more dangerous the more that this truck, continues to pick up speed. It'll be harder to stop. But because you've been covering so many pursuits, anything stand out in particular about this one?
Oh my goodness, I don't know if you can hear me at all, but I lost you there for just a moment. You were talking about the types of pursuits and things, and LAPD is not going to just let this one go, if that was the question. They were in tracking mode earlier on, basically where they just kind of said, we're going to keep the helicopter over it, going to keep an eye on what's going on, and that's when things got really strange. That's when that truck actually rammed into one of the vehicles trying to stop it, and when I say a vehicle, I'm talking about a civilian vehicle, not law enforcement. And when that happened, that's when kind of things changed up a little bit. LAPD saw that this person is a menace, and it doesn't seem to care about property. That officer, his door is open, not because the air conditioning isn't working. It's open because he wants to be able to deploy if that suspect decides to get out and run. But we haven't seen that. That driver basically kind of keeping himself inside that car there. I don't know where you guys are located at exactly, but the temperatures are hot out here today. And we were even venturing to say maybe the reason why he's... Copy all. Sorry about that. I was actually working with our local station there for just a second. But we were making jokes that maybe he's just trying to stay cool in there. But, you know, the reality is those police cars have got air conditioning as well. And when they take them to the police station, I'm sure there's going to be AC there as well, too. So that's probably not the reason why. But he just continues to drive around out here, just kind of meandering and visiting the same areas. We're back on the street where we were about an hour and a half ago. And you can see there you go. No tires at all, just on the rims, and this truck continues to drive. Copy all. Copy all, copy all.
So, Stu, yes, I know that you've been following this for quite some time now, and we did lose you a little bit earlier, but I was asking, oh my goodness, you could just see that the tire is just completely gone in the entire passenger side of this car. Just insane. Anything I did want to know that you find particularly unique about this vehicle pursuit as compared to others you have covered?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Hey, what happened with digital? Did we ever get digital?
Oh, I think we might have lost Stu for a moment, but great coverage from Fox 11's aerial reporter out there as we continue to monitor this vehicle pursuit. A company vehicle stolen early this morning. Over 2 hours we've been following this. Police continuing to pursue this company vehicle, and still no signs of it coming to a stop anytime soon. We can see even from up here that tires just completely blown out. Look at that, shredded on the passenger side of this truck. Speaking with Stu earlier, I was asking him about what we can expect to see now that these tires have been blown out. You know, sometimes we would see sparks coming from that, and he did tell us that if it was nighttime, that is a possibility. So it is possible that those rims are sparking. We just can't see them right now because it is the daytime. Been following this since just after 10 in the morning East Coast time, so going on 2.5 hours now. And it looks like Fox 11 back with their coverage in this stolen vehicle pursuit. Let's listen in to what our partners have to say over in LA.
Times, but the driver just kept on going. Skyfox is overhead. It is still underway. There you see it. It's still going. No developments as of right now. We are staying on top of it, though, as you can see, and we will bring you the latest as it happens. In the meantime, we turn to this. A shooting leaves one man dead, 2 others badly wounded in Inglewood.
Mario Ramirez is live at the crime scene with more.
Okay, Fox LA, just dipping into that for a brief moment. Pursuit continues, however, in the LA area. You could see here a lot of those tires shredded of this truck. LAPD's used multiple spikes to try to get this driver to stop, but they continue to move. They may be stopping officially right now, though, because it doesn't seem that they're stopped for a red light or any other type of traffic signal. Oh, no. There he starts rolling away again. Hard to tell what LAPD is going to do next because they've pretty much blown out the tires of this truck. Gotta leave this feed and have you guys watching this in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
And thanks to our viewers continuing to watch with us right here on Live Now from Fox. This has been the chase that continues to be talked about. We're going on close to 3 hours here watching this chase unfold, going through the neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring you full coverage here of the chase that just doesn't want to end. And police obviously want this one to end because we saw earlier in the chase a person had their car just rammed into from this stolen work truck here. So we are going to continue to stay on it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. It's what we do here, show you things that are happening live, raw, and unfiltered. And this is really just a great aspect here of Live Now, able to just stay on shots here for an extended period of time and really bringing you this news as it's unfolding there. But yeah, even though it doesn't have all working tires, the chase continues on there in Los Angeles. This suspect has no stopping in him at this moment, and we saw earlier throughout the chase he was egging them on, police, as well as talking to people that were just part of driving through the neighborhoods as well. They were stopping to talk to the suspect as well. So at very much times it's been a bizarre chase as well. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for being here with us as we will continue to bring you other top stories throughout the day. But this one, we are staying on the chase here in Los Angeles. Live coverage continues right here, and you can see there the strong line of police that are following the suspect here, and we are just going to wait and see just how this is all going to end here. But this is how it all started, where a worker was filling up gas of his work truck, just trying to get on and start his day. And then all of a sudden, the suspect gets into the truck and drives off with it. And then this chase happened. And there were so many times during it, we thought, okay, it's going to end now, or it's going to stop now. And it just kept trucking along there. No pun intended right there, but we continue to watch it here. Right now, it looks like the suspect obeying the rules of at least the red light, green light here. So doing some sort of traffic safety here, but still not wanting to give up right now. We wait and see just how it all unfolds right here on Live Now from Fox. We are live worldwide and always here for you. Always a great time to check out Live Now. Fox.com for all of your streaming needs here, from top stories to breaking news alerts. We do have you covered. LiveNowFox.com. Love to have you and check it out. We do stream all the time here. So we are continuing to watch this all unfold right now. Sky Fox high up above showcasing it all right now. And this is breaking news that continues to be displayed on the streets of Los Angeles right now. The suspect continuing this hours-long pursuit here. And like I was saying earlier, we had the suspect there slamming into vehicles and really causing some damage to those cars. Right now, this one continues to go on. Even though that police have used the spike strips here on this vehicle, they continue right now to still be able to roll on right here. And we are going to wait and see what the police next move is right now and just how much further and longer this chase can go here. So we appreciate all our viewers continuing to join in with us live on Live Now from Fox, where we bring you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here. And let's see what's going to happen here next as Sky Fox continuing to showcase this happening all in real time right here. And we thank all our viewers from around the country and around the world that are joining us right now as well. Slow pursuit, though. It is really slowed down considerably as police continue to follow along. You can see on the top of your screen the location, Sherman Way and Millwood Avenue in Los Angeles, and just going 10 to 12 miles per hour right now. But viewer discretion advised, though, when this does come to a stop and they try to get that suspect out of the vehicle. You just don't know what that suspect is going to do. They're such a wild card right now, obviously. I mean, they did the most wild card thing that you could do to start your day is to steal a work truck and go on a hours-long pursuit here. So if they're willing to do that, you just don't know what they're willing to do next here. So that is why we ask to have viewer discretion heavily advised coming up here whenever this comes to a conclusion. And we're hoping that it's going to be in a very safe way, that police stay safe as well as the rest of the community here that continues to watch on as this all unfolds right now. Now you can see must be harder to turn now because you don't have all working tires to your benefit, but it continues to sludge on right now, and we're watching every step of the way for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are here with you on, okay, now we have a stop here. Let's see what happens. Let's see what the suspect's next move is going to be, as this car has stopped, and we are waiting now for the next move here. Well, now it continues to roll right on. Suspect was seen drinking something at one point, and we will see what that person is going to do next. We don't know what type of drink it was, but he was mouthing off to officers earlier as well. And almost at a time felt like it was egging the police on as well. So Sky Fox doing a great job really capturing this. They had to move away in the middle of it because they had to actually refuel. And they got right back to it, and so did our coverage. To tell you a little something about this, I was in my editorial meeting here earlier this morning, and I had to break away for a time because I was like, oh, we have a police chase going on, and that was about 7:30 local time, and well, now it's 10 after 10, and that chase, the one I was talking about, here it is, continuing on, and we are staying with it here, trying to see what is going to happen next. Thing with police chases is, you could come in the middle, you could come near the end, but you're always definitely going to stay to the end to figure out and find out just how this all unfolds. And we're hoping, like we were saying earlier, we're hoping that it's going to end in a very peaceful way, that sooner or later the suspect is going to come to their senses and just come to the realization that they will be arrested here. So many times with these police chases, especially this one that is going at such low speeds, they know what is coming. They are just really trying to extend their last moments of freedom. So that's what you see here. And for the last 3 hours now, that that suspect has been able to extend those moments of freedom here. So we will continue to follow it here for you on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you, bringing you some of the biggest stories as they're happening. And of course, just like this one, when it's breaking news, we got you covered there as well. Thanks to all our viewers watching on TV, streaming worldwide. We are always here for you on LiveNowFox.com. You can check us out, bringing you biggest stories, top headlines, and of course, breaking news just like this, all right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. So let's continue to wait and see what will happen next here in this very intriguing chase that is low speed but continues to move on. It's an hours-long chase. Suspect has no stop in him, and police are just going to try to wait it out here. They were using spike strips earlier, and we are waiting now for maybe the police's next move and what that could look like here coming up. But thanks for all of you joining us here on Live Now from Fox as this Los Angeles chase continues. You can see the location always at the top of your screen on the top right. You can see all the miles per hour, all in real time right here. And yeah, like I was saying, it is slow. It has the attention of police from the ground, and they have their chopper up as well. You just saw that one. And this chase has now turned more into what looks like you know, if it was a funeral service almost, and it's going at that, and it looks like the truck might not have much left in them here. Let's see how it's all going to end right. Is it going to end right here? Looks like okay. Suspect is now stopped here in the middle. Let's see what will happen now here. Viewer discretion is advised here. You just don't know what is going to happen next. That is why Sky Fox pulled out just a little. And let's see here. What will the suspect do? Police starting to get out of their vehicles. You don't know if the suspect may be just toying with them a little bit. We saw that a little bit ago. So we are going to see how this does unfold right now. But right now, suspect has stopped. We're at a crucial point right here. Police don't know what is going to happen next, just like we don't either. And that is why we ask you always to watch until the very end. We know that you will. If you've joined us here, you are invested as well and want to see how this 3-hour chase has now gone and how it will wrap up, and we're hoping that's going to wrap up peacefully right here in moments. But the suspect has not gotten out of the car just yet, and we will see as police will have their guns drawn here, not knowing what that suspect will be doing next. But we can just hope. We can just hope that the guy in there is going to come to his senses and say enough is enough here. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for being here today with us here, taking you on a 3-hour chase that has really captivated so many of you from around the country and the world. Thousands and thousands of you are watching with us here, all in real time. We appreciate that, and we're hoping that this comes to a peaceful conclusion right now, where the suspect has stopped there in the middle of that median area, and we have not seen okay, maybe the windows are starting to come down now, or no, not yet, but he's putting on a different shirt, it looked like there for a moment. Let's see now. Continues to look out the rear view mirror. And right now it just has his arms folded, almost waiting to see if police are going to come up to him. And now has his hand back there on the wheel. But yeah, this is something that has really captivated so many viewers right now. We do have other live events to get to later in the afternoon that we will be bringing to you. Okay, now his hands, let's see. Okay, it looks like the shot froze for a little bit there. We're able to reestablish it. Still looks like those arms are crossed there as he's looking out the rearview mirror back at the police. Again, if you're just joining us here, this started about 3 hours ago where the suspect there stole this work truck at a gas station where the worker was just filling up, trying to start his day on the best foot forward. And then all of a sudden, you got your work truck stolen. Now it's displayed on national news right here, and especially out in the Los Angeles area. Everyone is seeing it right now, and you're seeing the suspect that at a time had no stopping him. But now we have a stop. We are going to see how it all unfolds right here on Live Now from Fox, and we're hoping that it's going to be in a very peaceful way right now. And we have reached out to the truck there, Atomic Concrete, to see if they would want to talk to us. We have not been able to reach them to see what they think here of this moment that has really captured the attention of so many. You got police now at a standstill here, waiting on, definitely putting out calls for action here for the suspect to get out, and demands there from the police. But still, okay, now it looks like, okay, windows are down here. You see, okay, now windows go back up here. So we got a little bit of back and forth going on right now. Window down, window up, window halfway. And now the arms are crossed once again here for this suspect. And we all continue to wait right here. Almost 20 minutes past 10 here, local time in Los Angeles there. Almost 1:20 out on the East Coast as we continue to watch right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you always the top stories, breaking news elements just like this one. And as you can see, we like to stay on these different types of breaking news images, the most captivating throughout the day. Obviously, police chases, you just don't know what's going to happen next. That's why so many people are really intrigued and into them right now. But it looks like Fox 11 is back on their coverage for just a little bit. Let's go back out to them as the stolen vehicle pursuit has reached this standoff now.
Standoff, those spike strips, it looks like that worked, Stu.
Well, you know, I'm not sure if the spike strips worked or what changed there, but that driver bringing this thing to a stop out here in the Canoga Park area. We're actually at Canoga and Chase. Now, the officers, they've got their guns out. That door hasn't opened up, and they has shown no sign of him getting out of that vehicle. Is there a possibility that that truck can still drive and he can just drive off? There's always that chance. So right now, LAPD working to find a way to block this person in safely, but it is a standoff on Canoga and Chase. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you. We'll continue to follow that. In the meantime, Samada here with the weather.
All right, so as Fox 11 goes back out to some of their weather stories here, we are staying right here with it on Live Now from Fox. Just another great example of how we will stay on the most important and most interesting stories throughout the day as we wait it out and see a conclusion right here on Live Now from Fox. But this standoff does continue right here on Live Now. All right, so as you can see, everyone, police continuing to see what the next move here for the suspect is going to be. Right now, there is much of in a standstill as the suspect is right now, just not knowing what's going to happen, but reading from the body language right there of the police, just trying to get a sense there of what the next move is going to be here. And you can see they do have some weapons drawn right here, waiting to see what that suspect is going to do right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join in with us here worldwide right here on Live Now. Thanks to all our viewers for continuing to join in with us here on Live Now from Fox as another standstill moment continues. Viewer discretion advised here. We do have the suspect now coming out. This is after 3 hours of a chase, everyone. 3 hours. And now it looks like it's finally coming to a conclusion. The suspect now listening to the demands there of the officers. And as you can see here, finally, after 3 hours of going through the streets of Los Angeles with that stolen work truck, police are able to get that suspect finally to surrender there. But obviously a great moment right there for police and able to get that suspect under arrest here in moments after and just here, and they will be able to cuff him and then take him away to jail there, where he was able to extend those final moments of freedom for an additional 3 hours. But as you can see there, just it always catches up to you after a while. And here we go. So suspect is going to be put on arrest. They just want to make sure that there's no one else in the vehicle as well. Okay. Now it looks like he is back up. I'm not sure why he got back up there, but now they told him to go back down, sit down, and lay down right there. So the pursuit there turning into a standoff. Now that standoff has ended. Great job by Los Angeles police and official arrest right there. So that is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, bring it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered here. Before we go, let's listen in one more time to Fox 11 with some of their coverage.
Everybody involved, thank goodness, and that suspect getting into custody, and hopefully that company going to get their truck back and those repairs done very quickly.
Oh my gosh, it's been a long morning, that's for sure, Stu. Thank you. Since a little after 7, we've been on that.
Yeah, almost 3 hours. You know.
All righty, so that is wrapped up right there. We appreciate everyone for watching here worldwide with us on Live Now from Fox, but don't go anywhere. Great thing about Live Now is we just keep going with the news of the day with different live feeds. Who knows? You know, usually police chases like this, they come in bunches. We don't know why, but they come in bunches here. So we are going to wait here in this day. Thanks again for joining us here as always. We are going to take a short 2-minute break here, and we'll come back with some other top stories, live feeds, and of course, breaking news when it happens, all right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, I'm your host, Mike Page, as we bring you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here. And we just wrapped up an extensive police chase that lasted more than 3 hours. So we want to get to some other news here. We are still going to keep you live right here and worldwide as always. And taking you out to Washington, a U.S. House hearing underway right now. It's an oversight hearing featuring some IRS whistleblowers that are talking about alleged crimes there from Hunter Biden. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Mr. Shapley was promoted to Supervisory Special Agent of the Elite ITFC Group in 2018. He also served as the Assistant Special Agent in charge of both the New York field office and the Chicago field office. I want to again thank both gentlemen for their willingness to come forward and share their testimony today for the members of this committee and for the American people. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please press the button on your microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. I recognize Mr. Ziegler to please begin his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Chairman Smith, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee. Today, I sit here before you not as a hero or a victim, but as a whistleblower compelled to disclose the truth. That said, in coming forward, I believe